Hello, can you hear and see the room in New York? Oh, is anyone else in attendance? No? Okay. Yeah, it's still in practice session, but I was just checking to.
You let me know when you want to go live.
I just wanted to check the audio first, if that's. Yeah. Check 1, 2.
I'm excited and passionate about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And part of what I focus on in New York is I focus on making sure that communities that have been traditionally left behind and marginalized communities, where we make sure that we try to close the gap for economic economics. We try to also make sure that the
Hi, everyone. They gave me the microphone. You should be very afraid. We're going to get started in the next 10 minutes if everybody wants to find their seats. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Hey everyone, we're going to get started in 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started right now. Before I get into my official spiel, I want to say thank you so much to Sandra Rowe and the members of the GBBC for giving me the mic. I'm going to have way too much fun with this today. So anyway, everybody, I want to welcome you guys. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants. Good morning, and welcome to Global Blockchain Business Council's 6th annual Blockchain Central UNGA. Can we get a round of applause? Very nice, very nice. Especially this early in the morning. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. So we've got a packed day ahead, and it's going to be filled with lots of insightful discussion and meaningful interactions. And I do mean meaningful. To kick it off, we have Sandra Rowe, CEO of the GBBC. Thank you, Sandra. Come on up.
Thank you, Emma. And as our ambassador to the metaverse and also a member of GBBC, board director of tokens.com and many other roles that you play in the space, we appreciate you taking the MC role this morning. Welcome everyone. To those in the live stream, welcome from New York City. We are very honored and also privileged to be in the offices of Hogan Lovells in New York, Madison Avenue. We are going to have hundreds of people coming in and out all day today, as well as an evening reception. I just want to take a few moments to thank not only the Hogan Lovells team, but all of our sponsors and partners who have been able to make today happen. Without them, we would not be able to do this. So we are grateful to our community. There are a series of announcements which will also be made today. I know we will be discussing some pretty heavy topics, around the SDGs. The world might seem very dark and bleak sometimes, and I bet if I quizzed any one of you, you'd be able to name 3 crises going on right now off the top of your heads or from anywhere around the world. There's many more than just 3. But here's the thing. The power of people, I truly believe, and the power of collective mission is something that we have seen over and over again when people come together. And so I want us to think about how each one of us, not alone, but collectively together, can share ideas and make things happen. And some of the things that are going to be happening, I want to be able to, and I need to look down because we actually have quite a few things. So number one, GBBC is very proud to announce that our GBBC Ambassador 2024 program will be, the application process will be released for applications next month. So please look out for that. We have 231 ambassadors currently across 109 jurisdictions and disciplines. And all year long, we get asked, how do I become a GBBC ambassador? Well, we have an application process now. So if you know someone, if you would like to apply, please do. That enrollment will start in October, or that process will start in October. Another very exciting pilot program that we will be initiating, first out of the US, but eventually and hopefully abroad, is a high school, Gen Z, if you want to call it that, work study credit program. So what we will be doing is actually partnering with, and I've got Tamara here from the mayor's office in Washington, DC, who will be working with us to identify a high school in areas that typically do not get technology opportunities. And so we will be looking to take in 2 students and hopefully more over time, but to offer young people early access to not only learning about this technology, but also making sure that they get opportunities for internships and hopefully future jobs in this space. So we will be starting that program. In terms of reports, we have a lot of reports dropping today and recently. So I just want to say, I will not front run some of the folks who are on the ESG side and the sustainability side, but there is a carbon emissions report that's coming out. There's a digital reporting measurement verification report framework coming out. And we've also got, for those who have not seen it, a total value locked from DeFi to TradFi real world assets report. And also with RMIT University, we have with the Blockchain Infrastructure Forum, we've actually put out a report on proof of stake validators. For the first time, survey was done and a report was put together on where the validators are on governance. So if you are interested in any of these reports, please look on our website and or reach out to us if you can't find it readily. So those reports are either have been dropped or forthcoming today. Further, we've got a great announcement to make with the United Nations World Food Program. We have a press release that will be coming out later today related to our Food for Crisis initiative. For those of you who were at dinner with us last night, you already know about this, but we will be actually formalizing that with a public announcement later today. And finally, I'm going to hand over to Sharon Lewis, who will say a few words next. But what I really want to do is to actually congratulate her because she will be one of our next GBBC board directors coming on board in the next few months, but it's become official just very recently. So Sharon Lewis, I welcome you up here. She is a partner financial services sector head. She's based in Paris and London and has been not only a leading light on the legal side, but also a great supporter of the GBBC and the GBBC digital finance teams. And we are grateful to you, Sharon, for this space and for the support. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all online today. What more to say after such a lovely introduction? It's wonderful to be with you in this very busy week in New York. I'd like to take a moment just to show my appreciation to Sandra and the rest of the GBC board, not only for their warm welcome, but actually for the years of support and partnership that GBBC has shown to Hogan Lovells as we've pursued our common goals. They've been consistently at the forefront of conversations surrounding the impact of global transformation across finance, as well as how these technologies may be leveraged to promote a better, more sustainable and more equal world. I'm therefore delighted to join the GBBC board and look forward to working closely with everybody. UNGA's theme this year is focused on the importance of building trust. This so happens to be a topic that my colleagues know is very important to me. And we've been working, and you'll see in the audience today, a number of my colleagues from London, Frankfurt, New York, Washington, here to talk to you. They'll be here to tell you that digital trust is very much at the top of our agenda. So much so that in a few weeks' time, we'll be launching a a digital trust white paper, examining how trust is created in a digital world across multiple sectors and industries. And so please do talk to us about that. I think it will be a fascinating read. As you'll hear across the conversations today, blockchain, digital assets, AI, and digital ID have an important role to play in driving all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. This will not, however, be successful without digital trust. From the Luddites onwards, distrust in new technologies is an age-old problem, and one we will forever have to consider. This trust does not always follow reason. Many of us are happy to share most of their lives or our lives on a public Instagram account, but perhaps less to be convinced by online banking. Trust is also fragile. Over the past few years, the digital assets ecosystem has enjoyed growing trust, both in the form of institutionalization and the careful and considered attention of regulators and policymakers. The current market turmoil has shown that this trust is not to be taken for granted, and that 2 steps forwards can be 1 giant step back. So trust, regardless of industry or sector, is also fragile and irrational. But as our lives increasingly become more online, whether in finance, medicine, social political activities, we will need to build trust into a system that is deeply complex and growing at an extraordinary pace, despite what regulators may think. So what can the industrial revolutions of before teach us about what we can do to engender strong foundation? 3 elements come to mind: consistency, risk assessment, and adjustment and communication. First, consistency and predictability are crucial to building trust in both machines and people. With a wide adoption of large language models like ChatGBT, there has become doubt and uncertainty as to the future impact of AI, particularly with regard to its predictability and bias. The DeFi space is pondering a similar question. Standards development is central to building this consistency across new and developing industries. This is true not just of top-down regulation, but also in the form of industry standards, which is where bodies like GBBC perform such an important role. Second, risk adjustment and assessment. Even if you're not a full Luddite, you could have found yourself questioning the unintended consequences of the stocking frames, whether the long-term impact on the labour market or the safety risks of machinery of the Industrial Revolution. The leaders of digital transformation will need to carefully consider how we mitigate these risks, such as threats to privacy or the risks of illicit financial activities. That's always been there. It will just be exacerbated. Third, good PR. Communication and education is at the heart of building trust. Some technologies enjoy better PR than others. It is up to all of us to drive the coherent, balanced, and respectful conversations that engage a diverse group of participants in shaping the digital world. These 3 pillars will not happen in a vacuum. Technology is simply a tool. It can be used good or bad. To ensure that it's used for good and to further the SDGs, we need to be coordinated and active in our commitment to building trust. The GBBC community and events like Blockchain Central UNGA bring together innovation and expertise needed to build this momentum and drive digital trust. As you hear more about the projects leveraging digital transformation today, I ask you to consider with each panel, how can we be more proactive in building a trustworthy digital world? How can we ensure that consumers, when faced with these new technologies, we've built a solid foundation on which to withstand the ebbs and flows of digital adoption? And with that, I hope you have all the information and the most thought-provoking day. And I look forward to discussing some of these subjects with you as we work more closely in the future. So thank you.
I found that so inspiring. I don't know about you guys, but I really did. Thank you so much. And next up, we have Guyan Paris from the UNDP. I'm excited to hear what you have to say. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. It's my honor and pleasure to be here today. So there I am. My name is Guyan Paris. I'm with the UN Development Program, UNDP. And oops. Can we get a presentation? Mhm. It's loading up. So those who are wondering what UNDP is, so we are UN's development program, and we say we are present in over 170 countries. As you say, we have boots on the ground in 170 countries implementing different programs. And we run on a biannual funding of about 5 billion. And we have projects in almost every country across all 17 SDGs, I would say. If we can have the presentation up. And you might be wondering what UNDP is doing in the digital space. So when we have the presentation, I'll go through why we have digital as a key enabler in our strategic plan. And also, I'm going to talk about something called DPI, the digital public infrastructure. How many of you have heard that term, DPI? Fantastic. So up until now, the term DPI didn't really have a definition. I'm waiting for my presentation. Hopefully it'll be up very soon. So UNDP has been working in the past year or so. There you go. I think we have the presentation up. Fantastic. So these are the thematic areas that we focus on when it comes to UNDP's core programming. And we have a long-term vision for digital, that is to create a world in which digital is an empowering force for people and planet. Now, digitalization, along with strategic innovation and development financing, has been identified as a key enabler in our strategic plan, delivering what we call the signature solutions, the 6 signature solutions, as we call it. So we say we have a broader mandate, and we are the integrators on the ground when it comes to bringing other UN agencies, bringing private sector, bringing few ministries in a country to the table. Now, I'm not going to read all our guiding principles, but I want to focus on the first 2, which is we put human rights at the center. And you will hear human rights probably many times in next few minutes. And we promote inclusive and gender-sensitive approaches that leaves no one behind. We say we are intentionally inclusive. So from our vantage points, from the COVID days to now, we see some fundamental shifts. There were obviously many digital solutions that were deployed during COVID, from telehealth systems to online education systems. Countries are moving now towards digital ecosystems. What if that digital health system can talk to some other, your tax payment systems or your social protection systems? And also, from this fragmented approach of one ministry running away with developing a solution, governments are now taking a holistic approach on having a more strategic approach towards digital. And also from techno-optimism, trust me, I've seen all sorts of solutions deployed during COVID in many countries, some online education systems for kids without even thinking about getting parents' consents, to actually certain systems that completely marginalized certain communities because of the language or the connectivity issues. So from techno-optimism to taking a more rights-based and inclusion-first approach. Understanding the power of technology, at the same time understanding the risks as well. Now, the term digital public infrastructure, UNDP is mainly when it comes to digitalization, we operate in this space. And we very broadly define it as interoperable systems that has a broader societal functions and allows sectors to innovate on top of it. Now, we categorize them as foundational systems, some sectoral systems, and also global and regional systems that cuts across trade, for example. So if I visualize this, you have your digital public infrastructure, and we identify digital identity, digital payment systems, and open data exchanges as some key components of this. And then there are sector-based DPIs as well, your carbon trading systems, your transportation systems. And one of the key elements we work on is actually building this ecosystem support. We work with governments all the way from strategy planning to actually implementation of the technology stack as well, and capacity building. Many governments come to us these days on capacity building programs. With digital, now we get more and more requests to capacity build on AI, using AI in public service delivery. Now, why is DPI not business as usual? Because the legacy approach has few systems, few trusted vendors that governments work with. More often than not, governments are vendor locked with these vendors. And on the big tech approach, these are walled gardens, obviously, winner takes all approach. But with DPI, with the open API-enabled systems, components that talk to each other, this allows not just the governments to innovate, but people, other sectors to innovate on top of it. And most importantly, if you think about DPIs as your roads or electricity or railroads, that enables innovation that followed, which was the catalyst for innovation. You need to ensure human rights, people's privacy are put at the core of it, because once the infrastructure is built, it is very difficult to go back and change. And this is where UNDP operates in. And UNDP is actively, now this is not a task that UNDP can do alone. We are actively involved with global actors like the Digital Public Goods Alliance, Secretary General's Global Digital Compact, and the Digital Roadmap. And at the implementation level, we are coordinating with other UN agencies as well, UNICEF, WFP, Digital Impact Alliance, and also we are working with catalytic funders as well, what you see on the presentation. Also, we provide advisory on the technology stack as well, and the communities that are involved in this. So how can blockchain help digital public infrastructure? Now, I talked about three fundamental building blocks for digital public infrastructure. Here are some ideas on how blockchain can help. Now, there are existing solutions in the space of digital IDs. When it comes to global digital public goods, there are existing solutions in digital payments and data exchanges. But it also creates opportunities on how to build safe and trusted protective digital IDs, and how we might make transactions more efficient, and also how we might put people in charge of their own data. Now, from our vantage point, when we work on countries, there's one common problem across countries, that is trust. When it comes to digital and data, people trust in their governments, trust in their institutions. Even though they might trust the current governments, as you know, governments are tied to an electoral cycle. So you never know what the intentions of the next government will be as well, which is why trust and blockchain, building that trust, is so important. So there are blockchain-based DPIs which can help self-sovereign IDs to DeFi to individual data ownership. So we see blockchain and DPI integrating in the future. Now, as we envision this future for Web 3.0 with openness, trustless, and equitable future, let's imagine a future where the digital public infrastructure and Web 3.0 are integrated. And my call to you is actually make a commitment to make, there's immense potential if these two are integrated, not just to make changes at a societal level, but not just technological, but fundamentally inclusive in the society. So let's make a commitment to make human rights the blockchain and really inclusiveness to be the code that binds us all. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Gayan. We really appreciated that. We had some technical difficulties and you rolled with it and made it work. Okay. And next up, we have our first session, which is going to be from my friends at Accenture. Are you guys here? Is everyone here? Excellent. So in partnership with Accenture, we're going to be exploring the digital identity landscape and how the potential of this technology empowers individuals across the globe. So get ready to dive into this important topic. We welcome David Treat, Drummond Reed, Marie Ostena, and Jennifer O'Rourke. Welcome. Do you guys have mics? Okay. You have a mic? Let me give you this. This one.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, and I think we'll be able to make it work. Thank you. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I couldn't have planned this better that we start this conference today with our panel, because when you think about what we're going to talk about, identity is foundational to all the use cases that will be discussed today and all the topics and concerns and applications that we're going to hear such insights on. But if identity is a horizontal and all these other use cases are verticals, we are indeed starting at the right point. You need to establish trust to transact. This is going to be something that you have to do in your personal life, and an organization will have to do in a professional or institutional capacity as well. You need to know who that nanny is that's going to watch your child. The more that you know about who they are, where they've worked in the past, if they have references, the more trust you have in leaving that person alone with your family. An organization needs to know if the other side of the transaction has sanctions activity against it. Are they AML compliant? Or are there other risks that need to be identified so that you can have more efficient and appropriate transactions? Without knowing who or what identity that you are interacting with, you can't establish trust, or the inverse is you can't quantify risk. So this is important. And now we find ourselves in a position where this idea of identity is evolving into digital identity. So we're going to get into it. My name is Jennifer O'Rourke. I previously worked for the state of Illinois as the blockchain liaison. We focused on quite a few digital identity use cases and actually got to know Drummond through my time there. And then moved on to start a company that focused on DLT-enabled digital identity, where I got to know Dave as well. And now I work at DTCC, where I'm leading our work on digital identity, but our ethos is that digital assets, including digital identity, is going to be an evolution, not a revolution. So today I'm joined by some of the paramount thinkers in this space. And all of these folks are notably founding members of the Open Wallet Foundation. I'm going to hand the mic over to Dave to kick off introductions and tell you a little bit more about themselves.
Oh, thanks, Jen. Okay, I think this is working. Dave Treat, I've been involved in the digital identity space now for, I founded Accenture's blockchain business back in 2015, and it was just immediately obvious that that particular technology innovation wave, one of the killer use cases was the tokenization of identity, money, and objects, and the wallet infrastructure that holds them to fundamentally change the business models around us. And so I've had a dedicated team on that front. And it's been grown over the years. We've been adding things around it that we might get into in this conversation. But I'm thrilled to be here with Marie and Drummond and Jen. Thanks for moderating. I'll turn it over to you, Marie.
It's good. Yeah, also great to be here and great to have this panel. My name is Marie Ostena. I'm heading up digital identity at Visa Europe. I think I beat you in terms of when I started identity, 2014. Started with the mobile operators, but now at Visa, we're looking at how can identity, digital identity, improve payment services, reduce fraud, improve the user experience, starting with Europe, because that's where we have quite mature identity services already in the market, as well as where the governments are very eager to get identity schemes established. I think we can probably talk more about that as well. Handing over to Dave, to Drummond.
Hi, I'm Drummond Reed at Gen, which was a new brand, the corporate overbrand, coming out of the merger of Avast and Norton LifeLock, two of the leaders in antivirus and consumer cybersecurity technology. And when they merged, they formed a division called Gen Digital Trust Services. And I'm director of trust services there. And trust is absolutely central, but the primary tool that I believe we're going to move into in the future of actually wielding trust and verifying trust, especially for consumers, but in fact for everything that needs identity, is the digital wallet. Now, this is the physical wallet, but I'm also the co-author of a book called Self-Sovereign Identity, and I frequently start talks by saying, this is self-sovereign identity. It's not centralized, it works everywhere, it's private, it lets you prove exactly what you need to prove to do the things we do in the real world today. We just need to make it digital. It sounds simple, it's actually extraordinarily complex and challenging, but we're making great progress, and that's what we'll talk about here today.
Excellent. So like I said, we have a quite notable panel here to dive into this topic with you. But let's start at the beginning. Why are we talking about identity? Why is this important? Drummond, why don't I kick it over to you and we'll come back this way.
All right, well, I'll pick up on this. When what we now call self-sovereign identity or decentralized identity and what's focused on digital wallets, when it first started, we actually called it blockchain identity. And the reason was it was fundamentally we were recognizing that control over a set of cryptographic keys is the ultimate way in which you will prove your identity and your attributes in the digital world. And until blockchain came along, many people did not think that was possible, or that the average consumer or user of the internet, of digital services, even just of lightweight mobile phones, would be able to do that. And it is a big challenge, but I keep holding up the wallet because this, as it moves on to this, most of you know that you're now carrying around in your pocket more computing power than took us to the moon, okay? And there is a what's called a secure enclave on this phone that's designed just to let you control safely the digital keys you need to transact. Every secure chat application you're using on there uses that secure enclave to encrypt the messages you're sending back and forth, whether it's iMessage or Telegram or Facebook Messenger or any of those. What we need to do now is to harness that in control of a set of digital credentials on your phone, just like in your wallet, and let you accept those and share those with privacy respecting technology. That's the path we have going forward, and that we're working together at the Open Wallet Foundation to create open source and open standards so that you're not locked into any proprietary digital wallet any more than you'd be locked into a bank. Over to you, Marie.
So in terms of your question being, why is digital identity important? I think it's almost, you cannot not have it. You know how to identify who you are in the real world. You have your passport, your identity card, and whatever. Everything is turning digital. All the essential services are turning digital. We saw during COVID-19 the rapid digitalization. It kind of got a kick to continue to grow. So there is no choice. There is no way back. There's no turning back in terms of not being able to really prove who you are within a digital service, within a digital transaction. So I think it's in that sense. We are now a point of no return. And I think hopefully we'll get into this topic later in terms of generative AI. This is our forcing function. You need to know what's real and what isn't real. So having that, but unfortunately, as we all know, the internet is missing this trust layer. And that is something that we really have to get established. And I think I'm looking forward to exploring more, how we can go about that as well. But, there's no other option. There's so many digital services, and we need to give the power back to the consumer to decide, this is me, this is what I want, this is my intention, whether that's anonymous or whether that is sharing, every kind of information. But it's also about protecting the consumer's privacy as well, let alone, legal entities. We can get to that one as well. But yeah, so it's essential. That's all I can say.
So Genie can't go back in the bottle.
There's no bottle to go back in.
The bottle's gone. So Dave, as you tell us why this is so important, can you also add in a bit of what is this exactly? Because I know it's going to be different for all of you. So I'm going to throw a couple questions at you, and then we'll come back around.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just building on Drummond and Marie's comments. I actually met with someone this morning, just in the pre-game moments here, who shared the story. I'm looking for you. I can't. There. The notion of coming to this country and having your green card or your documents be the most important thing, because if you lose them, you are lost. In the spirit of what we're focusing on this week, and what we all have a perpetual focus on is, if you don't have your identity credentials, whether in the physical wallet that Drummond held up or in a digital form, we are lost, right? And there is a material number of people around the world who don't have access to any form of valid, recognized digital identity, and the acceleration of our digital world and the integration of our digital world with our physical world now with spatial computing and all of the digital experiences that are starting to emerge faster and faster, that divide we run the serious risk of that divide getting deeper, worse, wider, and so I think we have this wonderful moment where the technology has a solution. The technology is not the challenge. There are challenges, but that's not the main challenge. The challenge is the ecosystem of implementation partners. How do you establish the credible ecosystems of issuers of credentials, the ability to hold them on the devices, to be able to really unlock all of this is the acceptance of those credentials. And so what this drives to is a fundamental business model change, where what we talk about frequently is the nature of the winning digital business is about to change. Right, so the winning digital business in the prior current period is the one that could position itself to harvest the most possible data off of a network, buy data from second and third parties, and hold all of it, and then run machine learning and AI to try to guess at what we want, or to guess at the services that we would like to have. And the potential of being able to have this hold of this physical wallet, to have that digital wallet hold in verifiable form our actual data, and be able to change the business model from one where, for me to get service from a service provider authority, I give you all my data, and then necessarily tomorrow it is stale, to one where I actually, if I want service from you, I embed and from you into my wallet to read on a perpetual basis the actual data. And so this whole notion then shifts of the winning digital business. And I love the comments the two speakers opening this morning. The winning digital business going forward is going to be the one that provides the most direct, trusted access to be present and have access to people's actual lives, to have actual data on a perpetual basis. This will fundamentally rethink our notions about instead of being a single point in time evaluation of risk, it can be a longitudinal, perpetual evaluation of risk. I don't have to me because I put in a random search term into my search engine, and perpetually it thinks that that's all I want. So there's this massive potential, a huge implementation governance ecosystem challenge to get there. But you're seeing the great players and some of the key players emerging to work collaboratively to get it done. And so I've got lots of optimism amidst the challenge.
So what I took away from that is that we're going into this new state where you pull out the phone and you're able to share credentials that aren't just a PDF. They haven't just been uploaded by maybe a third party, but whoever gives you these credentials, the government that gives me my driver's license, or my employer that gives me my employee ID card, those are actually on my phone, kind of in an Apple Wallet, would you say, for an analogy that those may not be familiar with it?
So I'll have Drummond and Marie help or fix this. But let's use a real example. When was the last time? Think about the last time you changed house wherever you live, right? How many different phone calls, emails, how many different service providers and authorities did you have to give your new home address? Last time I counted, last time I tried, it was well over 150. Like it was so in the U.S. context, there is a single source of truth for home address. Anyone want to call out what it is?
IRS.
Nope. Yep. Vipin got it. Unless you fill out that white card at the local post office, you are not your human affiliation with a physical address doesn't happen. You won't get your mail. And it's still by and large, that is the single source of truth from which then all of the data distribution actually feeds. Once you fill out that white card, suddenly all of those mail order catalogs still find you, all of the, so the whole notion of if I were to be able to collect my USPS home address token and hold it in my wallet, that's the last time I then need to update it for any of the service providers or authorities that I give access directly to that token. Let's take it a step further. When I order something from an online retailer, I don't actually have to give them my home address. I just point them to my chosen delivery company who has access to the token, and they know where to send the package that I purchased. So now suddenly the retail community doesn't have to have my home address if I don't want them to. And so that notion is that this is a highly valuable functional token that is that allows you to manage your relationship with your ecosystem, as Drummond set up, in your own control. And if someone makes you mad, you can literally, as GDPR and California privacy and all the regulations want, you can sever that relationship. So wildly powerful. And no, it's not just a PDF; it's an actual linked service. Please add to that. Yeah,
I have 2 points I want to add. That's a great vision for the future. Absolutely. And today we are at a stage where we look at probabilistic identity and truly verified identity because of the lack of a digital identity that you can trust. Today we have to gather signals, information from all over around us, all the transactions that we're doing. I see this from a payment perspective as well. And you don't know what's out there about you, what's being used in that particular transaction. And I think it's a risk. It's, privacy concerns around that. So I think that's an important change that is necessary for this trust layer, is to establish that digital identity, and which is all about who you are and what you want. And I think there's an important, as you're saying, who can provide a token into this identity wallet, who's able to read it, how do you ensure the trust around it? That's where I think there's also an important role of the government that needs to be considered. They need to, we need to have the necessary frameworks and rules around it, making sure that there's legal equivalence. How do I know as a bank or as a card issuer, the ecosystem I'm working in, that I can trust the identity information in this particular identity wallet? How do I know that by using that to issue a card, I'm satisfying the regulatory requirements that I have on my side? That comes back again to the infrastructure, the legal infrastructure, the legal equivalence of what's, the information that's there, as well as the process, liability, and who's responsible for what, that the governments really need to set in place as a trust framework. So I don't think we should kind of shy away. I mean, we need to hold the governments accountable, but they shouldn't overstep it. This is really about the private sector to run innovation, but it is essential. It is a collaboration in that sense.
I'm hearing P3, and for those not familiar, public-private partnerships are going to be very important to progressing this forward. Drummond, why don't I switch it up for you a little bit, because I feel like we've got a really good framework for now, what this is, what this isn't, the power that it has to change how we operate today and tomorrow. There are some other technologies at play today, and Dave mentioned some of them already. When we think about AI/ML and the way in which large language models, in particular, ChatGPT as an example, are becoming more prominent. And we hear a lot of different opinions on how urgent this is and how much it will impact a variety of different spaces in our everyday lives, certainly a variety of different industries. What does AI/ML in all of its various implementations mean to digital identity right now?
Maria already said this, and I'm going to reinforce it. I'll actually ask a question. How many of you who have children have had the conversation with your children about some form of a safe word that they will use and you agree to use as a family if you get an emergency phone call? And you will use that word for your child to identify it's really them. Okay, good. I'm very pleased to see that number of hands. I didn't have to do that because both of my children are now, well, one's an attorney, he's 31, and he was the one who actually asked me, hey, we're already dealing with this. He works actually in consumer protection of the Washington State Attorney General's office. It's that serious. I can tell you, Jen, as a cybersecurity company, we've worked on AI for a long time because you need it. If you're using any antivirus product, it is actually talking in the back end to back end services that are using AI to scan the internet and detect anomalies and bad actors. Okay, it's been in use there for quite a while. Digital wallet infrastructure. One of the things I want to point out is even though we hold this up and say, digital wallet, it'll be here on your phone, okay? If it was only on your phone, how well would you trust it, right? Most of our phones are tethered to the cloud in one way or the other to back them up to provide certain services. Digital wallet services, consumers, if they're going to be safe, they'll all be tethered to an encrypted vault in the cloud. That's how you will back up your phone. It's how you will recover. It's also how you can, your phone and what we call the agent for your wallet can communicate with others to provide what we believe at Gen will be the strongest and most durable identity and trust signals for consumers and even for businesses in the world. We will change this whole digital trust infrastructure because we will have not just one wallet agent, but a team of them working for every consumer that says, I want those services. And they will be offered for free to any consumer. That's just the way Gen offers its antivirus products for free today. Yes, there's upsells and cross sells and all that, but the base service we believe every person should have access to. That also, by the way, gets to a key point in inclusion. What if you don't have a device at all? What if you don't have internet connectivity at all? The government of Bhutan is the first country I'm aware of that's adopted self-sovereign identity infrastructure as a nation. They just passed the Digital Identity Act for the whole country, and they're going to provide a cloud-based wallet for every individual in Bhutan. If you visit the country and you don't have a personal device, they will set up a cloud vault for you during your visit. That's how serious they are about the infrastructure working for everyone. So all of this, to answer Jennifer's question, we're going to need that in place to prove that it's really you in any interaction and to prove that content that you generate was really generated by yourself. We're going to need to mix content that comes from AI with your own, and you're going to be able to differentiate between the two. That's the number one thing. Every AI expert that I've talked to about it says the number one problem of all the others that we need to solve relative to AI is just being able to verify this content is AI and this content is not.
And that is proof of personhood, right?
Proof of personhood goes way beyond that. But that's
it sounds like can of worms there. Is there a way that we could help, create a mental map around the distinction between some of the challenges with AI and how proof of personhood may or may not resolve them?
I can start. Let me add to the frame of the question. Right? To be able to definitively associate the human to the digital information is critical. The unique things that we have in human, in every traditional security, infrastructure state, and I'm about to talk your books, I'll turn it for you, but multi-factor authentication, biometrics, the ability to think, in a comprehensive manner, again, is all at the heart of this, right? So we have a huge focus on biometrics and how it links. An example of what I mean by holistic thinking around it, though, is the ability to, I put this in my pocket when I woke up got dressed this morning, and I've had it on my person for that entire time. The ability to draw data linkages between my standard gait as I walk. I've now opened it probably 20 times with my face already. The ability to have that continuous evaluation, I think, where you made the statement around that probabilistic identity risk evaluation of what's the likelihood that I'm no longer carrying this device as one of the facets of this aggregate point. There's lots of innovation in this space to use the combination of biometrics, the use of safe words and other difficult to guess at constructs. This is a deeply complicated space, and again, Bertrand, maybe I'll turn over to you to add to that. But it does come down to biometrics, and sorry, and if anyone, it's funny, we're seeing in the political spheres and legal and regulatory spheres, there's kind of like that's biometrics is sensitive, but is there a person in this room that didn't open their phone with a biometric today? Got one. Right, yeah, two. Okay, two. It's so it does. It is. We have accepted it because of convenience, but we also need to continue to evolve the trust in it to be able to turn convenience into additional value and functionality.
Just kind of building on what you're saying as well, Dave. I look at AI as being an incredibly useful tool. We use it all the time to process transactions and to make sure that there isn't fraud. But it's missing this trust layer. And I think the rapid adoption of generative AI, it's pretty much in the hands of everybody, especially my daughter. It's almost scary how useful it's become, right? And at least from my perspective, I don't want to live in the matrix. I think that's quite scary. So having the ability for anybody to be able to say, yep, this is me. This is exactly what I want. And having this digital identity that you can trust and that has been verified, and I'll keep coming back to the role of the government and under trust framework, but being able to have that, you can say, no, this is me, this is my avatar, this is what is allowed to do, and this is not me. So I think it's in my view, the importance of AI is now creating a forcing function. It's increasing the urgency of having that trust layer established, having digital identities widely available, consumers adopted by the governments as well, in a way that is preserving privacy, so that I can really say, this is me and this is what I want.
I do want to actually build on that last point. The stronger these tools get for us to be able to prove these things, and I do agree that the reason I don't have any concern about the biometrics on this device, part of it is I do understand the underlying technology, but part of it is also the vendor of this particular device is quite strident about that biometric not leaving the device. It's local. It's just here. It's between me and the device. We already have standards evolving for digital wallets that if someone remotely, I'm doing a transaction, with a bank, or I'm buying something online, they need to know it's really me, but they do not have to have my biometric. They need the digital wallet on my device and the keys there to send a proof that I was liveness checked for this by this device. If they trust the device, they trust the biometrics on the device, then they can trust that assertion. They don't need the biometric. That's a safe way, a privacy respecting way to use biometrics, and that's what we need to do. If we follow that, we can get strong assertions of identity that are still privacy respecting, and that doesn't even go into zero knowledge proof protocols and all the other ways that we can build privacy into this infrastructure, frankly, better than we have it even in the real world. And I'm a huge believer in that, but we could take the whole rest of the panel on that, so I'll stop there.
No, that's great. I know we're getting close to the end of our time with you guys today, so we're going to do a very quick lightning round to close things out. What do we need to do to make digital identity real? Dave?
lightning round. This is, we've been talking about this for a long time. Is this going to happen as islands of implementation? You have a particular use case, like we've done a couple of things around border crossing. That if we continue to build valuable individual use cases off of the basis of core common open source and open standards, then we can connect these islands of implementation. I think we're just getting to the point now where having that utility of a digital identity wallet and credential, and the beginning and the rightful beginning of that open source is found in open source and open standards layer to create the portability and the interoperability. It takes the heart of it, the utility of it, right? It's not the novelty, but it's convenient for me to use this. There's an advantage for the end user. So having that user-centric utility is what's going to unlock it, and we connect the islands of implementation.
So technology is available. That's there. And we have very successful, mature, widely used identity schemes around Europe, at least, and some other countries as well. So we know it's possible. So I think in terms of my kind of call to action, the first one is a dream that we get the 16.9B for the SDGs. The 16.9, I think you mentioned this to me, is having a legal identity. I'd like to make a 16.9B to have a digital legal identity, and a call to action to governments to make sure that's available, knowing that digital services is so important. So that's the first one, is for governments to step up, but not to overstep. Get the trust framework designed. There are lots of learnings around the world that can be, and lots of mistakes has been made. So, plenty of opportunities to learn. Become a relying party and set out the rules and the regulations. So private sector can then innovate and solve the problems and get services that are great to use, attractive for consumers, based on the open standards and so forth. But I think that's really my call to action. Governments need to step up and invite the private sector as well to join.
Another organization that I'm a steering member of, and so is David and Accenture, is called Trust over IP. We've been developing a protocol stack for a digital trust layer for the internet, but it's two parts. There's the technology stack. The other half is what we call the governance stack. And I would actually say, as Marie just said, the governance stack is more important. That's where the real challenges are. We are getting technology. It's still advancing, but we have the technology that we need. The hard part is building digital trust ecosystems. We hear the word trust framework or governance framework, but at Trust RP, we're totally focused on digital trust ecosystems. That's what David was saying. They can start small, they can start large. It doesn't matter as long as they get going. Because just like the web, it was one website, then it was 10 websites, then it was 100 websites, and it took over the world. Same thing here. We need digital trust ecosystems. If you're part of some ecosystem that needs digital trust today, talk to us about how we can help you instantiate it, get it going, get the value flowing, and then it's going to grow from there.
Excellent. So I'm hearing that we've got a lot of discrete work going, but we need to connect it. This is happening today, and we can look to Europe as examples, but we need public-private partnerships to continue to move it forward. And we really need to think about the how it's being used and focus on that go-to-market almost to make sure that we can connect these people together, because the tech's there. We just need to get the use case, the application, that network implementation right. Excellent. Well, Dave, Marie, Drummond, thank you so much. This was incredibly insightful. Everyone, if you could give a round of hand for your panelists here today. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was fantastic. So many nuggets. I don't know about you, but I'm going to be calling my family to make sure that we have a word so that they know that it's really me when I call and I say, I need $1 million. So thank you very much. That was fantastic. So I'm very excited for our next fireside chat. So it's going to be a fireside chat. We are very fortunate to have, I think it's there, it ruined my surprise, but you guys know. So in this fireside chat, please welcome Hogan Lovells John Salmon as he speaks with New York Department of Financial Services Superintendent Adrienne Harris to discuss the critical connection between regulation and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Excellent. Welcome, welcome. You happy? Oh, okay. There you go. Welcome. Can we get a round of applause, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that all working? Good. I have deep trust in technology, clearly. Superintendent Harris, thank you very much for joining us today. I know it's been a year since you last joined us on this stage to discuss the 1-year anniversary of joining NYDFS. Can you share with us your reflections on year 2? What do you see as your major accomplishments?
Well, we survived March. That seems like a big accomplishment for those who pay attention to the banking world in particular. But we've really done quite a lot of work. I'm now a year since I was here with all of you last, and just hit my 2-year anniversary as superintendent of DFS. I'd say the accomplishments are many, and full credit to the amazing team we have. We've done several pieces of blockchain and virtual currency guidance around stablecoin, around blockchain analytics, around market manipulation. So we really do continue to lead the regulatory world with respect to virtual currency. We were deeply involved with Congress on the stablecoin and crypto markets bill, ensuring that states were still going to have a role to play in regulating the space. Many of you will know we instructed one of our regulated entities to cease the issuance of BUSD. And oversaw the orderly wind down of that issuance. And it was an action that was followed by regulators all over the world. So we really did set the high water mark there as well. I've since been nominated and joined FSOC as the representative of the state. So the other states asked me to be their representative on the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which is a tremendous honor. We've worked on check cashing regulations. We're, I think, now the second state in the nation to have regulatory authority over pharmacy benefit managers. And I could honestly go on and on about all the wonderful things the team has done in the virtual currency space and elsewhere in the past year. It's really pretty thrilling.
Great, thank you very much. So looking at digital assets, what changes have you observed in New York's digital assets market over the last year? And do you think the continued commitment to digital assets has had a notable impact on New York and the startup landscape?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was so much talk, I think, when the BitLicense regulations first came into effect in 2015 about how all this regulation was going to drive the market out, and isn't this regulation horrible? And of course, fast forward to 2021, 22, 23, and you hear people in the space so grateful for clarity and transparent rulemaking as opposed to regulation by enforcement or just the uncertainty that's coming out of DC. So in 2021, we saw that nearly half of crypto investment in the nation was in New York-based companies. In 2022, the number was almost as good for us, even though we continue to have the most rigorous virtual currency regulation in the country and probably in the world. Our applications queue just continues to get longer, so the demand to be licensed and overseen by DFS just continues to grow. And that, I think, benefits the market here, but it helps us protect consumers and markets as well. So I think every day we're proving that you can build a robust marketplace, have businesses come to your jurisdiction, grow in your jurisdiction, but still protect consumers.
Yeah. And how has the DFS struck a balance between consumer protection and innovation? And what do you see as the challenges in maintaining that balance?
Yeah, I mean, it is hard. And I think so often you see these things posed as diametrically opposed to one another. You can either protect consumers or you can grow robust markets. And part of my mission in coming into DFS to begin with was to prove, no, you can actually do both. Thank you. You can actually do both of those things. And I think part of that is having the transparent rules in place. The guidance we issue, we are able to see developments in the marketplace. what was happening with stablecoin, the emergence of blockchain, analytics, the potential for market manipulation, and issue regulatory guidance very quickly so that we are keeping pace, providing guardrails that protect consumers and markets, but they're also giving industry clarity around how they need to build and scale their businesses. And so I think, again, it's that clarity, that transparency, that engagement that brings people to New York and to DFS. But it also means that New Yorkers are better protected than anybody else in the country. And the clearest example of that was that New York was the only place in the country where FTX was not licensed to do business. So when you look at the losses from FTX in New York, they're actually very small as compared to a place like California, where the losses there were over 1,000x the losses to New Yorkers. And that has everything to do with the regulatory regime that we have here.
Yeah, really interesting. So given how fast this digital assets market is evolving, how do you see NYDFS engaging with the other regulators, federal, international, to share learnings, maintain consistency to the extent that's possible? And what do you see as some of the areas of collaboration you've seen both with US regulators and globally?
Yeah, there is not a day that goes by that either myself or somebody on our virtual currency team is not talking with some other regulator, other state regulators, the federal regulators, whether it's the SEC, the CFTC, FinCEN. We are literally on the horn all the time. And internationally as well. We've just signed an MOU with the UAE, if I can get all the letters straight. They sort of rang us and said, hey, we're setting up our virtual currency regulators. We know that New York is leading the way. We'd love to be involved and engaged with you all and learn from what you've done. Same is true for the Monetary Authority of Singapore. I spent a lot of the spring in Western Europe, chatting with regulators over there, whether it's the Bank of England, the Bank of France, Bundesbank in Germany. So really, we are constantly engaged both nationally and globally with other regulators and policymakers in the space, just given the body of work that we've done. And that includes, as I mentioned earlier, being fully engaged with Congress as they look to write legislation to enable federal regulators. I testified before House Financial Services around stablecoin. We were deeply involved in the drafting of the recent bills, and I will say we are terribly eager. I am terribly eager. My colleagues are terribly eager to have a federal partner here in the space, to have that authority be clearly outlined. So we are optimistic about the chances of this legislation moving soon, so that there are more federal regulators deeply engaged as we are.
Great. How, in your view, can blockchain and the digital assets community do better to inform regulators, and so that they can provide that kind of better, clear guidance you talked about earlier in the industry?
Yeah, I think that engagement is so important. I mean, it's something we do all the time, whether it's with our guidances, whether it's just in our individual supervisory relationships with companies. We have a task force for formal engagement. I think there's a couple of things that the industry could stand to do a little bit better. One is, I think it's not entirely clear to all policymakers what the usefulness of some of these assets are. And often we have industry come in and they think we just want to hear about financial inclusion, which is important, right? Bringing down the cost of payments and remittances. Definitely an important public policy goal. So we have people come in and they talk about the importance of financial inclusion and the role digital assets and blockchain can play. And then when we ask for data or how are you doing this, we sort of get blinking eyes and shrugging shoulders. So I think the industry still has a lot of work to do to really prove out its use case, especially when we're talking about financial inclusion and lowering the cost of payments. The other thing I would say is I think there's still a lot of maturing for the industry to do. Often we see the business side scale very fast and the compliance apparatus does not keep pace. But if you talk to regulated financial institutions that have been around much longer, like banking, like insurance, right, they have learned and had the socialization that just can't be the case. So the other thing we're often counseling our companies to do is the compliance apparatus has to scale along with the business side. And I know it's a cost center and I know it's not fun, but that is really the key to building a sustainable enterprise in a regulated industry.
Yeah, very interesting. And just looking at the year ahead, Superintendent Harris, what do you see your real focus being? I mean, you've obviously accomplished a lot in the last year. What is the next year? Taking it easy?
Yeah, I wish that were going to be the case. You know, one of the things I've been committed to, we call it the 3 Ps in the department, and it applies to every division within DFS, but policy, people, and process. On policy, it's again being committed to this idea that you can protect consumers and markets and grow a robust industry at the same time, that those things are not in opposition to one another. And so everything we do seeks to prove that point. On people, there were very few people in the virtual currency unit when I arrived 2 years ago. We now have a team of over 60 professionals dedicated every day, all the time, to the oversight of virtual currency. It's the largest virtual currency regulatory body in the world with that 60 plus person team, but they will still tell you that they need more bodies and professionals. So as I often joke, if anybody's wanting to take a pay cut and come over to the regulatory side, we would welcome you. And then on process, I mean, there will be more guidance, stay tuned. And we continue to do a lot of process management so that we can be a more efficient, more responsive regulator. And I think as wonderful as the team is and as great a job as they have done, there's always room for improvement. So we're looking to do more along those lines as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. That's really been an interesting exposition of what in my DFS have done. And, you know, I think you guys have done an amazing job. So thank you for talking us through it. And I definitely think that, you know, I've had the discussion with a few of the audience today. I think we'd all welcome clearer guidance from the regulators, which is exactly what you've shown massive leadership in. So thank you.
No, well, thank you. And I'd say, look, if there are things that we are missing, whether or not you have a license application with us or you're one of our regulated entities, we're always welcome engagement from stakeholders. We want to know where things are going next. We want to know what things we may have missed. So that engagement for us just helps us be better regulators and makes everybody better off. So we always welcome that from you.
Great. There's a question in the back. Yeah.
Superintendent Harris, there are marketplaces that operate in the social impact sphere. I would point to carbon credits and green bonds, for example, where there are blockchain products whose risk and reward structures tied to things like carbon credits have been considered a commodity for a very long time. Can you see a different flavor of regulation in relation to blockchain products, which is one of your focuses, that are tied to positive and social impact products in that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the beauties, frankly, of being a state regulator is the nimbleness that we have. And so I think as the market evolves, as new assets, new products develop, right, we are able to evaluate quickly and respond around either creating new frameworks, adding to our frameworks, or providing for individualized supervision in a way that's fitting with a particular product type. For us, our authorities don't depend on these, what's a security, what's a commodity, what's something else, which I think is useful because as you're in part alluding to, a lot of these assets sort of shape shift depending on use case. And so because our authority is blanket in that way, we can develop either regulations, guidances, or individual supervisory agreements that are tailored to the specific risks that a product might present.
Is there get your microphone? Thank you. Yeah, that's it now. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Clotilde Munguya. I'm from the Republic of Congo, Kinshasa, and it's a very broad questions. In the perspective of to leave no one behind, what is your perspective for the African market in general? And I would like to know more about the sub-Saharan African countries and more specifically on the French-speaking countries. Thank you.
Well, so I'll answer that as best I can, which sort of goes back to a point we were talking about earlier, which is I think there's still so much untapped potential for blockchain and virtual assets when it comes to financial inclusion, when it comes to making cheaper, faster payments. And I think, Africa has, even since before virtual currency, has really been a leader in making sure payments are faster and more efficient. And so my hope is that the industry will continue to expand in a way that continues that tradition and makes payments and financial services, whether we're talking just about currency or tokenized assets more generally, more accessible across the world, including to those places that don't have the same legacy payment systems as other parts of the world. So I think there's a lot of potential there, and I'm eager to see the industry do more.
Anybody else with? Good. Oh, sorry.
Still have another question. So,
okay.
What type of persona, what type of a stakeholder you would like to interact with?
We interact with a variety of very diverse stakeholders, from consumers to people from industry, academics, other regulators. I mean, there really is no legislators, other policymakers. There really is no end to the list of people that we look to engage with, and that always take every opportunity to engage with us on the topic of blockchain and virtual currency or other things.
Hi, this is really exciting to hear your fireside chat. My name is Ari Yu. I lead the U.S. Blockchain Coalition, which is actually a federation of about 46 states across the U.S. working together. And I guess my question is, as a regulator, are there use cases that you could, from a technical standpoint, dog food, use yourself to make your own department more efficient using this technology? And if that could be happen, what would what would you use it for? And are you using it?
There's, I am always sort of pushing our department to think more about technology. There are some things we're exploring that I can't really talk about just yet. With respect to blockchain technology, we're doing a lot around AI, some of which has been announced in connection with SUNY Albany. And certainly when it comes to blockchain analytics, we're doing quite a bit of work there so that we can do transaction monitoring, monitor for fraud, market manipulation, and other things. So the team is really quite sophisticated in the tools that we've deployed to make sure that we can oversee the market in a robust way.
That's for like more financial related products like crypto and tokens, but what about using more of the DLT part, the tracking companies you're in conversations with or what stage they're at? Is there anything along those lines?
Well, we are a financial regulator, so doing the financial oversight is important.
Yes.
I think there's lots of room for us to be, as I did mention, we are looking at some distributed ledger technology for use, but not yet right for public discussion.
Thank you.
Great. Well, it just falls for me to thank Superintendent Harris very much for taking the time to speak to us today, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. That was great. Angie took questions. We really appreciate that. Thank you. How's everyone doing today? Are you guys more awake? Wow, you were more awake at 9 a.m. Okay, I don't know about you, but I have learned so much today. This has been absolutely fantastic. I'm really, really thrilled at the quality of speakers that we have and just the information that's being imparted. And on that note, and I'm also proud to say we're actually running a little ahead. That never happens. So we are doing really well. So here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be continuing on. We're going to be delving into the world of climate finance and the crucial role that it plays in addressing climate challenges. And this session is in partnership with Ripple and BXC with Sarah, Peter, Dave, and Saif. Come on up to the stage. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, everyone. Do you need a? Here you go, my friend.
Hi, good to see you. Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. How are you? We are so excited to be here today and to really deep dive in climate finance and transparency. My name's Dave Ford. I'm co-founder of BXC and one of our board directors. And yeah, welcome everyone. And I think what I'd love to do to open up is just introduce our panelists and to allow you guys to tell everybody a little bit about what you're working on these days in the context of what we're talking about here today. So Saif, can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Hopefully this is coming through clear. My name is Saif Bhatti. I'm the CEO of Renoster. Personally, I've been in climate and sustainability for about 9 years. Most of that has been working with large corporates and trying to understand what is our current footprint, how do we mitigate that, what role do offsets play, and I've seen a really the evolution, shall we say, of carbon credits from the inside. So today what we're doing is in a world where we have the Guardian article, where we have John Oliver, where we have all this criticism around the voluntary carbon market, how do we navigate that space? And Renoster's goal is to provide transparency on a project level to understand how much carbon there is in each credit, and then share that with our customers and with the general market so that we can navigate this space with some confidence.
Thanks so much, Saif, and Peter Rosberg, who's the carbon market product lead at Ripple.
Yeah, Peter Rosberg, carbon market. Swap time. Try that again. There we go. Peter Rosberg, I run carbon market product at Ripple. I'm also involved in Ripple's new venture, Centigrade.Earth, trying to build out the services that are necessary for the XRPL to support MRV data and carbon markets data. And at Centigrade, we're really interested in not only data transparency, but also leveling the playing field for a lot of these smaller projects that just don't have the technology infrastructure to be able to collect the data, manage their projects, and be able to reduce risk by showing that their success is going to be good in the markets.
Thanks, Peter. And Sarah Baxendale from Regen Network, their director of ecosystem.
Good morning, my name is Sarah. I've spent the last 15 years working in the climate impact space, primarily from the project development side, having been a former park designer for the city of Pittsburgh for 7 years, working with their climate action plan. At Regen Network, our goal is to empower communities to restore ecology and ecosystem function as our response to climate change. And so our community and our organization has developed a series of tools that allow for communities of practice, nonprofits on the ground, climate scientists at universities to design their own climate science methodologies, develop their own real world projects, and then govern those standards on our custom blockchain that's built for this use case. So we are very much focused on climate science data, the governance of what it means to run a community impact project on the ground, as well as having effective issuance tools that can be both local and global in their impact scale.
Thank you so much. And Saif, you mentioned John Oliver, and you mentioned the Guardian article about Vera that happened earlier this year. So I think one of the big opportunities that Web3 has is to add a layer of transparency and trust into this completely complicated ecosystem. So I think addressing some of the biggest challenges and obstacles, and a lot of that is like just public perception and PR is super important. Can you guys give us and give the audience an idea of where the opportunities to help solve these challenges, come front and center?
Sure, I can touch base on that. So I think one of the core issues with the market today, in as it pertains to carbon, is a lack of understanding of where the carbon actually is, how many credits are issued, and how much carbon they represent is a central challenge that underpins a lot of the Guardian reporting, a lot of the John Oliver issue. They're taking aim at projects that are massive in scale and that don't have suitable architecture or technology to understand their financial flows. I think blockchain can be an opportunity to solve a lot of those issues. I think the other, from a, when we're sitting up here on a panel talking about SDGs, and in particular talking about SDG number 11, which is specifically talking, sustainable communities, the money doesn't make it to the ground often enough in these projects. And I think that's something that blockchain can be exceedingly helpful in, is making sure those payments go directly to the people who are at the heart of these projects, no matter where they are.
Yeah, I'd add to that. The part of the problem with like the Guardian article and John Oliver is they're just focusing on carbon. And there are all these other SDGs that also need to be captured, either with a scientific methodology or proper tracking. So equity is one. Another one is biodiversity. A lot of these really great forestry projects are starting to look more at, hey, wait a minute, I have a biodiversity credit here that happens to generate carbon, as opposed to a carbon project that happens to have biodiversity. And so taking a look at the holistic picture and being able to document with a backed by science methodology for biodiversity, with proper on-chain tracking for payments for local communities and equity. I think that's really what's going to help reduce the risk of these projects that, like John Oliver said, well, this one burned down. Well, maybe it did burn down, but there was still a lot of progress that was made on the ground. It still really impacted the community. So there are other things that help reduce risk and show that a project is worthwhile.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, in the case of Regen Network, it's a little bit different. We are not just tokenizing Vera credits. Our open public goods infrastructure can be used by any registry. So Vera could use it for governing their standards, so Gold Standard or Plan Vivo. But what we've developed with our climate science community is actually a brand new registry called Regen Registry. So all of our climate science methodologies go through peer review with university scientists and are coming out as new standards. And it's interesting with the pushback this year from, John Oliver and the Guardian article with Vera. That's a lot of the reason that these project developers and climate scientists have actually left Vera to use our tools. And clear examples of that is ERA Brazil, which is a long-standing Red Plus developer, has left Vera and are doing a biodiversity methodology on our registry. Moss is in the process of leaving Vera as well, in order to have their version of Red Plus that's custom built for their use cases in Brazil on our registry. So you are seeing that there is a migration away from the centralized standards because of the quality issues that have been called out with some of the programs. And that a lot of these longstanding project developers that are really doing amazing ecological impact work on the ground, they want the ability to design more custom methodological use cases. They want the ability to adapt those use cases. They want the ability to self-govern their programs. And so you're really seeing an evolution in the marketplace that this article called out something that was, been underway for 2 or 3 years, this sort of migration into self-sovereign governance of standards development and climate science development on the ground.
Thanks, guys. I mean, it's interesting going to COP every year, and it, to some degree, feel like you're on a hamster wheel. It's the same accounting, big 5 companies reporting the same things, missing the same marks. And it's interesting when you start to talk about scope 2 and scope 3, because it's just a massive, massive challenge. And that if you're asking chief sustainability officers what it's keeping them up at night, it's scope 2 and scope 3. And when you look at MRV and you look at blockchain and you look at like the open transparency, I mean, I love the analogy that it's like accounting software 5.0, and that it can help keep these big companies honest, where they currently aren't being held to that sort of standard. So I'm curious, like, where do you feel like the innovation is? with this technology, or some specific examples that can move the CSO of a Fortune 500 company to realize why they want to make sure their carbon and biodiversity credits are backed in blockchain. Where, if you guys could just bring up any sort of, feel free to jump in, but like where the innovation is right now.
With the risk of offending the CFOs in the room, because I love y'all, I think it's really interesting that we're moving from the CSO to the CFO in terms of like carbon accounting and how I'm tracking the scope 3 emissions. And I think this data transparency platforms, ways to actually track through your entire supply chain, the carbon credits and how they apply, so that you're doing insetting as well as offsetting. I think there's some really cool technology that's starting to come on board. And I think a lot of the technology we're currently using with blockchain and the voluntary markets is really applicable to insetting and tracking your scope 3 emissions.
Thanks, Peter.
I think there's been a dearth of confidence this year after all that reporting that came out. And one of the benefits to CFOs and people who manage risk within large corporates will be, where is my credit originating from, and what is the tracked flows of the project developers' baseline numbers all the way to my desk and making a decision on whether or not I want to buy those credits. I think we've not seen the promise of blockchain turn into actual benefits to that supply yet, but I think it's an opportunity that could exist. It could be used. I think much of the work that Regen is doing is actually in this vein. What my question would be is where are the demand drivers? Because it seems as though we have a chicken and egg problem, right? We have a market that needs confidence, but in order to instill confidence, you need interest. And so how do you jumpstart that cycle after such criticisms have been levied in this space? And hopefully that's what we're trying to provide at Renoster, is provide some project level transparency on what you can buy, what quality it would be, and how much carbon you'd actually get. So those are questions that I'm curious to hear more.
Yeah, I think to add to this, these are really great points. From my perspective, from a financial perspective, the quality of the credit really comes down to what's the data provenance and the standard underneath of it. And in the origination software we're building, it's not just about what's the quality of the climate science standard and who governs it. And I do think the ability to govern standards on chain is itself a very valuable trend for innovation of science itself. But when you open up that asset, wherever it goes, you should be able to see the entire data trail. And that's data attestation from who uploaded soil samples, who is my monitor. That monitor is a verified identity, similar to the panel we heard earlier. What does the true data provenance of that credit look like? And how do we get out of this world of giant PDFs where you have to search through things with Control F to try to find the data? It's truly a terrible experience. And how do you get into structured data in a way where any credit that comes onto a blockchain has the right appropriate structured data? You can view that same structured data across any blockchain. You can put all the structured data into data oracles. You can analyze it at a much deeper level. You can have a much deeper conversation and actually qualify that it is indeed a better asset. And from my perspective, the digitalization of that data set, the ability to, wherever that credit goes, open it up like a little egg at Easter and say, here's all the pieces of the puzzle, and here's everyone who participated in that supply chain origination process, and here's that place on Earth, and have full transparency of that data is really critical. And when we have partnered with large corporates, our first sale of credits produced from our system is actually to Microsoft for their moonshot goal. One of the values we've also found on the other side, which has to do with the demand side, which I do actually think is the problem right now, is the demand side. Is when you have these public profiles of these corporations where anyone can go, anyone can see what was retired in their name, anyone can find that credit, anyone can open that credit and look at its data, and it's not just hidden in a, a PR report or some sort of financial report that you have to dig through for reporting. It's right there on the platform. And if you know the link and they've claimed their user profile, you can literally go open up Microsoft's history of what they've done for the moonshot goal at the data level. So really broadening the data transparency across both sides of the supply chain, I think, is really critical at this point to restore market confidence. But at the end of the day, if your credit is based off a standard that's old or ineffectual, or the baseline requirements are wishy-washy, it's not going to be a great credit. So we really come back to what's climate science mean to us, and how do we develop effective standards from a climate science perspective? And then how do you really dig into what the governance of those standards looks like, and how communities of practice on the ground are really benefiting from that governance structure?
Let's double click on data and transparency sort of writ large. Now, how far are we now completely taking in that this is available today, but how far are we from having widespread acceptance with respect to sort of how Web 2 integrates with carbon credits? Like, how much further do we need to go? And how do we get there?
I think it depends on what we're specifically referring to. There's certainly plenty of, credits on the blockchain. Really, other than Regen Network, they all come from the existing standards. So it's really just a tokenization step onto the blockchain, which does help from a tracking markets perspective. It doesn't necessarily anchor the data as effectively, and I think that we're moving into that sphere. So it really depends on how we're unpacking the conversation as to where we're at and what has value. And if we're not upgrading existing legacy standards with on-chain data attestation from an origination standpoint, we aren't strengthening, those standards and those requirements. And if we aren't making that the new industry requirement, that you've really got to have this public data thread, it doesn't really push the paradigm, and you end up with a handful of organizations like Regen Network, where we're designing that public data set paradigm and public governance paradigm from the start. So I think we are really evolving into having to ask ourselves, how do we bring in, the Watersheds and the Microsofts and the Ripples and the, some of the buy-side development partners to co-design what these new data standards need to be, co-design what that public transparency requirement is, and also co-design what climate science and data and reporting need to be, so that all the projects across the industry, no matter what registry they're coming from, are really pushing that paradigm so that it's a lot more confidence in the claim and the system, because we're dealing with a challenge of the system being something that people trust at the moment.
Yeah, I'd add to that, I think, plug for GBBC. GBBC is doing a great job with the IWA token taxonomy framework and the voluntary ecological markets. It's a lot of stuff to say all at once. Data framework that's out there. So if you haven't seen that, that's worth checking out. It provides like a wrapper around the carbon credits, then you can easily explain them, and then it's an interoperable way to communicate about credits, which helps deal with this 200-page PDF problem that we're all trying to address today. Another really interesting data framework project that I think we're allowed to talk about it now, but it's more officially launching next week, is the ecological benefits framework. BXC is very involved in that and helping with that project, but it's taking a look at, what's the framework we need to express information on biodiversity and equity and air and water and soil and carbon. And I think it's helping, again, put this kind of overall interoperable way of communicating about things, and then backing it by saying, and we like these methodologies, like what Regen's developing, and Regen's very involved in that EVF project as well. So I think there's some really promising interoperable things that are going to be super useful moving forward in making this more consumable than the 200-page PDFs we have today.
Sai, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be the Debbie Downer a little bit in this conversation, because I think we're far away from having tokenization be a recognized mainstream method of receiving and dealing with carbon credits. And I think there's been, you have to acknowledge the massive blunders that have been made in the space where, companies have decided to take a wide swath of the market and tokenize that without regarding quality as an important characteristic of those credits, right? Without understanding quality, what you've essentially done is taken a lot of really bad credits, maybe some good credits, and then wash them all together as good, as just uniquely the same, or the same. And I think, investigating some of the incentives for people in the space, the registries that we mentioned earlier, for Gold Standard and others, what do they stand to gain from tokenization? I don't know that they stand to gain much, other than the loss of their loss of control over the manual processes that they have today. I know that others in the room might feel differently about Vera, but from our perspective, they've done a lot to push us back in terms of climate transparency, and the 600-page PDFs and longer that we constantly have to read for every project evaluation are not going anywhere if Vera gets its way. So that's kind of my contrarian perspective on the utility of this. I think it can be used effectively, but it hasn't been so far.
Well, I agree 100% actually, in the pooling, the tokenization pooling that's happening. I think that's very risky, right? So one of the things that at Ripple and also at Centigrade we're looking at is we believe there's a place where you're pooling projects together, but to your point, that makes it very risky, because now there's a tendency for people to say, okay, well, I'm going to get some, to put it in bond perspective, like, I've got my A+, AA bonds, and then I've got my, B or C bonds that are just there to fill up the token pool. And I believe that's super risky, right? So we actually believe in tokenizing down to the carbon credit, where it's the project and the vintage and the specific methodologies that are being used. Because you want to be able to click on that token. I think Regen's the same way, right? You want to be able to click on that project and say, okay, what's the specific MRV data that supports this? And if you start pulling them all together, then it's like, well, I don't know what, I just bought some carbon credits, but they could be, a monocrop rubber plantation, or it could be a really good biodiverse agroforestry project, and you just don't know. So I agree 100%. I think tokenize at the very specific level, but don't do a lot of pooling. That's too risky.
I have a slightly different perspective on it, actually, which seems ironic because Regen does issue credits semi-fungibly. So it's the project vintage credit batch, actually, is the combination of the issuance. I think there are use cases where pooling tokens on a portfolio basis makes a lot of sense. And a clear example is Moss. They have a number of different projects using the same standard in Brazil on Regen Network. And there will be, 500,000 of these tons this year, and potentially even a couple of weeks they're issued. And they could be the same single token if they want them to on a fungibility basis, and really reflect the same year, the same standard. They're just slightly different properties. So from an aggregated projects perspective, if you have large enough volume, I think it is a valuable tool from a portfolio management perspective. I think it's a question of whether carbon credit should be used as a DeFi tool. That's maybe where I think you head into the gray area of, does that actually have value for climate impact? But we do a lot of, derivatives investments, as a financial industry where these types of mechanisms already happen. So I think having the functionality is very important, but at the end of the day, we're trying to ask ourselves, are we making real impact on the ground? Are we financializing new project development? Are we drawing down more carbon? Can you see the data of the project? You can't just tokenize credits and throw them into a pile and say that some of them were great and some of them weren't great, and have any level of transparency around them, any level of data control. So there are different use cases for different things. And this is where I think that the flexibility of blockchain from a design perspective and an asset management perspective is a sort of a paradigm of asset management and design that we haven't really pushed into in the same way that we could. And knowing that gold standard is tokenizing, the wave is shifting onto blockchain, and Regen is blockchain native. So I get excited for when more people are actually coming and using the tools, because I do think that the market has to be more transparent, and blockchain to me is really the only way we get a public goods infrastructure, a public data set, public verification of these assets in a way where you can really run machine learning on it and do, the effective data analysis that you do on projects, do it really fast, get the rating systems in there, really be able to compare the assets really efficiently. We need more efficiency in this market in order for it to work for the demand side partners more effectively.
I was going to say gold standard is definitely leading the way, so I'll give you that. And I totally agree with your points about it, and echoing one of the original speakers this morning. The technology is not good or bad; it's how you use it that matters. And I think there are examples of using tokenization and redemption cycles effectively. If I'm going to get 0.29 tons of carbon per credit, which is something that we produce. And therefore, you might want to buy 3 times as many credits from that project in order to get your full ton of carbon. I think that's a perfectly suitable use case for tokenization. Makes a ton of sense. So,
I think sometimes we can very easily get into the sort of deep tech side of what we're doing here. And one of the most powerful experiences that I've had in the last couple of years of being in this space is actually via Regen Network and a project that they have, Inti's project in Ecuador. So maybe I wanted to just open that. Maybe that could just be a good way to tell the story of how a real world community has been affected by working with Web3. I mean, Inti, I met him actually in Greenland 1.5 years ago, and he is deep in the Ecuadorian, one of the most biodiverse places on earth that was being infringed on by mining and mining forces. And we just heard that his entire area was protected. So can you maybe tell that short story and how, real world tech intersects directly with people on the ground in really important places on earth?
Yeah, so I can't actually speak to this particular project, but our organization, through our founder Gregory, has very strong relationships with the Amazon Headwater tribes, and was just down there with Planet Labs and other folks supporting people understanding how they could use our tools to design their own standards. But an example that I am very familiar with is a group called Colshan Carbon Trust in the state of Washington. They're a biochar carbon land trust, very, very small, literally one place where they're pulling, all the downed wood out of a forest. They're doing biochar pyrolysis and then issuing biochar credits and putting the biochar back in the forest. And what's been really great, working with groups like that is, some of these projects are very, very small. They're doing very hyper-local climate science. They're doing pilot projects, and you get a first investment from a buyer side partner, and then they're able to massively scale their implementation pilot network. And they're using the tools that we have from a climate science perspective to design their own methodology. So they're doing that climate science while they're doing those pilot projects. They're going through peer review. And they, as a local community, have the ability to govern that standard, to have the administration over that standard, to be able to issue the credits off those standard or assign issuance permissions to others. And so you get a programmatic series of actual registry function, as well as the governance of those standards. And on our system, we've just added a new layer of functionality we call the groups. So now you can establish advisory councils with multiple groups of climate scientists that govern a specific set of methodologies. You can take advisory councils from local communities that, are like the Parks Council, and the Parks Council can govern the project and how it's implemented. So you get into these layers of governance that align with municipal planning, with state planning, with climate action plans in cities. And it really allows you to take the way that we already think and function in communities and put that governance and communication layer on chain. So it's been fascinating watching all the different examples, there's over 40 methodologies in regen, and they're all over the world and all different use cases, from biochar to biodiversity to soil organic carbon. Communities of practice are really developing things for themselves on the ground and taking ownership at this point.
Peter and Sai, if any real world stories you'd like to share to help bring it to life for the audience.
So many stories. I think double clicking down on like methodologies and like, but part of the problem we have today is just things are happening so fast, both in the nature-based space and in the technology space, that having digital methodologies that make it easier to author, that it make it easier to have engagement with indigenous population, or make it easier to engage with the DSci community or the science, distributed science community, is super important. And I think, Regen's doing some great stuff in that front and being able to promote the new methodology development. On Ripple's side, we've worked a lot with projects that maybe don't quite have approval, or we believe they're going to have approval soon from one of the big registries, but we're willing to support them in their self-certification and their proposal of new methodologies. And I think that's super important. So going from nature-based for a minute to more technology-based, we're working with a company called Carbon Cure, and they're doing storage of CO2 and cement. And that took them a long time to go through the process of saying, okay, here's how we're tracking our supply chain. Here's how we're balancing out how much carbon we're offsetting or emitting versus what we're offsetting. Here's the waste calculations and everything. And we were willing to support them and work with them while they were still getting the methodology developed. Another example is New Light, where they're actually capturing methane from abandoned coal mines and other energy projects, where they're taking that methane, they're capturing it. As you know, methane is a really bad greenhouse gas, and then they're actually creating a plastic substitute. So you're holding this plastic fork or this plastic straw. It's not really plastic, it's actually carbon negative. And even when it decomposes in a nice, safe way, it's emitting far less carbon than what was captured by capturing that methane. Again, they didn't have an approved methodology at first. So being able to get access to financing or to sell forwards or to get advanced market commitments by saying we support this, and here's the data that they have on chain for you to publicly review, I think is really opening up the world. And I think blockchain can do a lot of that by just having that all there publicly available for anybody to see.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, I can talk about our perspectives from specifically we're in the nature-based space, so we're looking at forestry, mangroves, and peat bogs, and we've seen incredibly effective projects that diminish in scale and size. I think going back to the original points about these mega projects that take place that generate 30, 40, 50 million credits, when we've seen projects that are on the farm level, intimately on the community level, where we have increased stakeholdership, there is a person at the other end of it. I think those have been the best projects that we've seen, that, for example, the TIS program in India and in Kenya, those programs are paying smallholder farmers in the countryside regions of India and Kenya to protect and grow their trees. And the question that I'd like to kind of raise back to you is, much of that hasn't happened directly through blockchain. I think it could, but the question is, and I think it was touched on in a previous conversation about digital identity, many of these farmers, they can leverage things like, direct mobile money payments, but how do they deal with, smart devices, bank accounts, the internet in places that don't have such infrastructure? I think we can see blockchain roll out in regions that are more developed, but I think typically the leading bleeding edge of climate change action and where these effective small projects can take place doesn't align well with an existing infrastructure. So I'm curious about the panelists' thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that these are tools that the industry at large needs to develop in a way that are more globally accessible. You have a lot of mobile like financial applications that do reach people in the global south that are blockchain based. There's a number of them on Celo and other stablecoin applications. I think that you see the start of this. And at Regen, we have a functionality called data module where you can upload data. So we have partners because we're USDA funded historically with folks like FarmOS and RSI, where you have a mobile app in the field. You can be offline. You can put your data in the app, and when it connects back to the internet, it will upload it to our blockchain to your project. So there are already tools that people are using that help the experience of the project developers on the ground if they are really small. But data accessibility, internet accessibility, identity accessibility, I think are equations that go, I think, maybe beyond the work that we three do. And that's where I think really partnering across other people that are developing these blockchain solutions and finding integrations for our application layers to have that functionality is really the next wave, is finding out all the missing functionality that makes the systems accessible to everyone, which is part of why our standards governance and issuance governance perspective on our credit issuance is designed that if you have these communities on the ground, that they are the ones that can be in charge of those decisions for themselves. And so when they can be in charge of uploading their science data, they can be in charge of their payment fee distribution in a meaningful way on their phones, then you can really get all the way around an accessibility story.
Yeah, I'd say at Centigrade in particular, we're really thinking about a lot of the other places in conjunction with Ripple also think about this, which is there's other things that need to be figured out, and the blockchain is starting to be a great solution for the developing world to do that. So you also have to prove that you've got the title for the land. You've also have to prove that you've distributed payments effectively to the indigenous community. You have to show that there's been involvement and participation. And there's so many interesting Web3 models that are coming out that are solving those problems. So I think it's not just getting the stuff on chain. And yes, there are accessibility problems with, how do you connect to the internet? Some places the only place you can do is with a Starlink, and how many people have a Starlink wandering around in the forest, right? But all of those things are providing this distributed infrastructure that really makes it much more effective in being able to prove ownership, be able to prove participation. So I think that's a lot of stuff we have to figure out beyond just putting the MRV data for the credit on, and those are all very important as well.
I mean, I think it's interesting. It's like it's like paradoxical that this technology can drive true trust and transparency, yet that perceived lack of trust and transparency with the crypto space writ large is kind of what's holding us back. It feels like when I'm asking these questions, it's like, where's the leverage, and how do we sort of change the zeitgeist, because this technology is so important and really should be synonymous with verification. And I think there's sort of some big macro, which is called Bitcoin energy challenges, that sort of come into the policy landscape and causes so much confusion. I'm just curious, how do you guys think we can solve some of this confusion with the masses and really have blockchain be synonymous with its core function and measurement, trust and verification?
So I think we have to stop using the word crypto because it's tacky and speculative. It's just my personal opinion. Blockchain is a software technology. It is a public governance, public goods infrastructure at its core. If your blockchain is public. So ultimately, we're talking about software that's decentralized and publicly accessible. And that is a paradigm shift. And so I think where I focus my energy is really the public goods use cases, the DAOification tools, the community governance tools, the data provenance layer, the public accessibility of trade information. These are really valuable use cases for blockchain. And I actually think that blockchain is really well suited for climate science data, for DeSci, for public data sets that you want to do research on. And at the end of the day, if we continue to have, at least for the climate impact sphere, partially private data, partially public data, it will be nearly impossible to reconcile against national determined contributions and corporate commitments and actual projects on the ground and who takes claim for things in the Paris Accord. If it's not a public data set, how are we going to have accounting that what we're saying is real, is true, and then really track our collective global progress to drawing down carbon and balancing our atmosphere? So I think we need to focus on blockchain as a software tool with real world use cases, and get culturally away from blockchain as a speculative mechanism.
Thank you for that. You guys got anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think that I think the best thing the blockchain can do is fade into the background and let the outcomes that it drives take the front and center stage. I think that many of the topics that we've covered today, the fact that it can lead to effective stakeholdership, it can lead to payments, it can lead to climate science being more transparent, are all extremely valid. And then that should be the story, not we're using blockchain for this, or we're using the technology. It's a means to an end, not an end unto itself. So.
Yeah, totally agree. We're just in that awkward part of the beginning of a technology where we talk about the technology as much as we talk about the problems we're solving. I mean, nobody's sitting at conferences today talking about how cool TCP/IP is or HTTPS is, right? You know, you're talking about the cool applications you built on top of those, that Web 2 solution. And it's the same for blockchain. I mean, my kid is just going to think about the fact, oh, there's data hanging out there in a distributed way that we access, and here's all the cool apps that we have on top of that. And yeah, it's not, Centigrade is all about just trying to figure out how we abstract that all away so that it's all there, and people have ownership of what they create without making it, you know, connecting 6 wallets and keeping a seed phrase and all those other things that are hopefully going to go away very soon.
You're making me think of myself at like age 12 compared to blockchain. Just super awkward and trying to figure out how to get through. It's interesting because you think about ESG reporting, which has become like this woke thing that's problematic, you know, to a lot of folks on the right. But then there's also, I think, problems with folks on the left when you think about, all right, how do you verify ESG claims? And this technology has like a real world opportunity to really like be to validate all these claims that, you know, I think everybody hopes are, there's a lot of hopes and dreams that go into these ESG reportings that they're accurate, but there is definitely a delta. So, you know, I mean, I love the way, certainly, you know, just decoupling blockchain from crypto, and even like going a layer further, and not, like you said, not getting to the point where we're not even talking about blockchain, where it's just synonymous is super key. We have about 10 minutes left, so I'm curious what else is on your mind. You know, the three of you, what's keeping you guys up at night, and what's making you feel really, really good about where you are and what you're doing? Maybe if you could start with the pain and then go to where you're feeling grateful to be working in the space.
Yeah, I think from the perspective of our project developer community that are doing the real world work on the ground and going through the long process of climate science and peer review, ultimately their needs rest on, you know, partners like a Ripple that are willing to take a look at new climate science and willing to make investments into real world projects. So, you know, it's largely a demand challenge. From a technical perspective, because I'm actually rather technical, I spend a lot of time thinking about, you know, we have a lot of siloed infrastructure layer of blockchain and applications that, you know, are on different chains doing climate science work, working in a specific niche, and that there's a middleware challenge to making all of our work together. And I do think when you can start to weave together, regen credits and the Guardian on Hedera and, the work on Ripple, and you can get all of these application layers to work together. And when you can get past the siloed wallets of Kepler and MetaMask and all the rest of the walleting challenges, you can create a unified user experience across the entire blockchain where no matter what part of the origination to the buy side that you're participating on, the interoperability of the application layer is limited by the interoperability of infrastructure layer. And there's a lot of middleware design that needs to be designed and implemented over the next 2 years to really create an industry-wide movement. Because I do largely think, as a person with a finance background, that we're going to be exiting sort of a corporate sustainability paradigm where you're purchasing for retiring for your carbon neutrality claim. I do think we're going to be moving into more of a, these are assets on the balance sheet, and more of a carbon-backed economy, and more of a shift in our perspective of what, at least with nature-based solutions, what's really the value of this work in the real world. So I actually think that the user experience in 2-3 years is going to feel radically differently, and almost not have the user know like what branded product it's on or what blockchain that's anchored on. I think it's going to be a much more outcome-based use case where all of our work has to work together.
I mostly worry about money. And I think you're getting to it, right? I mean, we need to do this radical, we all know we have to do this radical capital shift from this, money-based economy to a carbon-based economy. We should be doing, carbon stress tests on our major institutions. And we've got to start driving more investment into pretty much any type of project out there that's going to help, whether it's offsetting, insetting, reducing scope 3, all of that has to happen, and all that requires money. And so anything that we can do to document projects, in their early infancy of saying, okay, this is what I'm already doing, so I can reduce the risk and knowing that I can invest in this project and I'll get credits, paid back to me, or green bonds that are paid off and carbon credits as opposed to in dollars. There's so many smaller countries out there that have huge environmental assets and huge carbon assets that are just not even on their balance sheet. It's criminal. It's a total flipping, and that's the kind of stuff that I worry about, is like, how do we get that money to happen? Let's get beyond, I love advanced market commitments, but I'd like people to actually write checks as opposed to just saying, I will buy your stuff in the future. And I think that's the thing that really keeps me up at night, building all of the tools on chain that help make that a reality by saying, look, this is a good investment, or look, this project is real, it's legit, and they're collecting the data. That's what I want to do.
Thanks, Peter. Saif?
Yeah, I think the things that keep me up at night are the concerns of our customers that are corporates, that are traders, that are folks working within the VCM and trying to understand what alphabet soup disclosure schedule they'll have to adhere to next week. And I think that's a case of an industry that's still trying to find its footing after a lot of criticism. But what's exciting to me is the amount of dry powder that is sitting on the sidelines that is waiting to be deployed into the high quality projects that we know can and do exist. And so finding and sorting through those and creating new ones is, especially in those developing nations, as Peter mentioned, that's I think the amazing challenge of the next 8 years or so as we ramp up to net zero commitments coming online and getting there. Whether that takes the guise of carbon neutrality, which probably won't be the case, or nature positive, or whatever the label is, I think the reality is we need to protect nature, we need to conserve nature, and we need to restore and regenerate nature. And the powder that's sitting there can do that if leveraged in the right way.
Amen to that. One of the, I don't know what's going on with the microphones, but talking more about interoperability in that 3-year, hope and dream that you like, what's it going to take, and how are we going to be able to harness all these different companies to come together and be interoperable for the greater good?
Yeah, so the product studio I'm launching is meant to solve this problem. So I think part of it is your wallet experience. You need to be able to unify all the blockchain wallets and then frankly abstract them away with a normal user experience. Part of it, I think, is integrating blockchain through Web2 APIs to platforms like a Patch or Cloverly that are just not blockchain, and that's fine. But part of it, I think, is really that you have this issue of individual projects being semi-fungible, and most technical bridges from, Regen Network to Polygon to Celo to Ethereum to Ripple to Solana, that the bridges are for fungible tokens, not semi-fungible. So if you want to actually issue a project on Regen Network and then transfer it to Ethereum, there needs to be a registry sitting there that can accept that level of data and credit. I also think that there are application pieces missing around, automated offsetting wallets, like integrating a multi-data sphere from a user experience. And I think the user experience in a couple of years masks all of that entirely, where you just sort of come into one little area that says, I want to do X, and it executes across many different paradigms and applications. So it's sort of unified application layer with near to no user experience because you're just executing the final transaction at the application layer functionality. But that's a very technical answer because I'm a bit more technical in my product integration design than the average person is. So I apologize.
Any closing thoughts on interoperability, Peter and Saif?
I mean, we got to have it, right? And we've been in the carbon markets, and in particular, we've got a lot of semi-fungible assets. So you've got to be able to figure out a way to deal with, this specific project with this specific MRV that was, credits generated in this year, how you can compare them and do price discovery with another project in the same region or a completely different region, or technology based versus a non-technology based. And then how do you collect all that data, but also how do you collect those assets? I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars worth of assets. So, for people whose eyes are glazing over when we're talking about wallets and, on-chain accounts, I mean, you got to have a safe way to store what is, like, Ripple has like $30 million worth of assets right now. And we got to be able to store those in a safe and secure way with, custodial functionality and everything else. So it's all super important that we have this be interoperable, or we're not going to be able to trade it to the next person that wants to use it.
Final words, Saif. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the rest of the panelists. Interoperability is essential, but what's stopping us from understanding price action is cutting down on the fragmentation that's taking place in the market and putting everything on a 100-year or 50-year, or however, pick a standard, essentially, how much carbon is there on this time scale, and then comparing solutions based on that. I think that's something that we're going to continue to see scale, and that'll help people wade through whether they want to use an engineered removal or a nature-based removal, and I think that that's only a good thing.
Well, we are at the end of our panel today, and I want to thank the three of you so much for sharing your insight. And just on a final note, I mean, we've been in some conversations with some of the biggest payment companies in the world, and I think it's interesting the opportunity for enabling the Web2 infrastructure leaders to really dial in to how we could come together around the carbon markets and biodiversity credits, and how their operability goals can really be harnessed and driven through this specific, through Web3 technology, through MRV, and through blockchain. So with that said, thank you all so much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone. You've got a 5-minute break, and then we will come back to show you guys a presentation. So enjoy your 5 minutes.
purse or wallet.
Thank you. We're going to be starting now.
Yes.
Okay. You will? For the documentary. I'll be right here. You guys started over.
Right after Emma's done, and then the airline stage.
Hey, everybody. We're going to get started once again. If you want to take your seats, that'd be great. Hello, everyone. We're going to be starting. If you want to take your seats, that would be great. I can get louder. Okay. All right, everyone. So as many of you guys know, proof of identity is required for achieving a wide range of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Without identification, people effectively are invisible to the world. They are at risk of falling through the cracks in society and into poverty, exploitation, and suffering. The World Identity Network launched the Shadows in the Dark documentary series to shed light on the challenges that individuals face when they don't have a recognized form of identity. Shadows in the Dark goes beyond the cold statistics, telling real-life stories of struggle while exploring the thrilling potential for meaningful change and how we can make it happen. Please enjoy a quick preview of the documentary, Shadows in the Dark.
Gone. No driver's license, credit cards, passport, no birth certificate. All wiped out in a disaster. The lifelines we depend on can disappear.
Help us to be safe.
You can lose access to your money. Without identification, you can't get food or housing or work. You could find yourself among the 1 billion people in the world unable to prove who they are. Invisible, unrecognized, and unwanted. They can disappear into the shadows, falling through the cracks of society, into poverty, exploitation, and oblivion. There is hope, though. And one woman, once invisible herself, is now on a quest to shed light on those who are still in the dark. Those who need proof of ID to be seen, to survive, and to be accepted.
So there is an eviction this morning, 3:30 in the middle of the night, and we're here in the middle of Paris.
Thousands of migrants in a makeshift camp in Paris are evicted by police and bulldozers. Most of them are undocumented migrants with no ability to claim asylum, unrecognized refugees, and unprotected stateless people. Lack of identity papers is often an excuse by authorities to deny them access to even basic services, putting them at even greater risk. Mariana Dahan was born without a birth certificate in the Soviet Union. When her abusive father tried to marry her off, young Mariana's choice was to give in or flee into the shadows without an identity, facing the risk of falling prey to human traffickers. But when her mother secured a belated birth certificate, Mariana got her ID papers and was given a chance at a better life. Now, she works to expose the challenges people face without a recognized form of identity. It happens nearly everywhere, even in the United States. The Mexico-United States border has been called the largest known structure of inequality in the contemporary world.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to cut that a little bit short so we don't run any more AV issues. But I just want to introduce myself very quickly. My name is Summer Singh. I'm the Director of Communications and Policy at GBBC, and I'm very excited to invite Dr. Mariana Dahan to the stage from the World Identity Network. Welcome, Mariana. Can we get Mariana a microphone, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Sorry for technical issues. That's even more of a reason for you to go online and watch it.
So if you enjoyed the little snippet that we saw today, I encourage you to go to shadowsinthedark.movie and you could see this compelling documentary for yourself. I thoroughly enjoyed watching the preview that I saw as well. So I want to kick off, Mariana, with asking you first, what compelled you to get involved with Shadows in the Dark, you and World Identity Network, obviously, to launch this initiative and to launch this documentary?
Well, there is no doubt that stories have a big power over us. It's an influence that they exert over us in the world. It's much better to see an image, to hear a story than to read a document, a report. Actually, after working 10 years at the World Bank and in all these large organizations, I realized that nobody or very few people actually read those PDF reports we were putting out with all the statistical data, with all this evidence out there. The 1 billion people living today without the proof of their existence were still invisible because actually we didn't see their faces, we didn't hear their stories. So today we decided that a documentary movie would probably be the best channel to convey a message to the world and to share with the world those stories. Every day we hear that books and films and historical accounts are being made with a very one-sided perspective, pushing people who are already marginalized into the shadows, right? We don't hear from them. We hear from people who are more often than not in very confined circles at the UN, at the World Bank, in Davos, but we don't hear directly from them. We don't see their faces, we don't hear their voices. So the objective of this documentary was exactly that, was to bring them into the light and to have them speak. So we traveled around the world, we went to the refugee camps, even here in the United States, we went to see people who are undocumented in the US and live in the shadows on the margins of the society. And the objective was, just like I said, to continue the work that we started at the World Identity Network and previously that I have done at the World Bank with the Identification for Development ID for the Agenda, to raise awareness about the problems, the challenges that exist for people without a proof of identity, and even for those who have an identity, without a meaningful way of using it for more inclusivity, for a better participation in the modern society today.
And I do want to clarify, since we are on the topic of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, this documentary addresses majority, if not all, of the SDGs, correct, especially on a global scale?
Well, yes. When I was still at the World Bank, we did a study that showed that almost every SDG goal needed some sort of proof of identity, some sort of identification to be able to be achieved. If we are talking about goal of, I don't know, better work. Well, how can you work without an identity, a work permit here in the United States? Voting, is the same thing. How can you participate in a democracy and build stronger, more just societies? How can you access social benefits if you don't have a proof of identity, and so on? So there is indeed a special goal that has been created, in fact, with participation from the World Bank when I was back there, and the United Nations, the goal 16.9, but also throughout the entire Sustainable Development Goals agenda, we see identification as a red thread.
So while we're on the topic of proof of identity, and we are at GBBC's Blockchain Central UNGA, I have to ask, even though we talked about it and touched on it a little bit earlier, how can technology help support those communities who are affected by a lack of identity? How can technology play a role there?
Well, first of all, I want to express my gratitude to GBBC. I've been with this organization since the early days as a very enthusiastic supporter and ambassador, and I've always believed in the power of technology for good. And since the emergence of this decentralized technology, the blockchain technology specifically, I've been curious to see how can we leverage this opportunity to provide better identification systems to people. What I realized, and that came basically a decade after launching the ID4D program at the World Bank, is that we can learn a lot from the implementation of some of these technological breakthroughs on the ground, specifically in the least developed countries or countries that threw away all the legacy systems and implemented radical innovations, and went all the way with, digital identification, for instance. I think this is such a new technology that we need to be careful on how we're using it. Technology, as you know, is neutral in its value, but it can be used as a double-edged sword. It all depends on the intentions that people put behind it, right? And unfortunately, and we show that in the documentary, there have been governments where rule of law is very weak, where democracy is not there yet, who have been using technology and blockchain for evil, not for good. Identification today is great if you want to uniquely identify a person who was before that invisible, unrecognized, but it also enables a nefarious government to track this person, to surveil its citizens. And that happened in countries where maybe we saw it coming, but we never believed this worst nightmare will actually come true. Like, for example, in Afghanistan, with Taliban seizing power and basically tracking everyone. This has been enabled by technology and by a digital identification system that has been put in place. Similarly, we show that in the movie. Today in Ukraine, a lot of these things are made possible by technology. So what for us, the international community, the global community is a top priority, is to ensure that when we launch an innovation out there, radical technology, we are aware of this and we put in place as many firewalls, if I can use that, or at least we raise awareness about the pitfalls and what can go wrong. We should not just embrace technology because it's the newest and the flashiest, but also we should not shy away from something that can really be used for improving people's lives.
And I think you raise a very valuable point there, where we have, as an international community, embraced technology in a lot of ways, but responsible use of that innovation is just as important. So I guess my next question for you is, when we talk about empowering these communities that are most adversely affected by either one of the crises that are happening right now, quite honestly, on a global scale, how can we empower individuals and organizations to get involved in providing proof of identity, or maybe utilizing that technology for lasting impact, not something that only goes halfway or doesn't meet the mark?
Yeah, that's a great question. Look, there are many pilots out there, and certainly people here, this audience, but also people who are watching this live stream, have heard about many pilots or projects that will save the world, and specifically, in the space of digital identity, will solve humanity's greatest challenges, which kind of stem from lack of identity, like human trafficking, child trafficking, or migrants disappearing into the shadows, and so on, disappearing into modern slavery, abuse, and exploitation. But how many of these pilots have actually yielded impact on a greater scale than just a small, let's say, refugee camp or a small town, and even a small country? What we need to think as a global community is about a long-lasting impact of this technology and of all these projects. And we need to work together. That's the key. What I saw throughout these years is that there is a little bit of a top-down approach where we have these big international organizations who have this incredible convening power and probably the most brilliant minds, working there. But I noticed there is a disconnect between them and people working on the ground or actually being impacted by those systems that are being deployed. There is a very thin communication and connection with human rights organizations, with civil society, who are reporting every day the pitfalls of these large-scale implementations. And there are protests. Let's take India, for instance, right, with the largest ID scheme being developed by the government of India. And it's a great success if we look at the numbers. But if we look at the cases of people being thrown out entirely of their system, people dying because they couldn't access, the food vouchers or, social benefits they were entitled to. I mean, what do we do with these cases? I mean, yes, it's statistically insignificant if we talk statistics per se, but it's still millions of people because we are talking over a scale of, over 1 billion people. So I think there are better ways of dealing with this. And first, it starts with acknowledging that there are issues on the ground and there are lessons to be learned. Second, it comes down to respecting those organizations, even if they are smaller in scale and smaller in importance, working together with them, because we can learn from them as much as, we can learn from an organization that is here, in New York, United Nations, who doesn't know about United Nations, but maybe, just maybe, a small think tank or a small civil society, civil activist group can inform this global community on something critical to the evolution of this entire ecosystem. So that is my biggest takeaway. I would say from this work that I've been doing, I've learned a lot throughout this journey. And what I see as a way forward, and we do say a lot, collaboration, giving everyone a seat at the table, and yeah, but in very concrete terms, what does that mean? For example, how many people are aware that this problem exists, and how many people are aware of the solutions that are being deployed on the ground, how they're being deployed, and the efficiency of those programs? What can we do better? I think these conversations don't necessarily happen, or they don't happen at the scale that we should have them happen. I do believe that efforts like this documentary movie is actually a mass communication effort. It's a very simple language. We use stories. Actually, people themselves tell the stories.
It's the power of storytelling.
Exactly. It touches people's hearts. It's not a very sophisticated language. We don't need that, because what we want is humans talking to humans in a language that everyone can understand. And then from that emerges empathy and willingness to help and willingness to do something about this. Yeah, so that is what I wish for us.
And I know Shadows in the Dark was no, small feat. It took many partnerships and a community to push this through, right? Could you talk a little bit more about that and, the effort that went into highlighting these stories, not only in the US, like you mentioned, but all over the world?
Yes, well, throughout this journey, we've been blessed with a lot of support, and it came from, like I mentioned, big organizations, but also private investors, individuals, some of them sitting here in the room, who supported this effort because they believed in the cause. But also it was funny. We encountered support in places we did not expect. It's not about the UN in New York or World Bank in DC or Silicon Valley, but places you wouldn't think of, like Hollywood, right? And people stepping forward to support this. Obviously, the filmmaking industry is very prominent in the United States, but some of them are actually here in the room. The film crew that did this movie is here. You saw them this morning. Emmy Awards winners that are filming you all day long. You didn't even know that, they are behind the efforts of Shadows in the Dark. So I'm talking about Brad Kremer, the co-director of the movie, Jim Stone and Roxy Stone, and they are American citizens who care about this, and they've traveled with me, to countries I'm sure they'd never heard of before, or at least, their geography is good, but at least they never thought they would, put foot into that country and refugee camps, etc. So yeah, I'm very grateful for your support and your work, and I would like to invite.
If you could join us on stage for a minute,
Brad Kremer.
A few minutes. So Brad, since you've been able to join us on stage today, would you mind explaining how you met Dr. Mariana Dahan and how you got involved with this project?
Yeah, so Mariana and I met on the beautiful beaches of Necker Island, and she told me her story. And when I heard her story and what she went through growing up, her lack of identity and how she overcame it and became incredibly successful, I was intrigued. I wanted to learn more, and then I learned more about this problem all over the world, and it's something that I'd never thought about. So I was just so intrigued and so interested, and next thing I knew, I'm just like we need to make a film about this. We need to tell the world about this. And with Mariana's passion and her knowledge of it and her background in it, it was like right there in front of us. And so I was like, we have to do this. We can't pass this up. This needs to be told.
And as one of the few people in this room who are not involved with Tech for Impact or is not involved with digital identity, how did you feel getting involved in a project like this? Was it more social impact than you expected? Was it more technical than you expected? How was that experience?
Well, balancing the human element and the technical element is definitely a challenge. And the more and more I've worked with GBBC, the more I've worked with Mariana, the more I see that is an issue across the board.
Right.
But it definitely is in the film as well. It's like, how do we tell this story so it hits you from an emotional standpoint, so you can get it, you understand it, you feel it, But at the same time, it's like, what is the answer, And how can we use technology? How can we use blockchain to help fix this problem?
And I think you can do that by driving a little bit based off of human connection, right? That's what you spoke about earlier, Mariana, and the power that technology has to connect us. But sometimes in all this innovation, it tends to drive us apart a little bit. So it's writing that balance. I guess, did you want to say something? Sorry.
Yeah, I was very impressed by the interest and empathy that I received from you, of course, but then also your team, Jim and Rox, and then all the other people in the crew we met here in the United States. It's not just about them. People in the refugee camps, migrants, undocumented refugees, etc. I think this is a human story. It connects with everyone, especially now in the light of all this climate change, catastrophes, wars that pop up, God knows why. And what do? You can be affected just like anyone else. It's not written, somewhere that is just them and not you here in the United States. So I think you guys got that immediately and decided that you should be involved, even if it looks far away. you never know when this problem can become one of yours too.
Well, it definitely brought it home. I mean, being in the jungle, in the refugee camps in Kauai, I mean, that's as far away from my life as it could possibly be. You know, seeing these kids, you know, from Eritrea and other places, you know, on their own on the streets, and breaking bread with them. You know, it was, I mean, heartbreaking. You know, but at the same time, the more I learned about it, the more I learned that this could happen to anybody. You know, even though I didn't grow up thinking it was something that could affect me, it really can, you know. And so this is a worldwide problem. This is for everybody. This isn't just one segment of the world.
Yeah. Definitely. And I do want to note that Shadows in the Dark, obviously, everyone, another plug, Shadows in the Dark movie. Please do, when you get a minute today, check it out. And I do know that we have to wrap up, but one last question. Now that you have released this documentary, what's next? Do you have anything, any plans on the horizon that you'd like to share with us today?
Yes, we are very excited about the next effort in this. And actually, this is a call for collaboration. It's an open invitation to members of GBBC who, like I mentioned before, is like family to me. So many of you guys here, experts, have been featured in the documentary movie as, you know, experts, subject matter experts. And I would like to continue this collaboration as we're looking into the next frontier, which is securing universal identity for those who want to access better financial services and banking services, starting with people here in the United States. So like I've mentioned before, lack of identity or recognized, a trusted proof of ID affects not only the migrants and refugees. Sometimes it's here in the United States. You guys, you know, being American citizens might access some deposits or, you know, coin offerings or, you know, other financial products. But there are millions, if not tens of millions of people who would go to the same bank and be denied this, you know, and we are talking about those who reside here without, you know, an American passport or all these credentials that the banks today require. So how do we go beyond those barriers and open more opportunities for these people? So we launched an effort which revolves around the concept of universal identity rights. So it's opening rights for those who should be entitled to services just like you, but are not. And it starts here at home with financial services, US-backed digital dollars. It's a token, it's a coin offering that is tied to a digital identity and universal identity. We can talk more about this, and we definitely invite collaboration. And I'm happy to talk in the afternoon. We actually have members of the team here who would be happy to talk about it. So yeah, please don't hesitate to come and introduce yourselves.
So one last time, I'd like to thank Dr. Mariana Dahan and Brad joining me on stage today. Thank you for your time, and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is going to be interesting. I get to introduce myself. So we're going to be talking about merging the gap towards financial access. And I have a fantastic panel alongside me. We've got Jan, we've got Diane, who's going to be online, and we've got John. If you all want to join me on stage, that would be great. Thank you. Can I get a round of applause, please? I'm looking forward to seeing Diane. Did you see that? That was a quick save.
That was a good one. And I know we're waiting for Diane, so I know we're gonna try to get her up on the screen. Okay. Okay, Sandra says get started, and so we're gonna get started. How's everybody doing?
Just realized I'm sitting in your seat.
No, that's okay. This seat's fine. It's just two. How are you? Good? Well, we're gonna get started today, and we're talking about a important topic, financial access. And we're talking about the connection between financial access and financial literacy tools, and what it could mean for economic development across the world, really. So it's an exciting topic, and we have two exciting people to talk about it, and maybe a third potentially. So one thing I like asking folks just to start off is how they found themselves in the digital asset space, because I always think that's interesting of how someone kind of came to this space and what drives them. So why don't we start off with you, Emma, and as you do that, you've given us a little bit about your background, but why don't you tell us a little bit more?
Sure. In 2016, I was working in banking. I had done banking right out of university. It was all I knew, and I liked it. But I've been doing it for 15 years, and I was a little bit bored. And so I thought, maybe I'll do something in fintech. That sounds interesting. That sounds fun. And I went to a friend's birthday party, and she said, well, what about Bitcoin? I'm like, what? She's like, what about blockchain? I still have no idea what you're talking about. And she said, well, why don't you come to this conference that I'm having? And so I went. I was like, okay, let's see. I don't know what this thing is. And nobody I had talked to knew what it was. And I went to the conference, and there were people there from EY and KPMG and Deloitte. And most interestingly, because this was back in 2016, so there weren't that many conferences compared to today, they had the Department of Homeland Security there. And I thought, I think all these people know something that I don't know. And I just fell in love with the topics and what they were talking about. And I thought, I can't go back to banking. And I jumped in full time, head first, never being an entrepreneur, not knowing anything. And all my friends and family were absolutely horrified. They had an intervention for me at a wedding. They were like, we think you should go back to banking. And I was like, no, I think this is fun. And I was crazy in 2016. And then at the end of 2017, Bitcoin hit 20,000, and suddenly I was an evangelist. When I got in, Bitcoin was at $400. And I have been in love with this ever since. It's amazing. It makes me happy. And I discovered crypto mining in 2018 and the metaverse 2019. And I really believe I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. You know you're in for an interesting party when they walk in and they say, hey, what about Bitcoin? Let me tell you about that. You know that night's going to be pretty interesting. How about you, Jan?
Well, I moved to New York in 2019, and before that, I was 15 years in Asia, 8 in China, and then 7 in Singapore. And when I was living in Singapore, all of a sudden, all the crypto entrepreneurs, including the Ethereum founder, all of a sudden moved to Singapore because the regulatory regime there was considered to be, very attractive for them because they were really building out Singapore as the digital assets and the crypto hub at that stage with good support, and at that time also a good encouragement from the MAS. So that's where a lot of use cases started off in Singapore across the region, and that's also how I got into this space.
Oh, that's great to know. Well, let's dive into our topic on financial access. And one of the things I'd be interested in hearing from both of you is how you each define the term, because I think how we define it tends to color how we, practice it. And what do you think the big barriers are to financial access that exist right now? Emma, why don't we start with you again?
Okay, because this is actually why I got in. When I was at the conference in 2016, obviously my thing was at the time financial access and talking about like financial services. And I heard someone say beside me that they had moved $250,000 and paid someone, and they only paid $2.35 in fees. And I was like, what? because I had transferred $8,000 like a couple of weeks before, and I had paid $80. Now, admittedly, this is Canadian dollars, but still, definitely more than $2.35. I'm just saying. And I thought, oh my gosh. And I don't know if you guys know, but remittances, it's one of the number one ways that banks actually get funds from people. So people come, they work, and they send money back home to their family. It's actually $1 trillion industry. And I always thought that if they could find a way to make it more affordable, but banks don't really want to make things more affordable for people, they could really find a way to put money back in the middleman's hand, like take money out of the middleman and put it back in people's hands. And I thought this is going to be really interesting. And so that's one of the reasons why I really got into this, because I thought this can be a way for people to actually make more money, or at least retain some of the money that they actually make.
That's interesting. Jan, how about you? How would you talk about financial access, and what do you think those big barriers are that still exist?
Yeah, I think, and I think the definition has evolved somewhat, or needs to evolve somewhat over time. Early days, the definition was, can I get access to a bank account? And frankly, I think that's outdated by now, because, you can perfectly well operate, and even, affluent folks are operating these days, younger generations, without an actual licensed bank account. So I think the definition is more, and I agree completely with Emma, can I operate financial services across payments, lending, saving, and insuring, and can I do that at a way that is trusted and also affordable for my income, or for my level of wealth? And I think that's an important one. And I completely agree with Emma. We had there were a lot of, for example, when I was living in Singapore, there were a lot of remittances between Singapore and the Philippines, for example, the Singapore helpers in Singapore. And not only was it exorbitantly expensive, on a salary of $1,000, they would pay $80 of fees, but they also had to spend half their Sunday, which was their day off, to basically queue up and actually, make all the paperwork happen and queue up for the actual transaction. And that is just not, because half a day of their holiday was gone by just queuing up at the agency. And those things are just, mind-boggling these days.
Yeah, sure. And you both alluded to this in different ways, but what do you think the role blockchain can play in increasing financial access? You've given us an example on remittances, but give us a little bit more of your thoughts on where the technology can play a role.
Well, I like it that it gives you privacy, and that's really important to me. I really think that, I know we all have challenges these days, but I don't know about you. And I never thought I would be this person. I'm actually afraid to pick up the phone right now whenever it rings, because you never know who it's going to be. And after hearing all these things this morning, is it really my father that's on the other line? Is everything okay? And so what I really like about blockchain is that it provides a measure of privacy that we need, data security, which is great. But I'll get into other things that we do need, like such as regulations. We'll talk about that later.
We'll get there. Well, I'm sure. And Jan, for you, how does blockchain make a difference in financial access? You've told us about remittances, but give us a little more of your perspective on it.
Happy to, John. And my thinking has evolved a bit over the years, I have to say, because blockchain, I think, is a technology. And I think while we all see a lot of the potential from the technology in, radically improving and changing the financial system, I think now, where things are heading right now, I think blockchain is an amazing tool to help financial inclusion with multiple use cases across, specific, localized, challenges that are being faced for financial access. If you think about farmers in Africa, if you think about, remittances, as I think we can all think about how do we solve for the trillions of dollars that are needed to drive financial access. I think blockchain is a great technology to actually do that bottom up, grassroots, train people, educate people, and make them see that this technology is, private, protects data, is secure, etc. So I'm a strong believer in actual, education. And while we all need to strive towards more standards and more interoperability, I think it's great if they are at the level of the technology, so that people are not building up technical debts and legacy systems when they are building use cases, but give them the tools to actually build those use cases for very specific applications. If you think about, one of the conversations we had right before is, asset-backed lending for farmers in Africa. You can have pretty standardized technologies to actually build that, but it's really up to often the local communities and local regulators to actually, get that going.
And Jan, I'm glad you go ahead. Emma, you were about to say something?
Jan just reminded me of something that I thought was very innovative when I first heard about it. There was a coffee shop that was able to use blockchain technology to trace where the coffee beans came from. And then people were actually able to use a QR code and tip, but you could have the tip goes directly to the farmer.
Oh, wow.
So as we know, you pay an exorbitant amount for coffee, and very, very little of that actually goes back to the original coffee farmer. So this is a really great way for them to actually get the funds in because of blockchain technology and food traceability, which is what is one of the great things about blockchain. They were able to do that, and I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
So you've both mentioned technology, and I think it's a good reminder that that's all this is, right? A technology, and we can use it for good, or we can, people can use it for things that are not so good. But when we're talking about financial access, where does the technology go? How do you feel that you know what it could do for financial access to a certain respect, but what is the improvements you would like to see, or the enhancements or advancements in the technology to take the next step on financial access?
Okay, I'll start with that one. That was not an easy one. I think one of the challenges that we have actually is we understand it, but quite frankly, it's a little bit complicated. Let's be honest. It's a little complicated for the average person. And like I just mentioned about security, when you understand it, it's great. But when you don't understand it, the opportunity for it to go wrong is very, very paramount, and we need to be cognizant of that. And so I think if we can make it easy for the average person to actually use and understand, we would go a long way to more adoption, because I really think that, for example, we understand it, but it's a little bit difficult when you're trying to explain it to, your older aunt who loves what you're doing and wants to support you by putting in $200 into Bitcoin or into crypto or whatever, right? And then she thought, oh, I'd like to be able to send some money home, but then it's a hard time explaining that to somebody over the phone,
right?
How they can do that.
And Jan, do you run into, let's call it an understandability gap? I maybe just made up a word, but that's just fine. We're all friends here. Do you run into that when you're engaged with traditional market participants as well?
Yes, of course, all the time. And, I think that's really a critical dimension. Maybe first of all, I think on Emma's point, I totally agree. I think, education about technology and the potential of the technology is absolutely, critical. I think there's a lot also to be done in just providing the digital access. I mean, it's easy for us to say, but just getting the digital access and the digital tools is the first step. And then education is the next step. But yes, also with the traditional participants. And I think we should make a big distinction between, a traditional participant, for example, do I think that blockchain technology would be the first solution to move trillions of dollars for a large global institution around the world? No, I mean, that's not the idea here. But that's why I think this whole idea of grassroots use cases with multiple uses of the technology is really a great way to go, and can actually, it's like, instead of giving people the fish, it's teaching them how to fish. How do you use blockchain technology and how do you use those tools to build use cases that improve your society. And I could see a whole range of and a whole young generation of digital savvy educated folks that are driving use cases that make a lot of sense, that don't cost frankly a lot of money, and that can be extremely helpful to local communities in terms of financial access.
Oh, that's interesting. So let's talk a little bit about the informal economy, because we talk a lot about financial access, but I think some of the things that we want to focus on during our session today is the role that the informal economy plays, especially in lower and middle income countries, in setting up barriers for financial access. So Jan, I'll start with you. In your experience, how does the informal economy really impact financial access goals?
So I think that's a challenge, and that's mostly, and for me, again, that comes to some extent back to the education point. And I think that's also why, and this would be my biggest challenge with the traditional players. And this is both developing markets and developed markets. But for example, why there's still a lot of, underbanked and unbanked people in the US, for example, has nothing to do with technology or access, etc. It has to do with trust. And it's not just trust in, is my money safe, but it's also trust in, is this institution going to, charge me, an arm and a leg when something doesn't go right? Or, what happens to my data, and are they going to be sharing my data, elsewhere? And so I think that whole trust component is really important. I don't think, and this is an interesting one, when you look at trust in banks, the diversity across countries is huge. And it also is quite volatile over time, and it even differs a lot by institution. I'm just using that to say that, the banks, and I use it a lot with our clients, the banks don't have the monopoly on trust any longer. Think about regional banks in the US, for example, quite challenging. But the same thing happens in a lot of the emerging markets. For example, in China, actually, some of the banks in China are not actually that well trusted by consumers and by customers. So I think that trust component is really something to focus on through education, but then also through how do you actually manage that and value it.
So Emma, I want to get your thoughts on the informal economy, but I also interested to get your perspective on what Jan just said about this need to build trust to kind of overcome the barriers that sometimes are presented by the informal economy. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think, and there's really no real diplomatic way to say this. I think that from what I have seen before, the less education you have, the less trust you have in banking systems. And also what we're seeing, to be fair, is that they're really not living up to the standards of what they had back in the 80s and 90s. What we're seeing right now is that they really don't, trust is being eroded quite a bit. And what we're also seeing is that I'm looking in Africa, they're actually spearheading the way when it comes to innovation and what you can do when it comes to various wallets and how you can transfer money from or transfer funds from one person to the other without using a financial institution. And I find it very interesting and very heartening to see that they're able to do a lot with just a phone and an internet connection and make things work without all the barriers that we're seeing in the first world, or I shouldn't say that, rather in the developed nations. And one of the things that I really find really interesting actually is that banks don't necessarily, especially, I'm Canadian, just so I'm really trying to be diplomatic in how I say things. But especially in Canada, banks as a whole, they're not really fond of blockchain to a certain extent. And I'm not going to kid you, certain people with 3 initials shall remain nameless on this podium or on today, but they really did make our lives easier. We all know who I'm talking about. We're not going to say, but we all know who I'm talking about. And so I don't know if you guys have this here in the US, but in Canada, banks can shut you down if you are a business without any rationale, without any reason given. And so, particularly if you have the name blockchain or something alluding to that, they can just shut you down with no reason given. They can't do that with your personal account, but they can do that if that. So there's a lot of, there's no real trust that is there. And we also have an interesting regulatory framework, which is why when you talked about Ethereum and Vitalik, and they actually went from Canada to Switzerland first, and then from Switzerland to Singapore, because, or there's some trust that needs to be had, and they weren't very engaging with that or forthcoming. So there is some work to be done, but I do honestly like what I'm seeing in Africa. I see that these developing nations are really spearheading the charge, and we're actually seeing what they're doing, and then we're bringing it back and using it here, and that makes me happy.
That's interesting. Jan, have you noticed that as well, where change is kind of, or innovation is kind of growing overseas, and then the US is adopting it?
Well, yes, I I lived in China from 2004 to 2012, which was the rise of Alipay and Tencent. So yes, absolutely. And I think if certainly when I moved from China and then to Singapore and then to the US, I was together with I actually there were a number of client executives of mine who also moved from Asia to the US, and at that time, and this is now 4 years ago, I think a lot of catching up has been going on. But if you certainly look at everything related to payments and just everything in terms of digital experience and digital user experience, yes, absolutely. I think there's a lot that's coming from some of these developing markets that I think developed markets like the US could benefit from. I had to learn how to write a check, for example, here in the US, because I had never seen a check before.
I'm so sorry, what?
No, there's no checks in Singapore or China.
Ever?
No. Why would they?
I mean, I know what a check is. I write one a year, but I still know what it is. Wow. Okay.
Okay, so we all just learned something. This is
it's also quite bizarre that you develop an app to take a picture of the check, and then that's your digital experience. Why?
Oh wow,
Why?
he's got a good point there.
Why?
Here we thought we were being innovative.
Why do you still have to write this check?
So I got to be honest with you, Jan. I feel like I've got relatives who I still can't get to stop sending cash in the mail to my kids. So I can't tell them that we're taking away the checkbook yet. If I do that, I'm going to cause like a big rift in my family. So I can't get there with you right now.
But you're checking your mailbox?
Oh yeah, every day. Okay, so we're all here around the UN General Assembly, and we're focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of those goals, of course, is the elimination of extreme poverty throughout the world. What is the role that blockchain can play in that? Emma?
I'm so sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat that question. I was still stuck on the.
Hey, Jan threw us for a loop here, man. I don't know this checkbook thing.
I'm so sorry.
No, but we're talking about obviously sustainable development goals, extreme poverty elimination. What is the role that blockchain can play in extreme poverty elimination?
Oh my gosh, there's so many things. With the examples I gave before with the coffee farmers, using blockchain for that. As we talked about remittances, and just the fact that you're eliminating the middleman now, that's where blockchain technology, I do believe, and I have to say this here, I really do believe that there's space for everybody. It's not an either or situation. You can have banks and you can have people who use blockchain, and you can have people who use both. It's not an either or situation. And I really do think that people need to think about that. There's no reason to go radically to the left or radically to the right. You can we can coexist in the middle and be happy that way. And I really do think that security is paramount these days, and I think blockchain can definitely help with that, as well as privacy. Yeah.
Huh?
I think two key things. I think one is, a lot of the efforts in terms of eradicating extreme poverty suffer from very high administrative costs. And so you can expect that between 15 and 25% of, funds that you would donate to extreme poverty are going into administration. And I think blockchain can be a real game changer for that. The second one is, and again, certainly certain areas and certain domains of extreme poverty, you have to make sure that the money ends up in the right place at the right time, and that it's also, spent in the right way. And there again, blockchain can make a huge difference not by being, paternalistic about it, but just by making sure that the use case is built so that the money ends up in the right hands and then is also spent in the right way. Back to, for example, and that's again a personal experience. A Singapore helper who queues up, and by the way, that's been in the meantime, blockchain players have solved for that. But even if that helper then succeeds in sending her salary to the Philippines, one of the challenges is it could end up with her husband, who basically spends it in the first 3 days gambling and drinking. So one of the applications and use cases that the blockchain players have made that now drive those remittances is to basically make sure that the helper based in Singapore can actually allocate it directly to the electricity company and the utility companies that need to be paid to support her family. And those, I think, are really use cases that, without being too interventionist, can really, I think, make a huge difference. And that's all, extremely helped by blockchain technology.
One thing I thought of, and I was very happy to see it when it happened, but sad about the circumstance. When the war started in Ukraine and they were trying to get up banking, and it was taking them a few days, their finance minister tweeted out, "Send crypto," and like they had the address there, and it was really nice to see, because after all the the things that happen and all the bad news, and blockchain's bad and crypto's bad, because some people can't necessarily separate them both. It was nice to see that it was being used for so publicly being used for a force for good and being thought of as something that can help. And they did eventually get their banking situation set up, but it was really good to see that.
Huh. Okay, that's a good point. So Emma, we're going to test your diplomatic skills again now. So we've got to talk about whether you see in your practice or in your work traditional financial institutions being cooperative or uncooperative with newer blockchain players. We're going to try here.
Well, not all agencies are created equal. Everyone means well. I do actually see that everyone does have a goal where they want to protect the consumer, and I understand that and I appreciate that. I do think that some consumers need protection, and I do think that some consumers are absolutely fine. I also do think that I'm really trying hard here, everybody. I'm really trying hard.
I appreciate you.
I'm not gonna kid you, a good 80% of my friends are still in banking. I really need to be careful here. I think there's room for improvement, shall we say. I think there's room for improvement. I think it could be better. I do think it's not, once again, an and or. There is room for everyone to exist. I do think that they don't necessarily, some of the agencies don't necessarily need to be as heavy-handed as they are. And It's kind of like, when you're younger and they say, and you get that report card and it says does not play well with others. I think that's where we are right now. So we could just move it so that for the next report card, it's like, has improved, does play
Yes.
well. They're looking for a solution together. It's not just a bad, this is a bad thing to do. It would be great.
So Emma, I like that. When I'm at home, my spouse often tells me that the largest room is the room for improvement. So Jan, how about your perspective on this? Cooperative or uncooperative when you're dealing with traditional financial institutions?
Well, given that I lead our banking practice, I gotta be even more diplomatic with Emma here. And the best way, I think, is to bring it back to financial access, because frankly, for most of the banks, both in developed markets or developing markets, those are not customer segments that are actually being targeted by the banks, because they, if you have no money, then you're not interesting to the bank, and if you don't have a credit record, or you are not sure about repaying your credit, then they're also not interested. And I think that's that's also an opportunity, actually, and that might lead in some cases to wake up calls for the banks, because once the new players take off and scale, then they become a threat, and then you will see some interesting competitive dynamics. But before that, I think there's still a lot of room and a lot of opportunity to provide better financial access without actually being hindered, actually being encouraged, because there's more and more regulators also that start to tell the banks, well, how come you're not serving those customer segments that are important in the world. So yeah.
And do you know that some of the financial institutions, I can probably name 10 of them, you can also probably Google them, they offer crypto services to their top 1%. And you know why? Because they ask them for it, and they want to hold on to those customers. And if you're not going to give them what they want, they're going to go somewhere else for it. So they do actually offer them, but you have to have an extremely, extremely high net worth to get that. So that was interesting to hear that from that perspective. I also do some work with credit unions, and here's what I found. Some of those credit unions, they also offer crypto services to more average Americans, shall we say. And here's what they found. They were using it as a store of wealth. So they're like, we don't know necessarily what's happening with crypto, but we're going to put aside $20, $30 every paycheck. And they're just using it as that's their new savings. And I found that very interesting. So we're seeing different things happening. And I think that maybe banks might start catching up to the credit unions, because people are putting their money away there in a different form.
Okay, so we've just got a couple minutes left, and I don't want to get the cane to come out and drag me off the stage. So if you can give me a sense of, if you're developing out there, you're a market participant, you're developing a blockchain-based financial solution, could you give me a top 2 kind of regulatory concern that you might, say is present for those market participants?
KYC, AML, right off the bat. Are you who you say you are, or are you Sandra? You have to be very careful about that. And once again, security.
Right.
That's probably a really big thing. I know everybody knows someone who has bought crypto and has misplaced it somewhere on their computer or their phone, or can't find the keys or something like that. So security is a big thing too.
Okay, Jan, how about you? Top 2 regulatory concerns for blockchain-based financial solutions?
Yeah, I would agree with those. I think fraud is a very big one for me as well, because certainly if you look at some of the emerging markets, Africa, for example, at this stage, there's an informal economy running, or there's actually not a solution for helping these people get financial access. So frankly, KYC and AML are still far away. But I think to build trust in the technology and in the use cases, the technology we know is good, it's great, it will bring a lot of good. The problem is that if bad actors, create, challenges to the trust, that's what's I think so critical to just make sure you can avoid fraud. And I think blockchain as a technology overall is great for that. And that's why I strongly believe in these grassroots use cases in local communities that are being monitored by not even the banking regulators or that, but by community participants themselves, to avoid that bad actors take away the trust that's there.
Okay, well, Jan, Emma, thank you. We did this and we did it on time, so this was good. I hope everyone liked the panel.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And now we're going to go into blockchain for the UN Charter Values and the SDGs Action Plan 100. And so we are going to bring Stuart, Blake, and Diana to the stage. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
That sounds good. Sounds good.
All right, welcome everyone. It's so good to be here, and we're going to talk about the blockchain for the UN Charter Values and SDGs Action Plan, BC 100+. It's a global initiative under the high patronage of the 77th UN General Assembly President, and it's been convening the blockchain ecosystem and broader UN efforts to support the SDGs. And I'm here, it's a pleasure to be joined by Blake and Stuart here, who will talk more about it. So I'm Diana, I'm the head of research and sustainability at GBBC, and I'll let you two introduce yourselves. So Blake, get us started.
Thanks. I'm Blake Good, the CEO of the Responsible Finance and Investment Foundation, which is a nonprofit, and we're the first global nonprofit to be principally focused on responsible finance within Islamic finance and Islamic markets. Stuart?
My name's Stuart Hutton, as it says up there. And Diana's about to find out why two good friends shouldn't be on a panel together, because Blake and I have known each other for a very long time. And my role actually up there says I'm from the EPE, which I am, which is the European Partners for the Environment. And my role there as a think tank and do tank, looking around how the European role around regeneration and rewiring our planet for the future and making sure that we can achieve those sustainable development goals. But I'm also actually happen to have a bit of history with Blake, and that I'm also was a trustee, but now advisor to the board for RFI, and have been involved in the leadership around the emissary network of the RFI for the best part of several years. And the background, we were talking earlier, weren't we? This is where we go into conversation now. So I try and remember, I'm not a facilitator, please excuse me. Sorry, Diana.
Feel free to jump in. Stuart, so I was going to say, tell us a little bit more about BC 100+, how it got started, and ultimately the manifesto.
Okay, so the BC 100+ came about originally through kind of EP and RFI having conversations. So many years ago, I think it was 2017, Blake sent me to Rome as a kind of an ambassador for the RFI to a meeting with Cardinal Peter Turkson and a group of banks in Italy, looking around how we can work together and how finance can lead to achieve those sustainable development goals. At that point, I think blockchain it existed, but it wasn't so much at the forefront of the conversation. And the role that we have was that actually I met Raymond Van Ermen, who unfortunately can't be with us today, but is very much the leadership around this. And it was in a conversation with one of our board members who has a very strong connection with the 77th elect president, Karosi. And the advantage of this was that we managed to get the support from that to lead on an idea of how we could find 100+ organizations who are leading through the use of blockchain technology to lead towards achieving the sustainable development goals.
Absolutely. And what do you think is the purpose of the manifesto, and what is the intended outcome for the target organizations?
Okay, so I think, the key factor here is that we had a manifesto we created originally, and the drive behind this was to set forth a number of principles and a vision for driving positive change. And I think the use of blockchain as a technology was the key factor around this. So how we could find that we can make this great stride of taking organizations who are using this incredible technology to efficiently achieve these sustainable development goals. And it actually represents a commitment from a number of organizations who formed initially the steering committee and also advisors through to those signatories which we're now gathering. And in fact, we've just come off a meeting where we're kind of vetting signatures as they come through, which is something which is live and in action. So the whole point behind this is being, as an initiative, we're trying to find how we can bring together a diverse range of organizations, and then we can target these to actually look at how they're using blockchains or wish to use blockchain to achieve these goals, which are, we need to try and achieve in the next few years, quite frankly.
There's not a lot of time left. So Blake, what do you think are the most promising examples that are meeting or set to meet this goal for the SDG agenda?
Yeah, I think there are a few areas that have kind of captivated me. I think one, in terms of the relationship between climate change and nature and natural capital assets, and rewarding value that natural capital assets represent, is a really difficult thing to do. It's kind of outside of the norm of the extractive model of economies that exist. And there's been a lot of experimentation, both on the tracking and on the payments side, on how do you reward the value in the natural capital, which tends not to be concentrated in the same place that economic capital is in the world. I think another place that's kind of related to that is in efforts to incentivize and provide economic incentive for conservation efforts of how do you make sure that people are stewarding the natural assets without broadcasting their location of endangered animals to people, to poachers. How do you meld those two together of maintaining the data integrity, but also separating the data in a way without losing that integrity? And so there's some projects around that have been really exciting.
And maybe can you say how is that relevant, especially with the new update that came out on stock takes?
Well, I think we're in the phase of kind of everything all at once as fast as we can. The global stock take from the UNFCCC that came out on Friday was saying global emissions have to peak by 2025. So if we're looking for data to show that we're reaching that point, it's not going to be there by 2025 when the action has to take place. And so we have to operate kind of a little bit in the dark right now and just push forward as much as we can together. We're not in the world of kind of turning millions of financing into billions. We're in the world of turning billions of financing into trillions.
I love that you say that, because it goes back to the publication on the reflection on the outcome of the Millennium Development Goals, which was a precursor leading up to the conversations that led to the Sustainable Development Goals. And the purpose was from billions to trillions. We need not billions of dollars, but actually trillions of dollars allocated to meet the needs of the world. And the only way to do that was through partnerships and aligning stakeholders and maybe,
I think with the global stock take, one of the conclusions was we're around the 800 billion a year when we need 3 trillion a year.
Wow.
Just a little short then, yeah.
So the size of the gap, it's no longer kind of neat projects doing little things and trying to grow them to be the whole thing. They all have to be working together. And that's kind of brings us back to
that collaboration is such an important fact here, because I think one of the key issues we've got here is that we're talking really big numbers and we're talking about really big impacts. So this whole focus around environmental and social impacts and how we deliver on that is not something we can just sit and add figures and zeros to. It's something we need to drive into the detail and understand, because we're kind of entering a period of adaptation. So, the whole focus around achieving some of these goals means that we need to understand the relationship between those goals, obviously, which the SDGs have. We know this is not something, they're not standalone. And I think the key factor here is that by working through this consortium, the BC 100 Plus is trying to identify to some extent how that then relationship works. So we don't have these silo-driven kind of ventures, but we have something that works together. These big figures are, something we need to adhere to and work towards, but on an individual basis, that's quite hard to actually achieve.
Yeah, it's not easy. So,
and it's hard to conceive. I mean, how do you sit there and kind of I mean, and when you're on your own at a desk now talking to somebody, it's really hard. But it is achievable, but it's achievable in a different way from working on a standalone basis.
We need partnerships, but that's not the only thing. And I was going to ask you, Stuart, what do you think is the importance of formal commitments, and how can we take the lessons learned that we've seen in the year 2000 from the folks who signed on to the UN Global Compact, which was the precursor to the concept of ESG, and how that formalized action of going to CEOs of organizations and say, you have to commit formally, sign something to commit to sustainability. How do you see that lesson learned potentially playing out for the role of blockchain and emerging technology and potentially the manifesto?
Can I use my quote now? Yeah,
Yes.
I had a quote read for this. That's all right. So I mean, as a quote we talked earlier, I said about talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence win championships, which is a quote by Michael Jordan. And I think this is a really great focus. Perhaps, the relationship that I understand that sports has, with the individuals and teams is something maybe we should take here. I think the biggest problem we've got is a lot of organizations, and we were talking a lot beforehand about not just large corporates, but also startups and how their relationship with sustainability works. And I think we always drove this thing around education and helping people try and understand what they need to do to achieve this. But actually now that collaboration, understanding that this is no longer just a tick box exercise, but actually the non-financial regulation that's coming through. Someone earlier, I can't remember who it was now, it was talking about scope 2, scope 3. This is a really difficult edge to deal with for a lot of organizations. So they need to kind of work together to understand that. And therefore we can work collaborative towards this kind of common goal.
Yes. So to close this off, we do want to ideally leave some time for questions. But before we do that, Blake and Stuart, what key action items would you recommend that need to be taken for this to come about?
I think everyone just needs to find a network to join this that's moving collaboratively towards these kind of bigger objectives, and not try to go it alone, because we can get part of the way by going it alone. But to use your analogy, we all have to go and not just be Michael Jordan, but find Scottie Pippen.
Well, it's not a bad person to be, I suppose, but yeah. I would say ditto, exactly what Blake has said, but I think also it's about also identifying where your strengths are. So there are organizations that you can collaborate with that need the kind of skill sets and the experience that you have, and that comes across from startups right through to those large corporations. So by creating that focus, you can work together, and I think it's identifying and understanding that, not just blindly leading us through this kind of trying to achieve these very large figures.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience? In the back.
Thank you for that, guys. Blake, you mentioned that you guys are interested in the natural capital that exists in the world. I'm the ambassador from Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the biggest natural resource capital places in the world. What would someone like myself do to participate in this process, or what resources exist?
I think the website for it is bc100plus.org, and RFI has done a little bit of work in Indonesia. It's been since right before COVID that I've been there, but yeah, that's definitely it would be the first step, is just joining that part of that coalition.
Amazing. And then a follow-up question is, you also mentioned Islamic financing, was it? Sharia financing?
Yeah.
Could you just elaborate on that, what that means?
I
mean, what you're doing with it, not so much the definition of it per se.
So from RFI's perspective, we are founded largely by people working within the Islamic finance industry. So working not in non-interest-based financing that's more connected to the real economy. And so that was the inception of RFI. Was there's a lot going on, or there's a lot that could be going on in Islamic finance that mirrors what's happening with ESG and responsible investment. And when RFI was set up in 2015, there was no conversations. Indonesia now has done a whole annual Green Sukuk since 2018, I think. And so there's been a lot more development on that. But our focus from RFI's perspective is really how does the financial sector in Islamic markets build capacity around.
And I think it's about also the values created through the Maqasid al-Sharia and understanding that focus around the values that come from that, which are different from maybe what I call the conventional finance route, which is bottom line driven. So I think the RFI, go and look at the RFI Foundation website as well. I really recommend that. It's some really interesting, and Blake and his colleagues are writing great articles on a regular basis, sign up for newsletters, lots of information there. And I highly recommend that, and say also bc100plus.org, please do.
Amazing. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
It's lunchtime, that's why.
I won't keep
I
you
can hear the
further
rumbling
from
in the
lunch,
stomach.
so thank you, everyone.
It's just a roll off otherwise.
Good job. I like the sports quote. As soon as you started talking, I was like, that's Michael Jordan.
So there's a guy called.
Welcome to New York. I'm Clive Vanell, New York State Assembly member for the 33rd Assembly District, and I serve as the chair of the Subcommittee on Internet and New Technologies. Welcome to GBBC's Blockchain Central. I'm excited and passionate about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And part of what I focus on in New York is I focus on making sure that communities that have been traditionally left behind and marginalized communities, where we make sure that we try to close the gap for economics. We try to also make sure that the unbanked and underbanked have access to financial instruments. And blockchain technology lends itself to be able to work on a lot of these issues. Also, blockchain technology is very important to be able to try to close the friction or reduce the friction of transfer of value and make it easier and have less transactional costs to be able to transfer value. So that's why we're excited about this technology, and we're excited to work with GBBC. And I wish I was there with you. You're gonna have a great time at this conference and session. Enjoy yourselves and have a great time in New York.
Hi, I'm Gladys Morales, Senior Officer at the United Nations International Fund for Agricultural Development. And I am a Global Blockchain Business Council Ambassador in Italy. For IFAD, the most important innovations are those that impact poor rural people directly. IFAD projects make a tangible contribution to 16 of the 17
startups, innovation that can help us make emergency response more effective, but also sustainably ending hunger. The Sustainable Development Goals for me mean it's a North Star that we want to achieve. Ending hunger is Sustainable Development Goal number 2 is the goal by 2030. And unfortunately, the world is moving in the wrong direction right now. But we should keep the vision. We should keep working towards achieving a world without hunger. And this is where I believe blockchain, Web3 comes into play. We have so many opportunities with new technology that we can change the world we live in to the better. I wish the GBBC Blockchain Central visitors a great time exploring how technology can be a force for good, and maybe how we can collaborate across members, across visitors, how we can find those solutions that are disruptive and transformative to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be able to speak at such an important gathering, which really goes to the heart of everything that I'm trying to achieve in the UK Parliament and beyond, in terms of a very simple thesis if we get the combination of talent and technology correct, we will be able to drive economic, social, and psychological good for centuries to come. If we're to solve such pernicious problems as financial exclusion, technology has to be part of the solution, but that technology in our human hands, human-led, with our human values. If we look at some of these new technologies, incredibly powerful, we should capitalize on that power, but see them as just the latest, greatest tools in our hands. Whether we want to solve problems of supply chain, international trade, have atomic settlement at the border, blockchain in combination with other technologies has such a positive potential role to play. In fact, if we look at any area of public policy, we can see a positive role for blockchain, for AI, for IoT, and crucially, as I say, the combination of these technologies, using new technologies to drive public good, common good, economic, social, psychological growth. That's the mission for all of us. And there could be no greater underpin for so many of the SDGs as that wonderful golden thread of talent and technology.
I'm delighted to join this high-powered event with eminent participants and feel most privileged to have been invited to deliver these brief remarks. I'm FCPA Wycliffe Shamir, the Chief Executive Officer, Capital Markets Authority, Kenya. I serve in various international standards committees, including a committee of the International Organization of Securities Commission, the African and Middle East Regional Committee, AMAC, the Financial Stability Board, the Consultative Committee of Association of Securities Markets Regulators in East Africa, EASRO. I also sit on other boards, including the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Kenya, the Retirement Benefits Authority of Kenya, and the Vision 2030 Delivery Board. I'm here in my capacity as a Global Blockchain Business Council member, and I'm also in our support for blockchain-powered solutions, specifically in mobilization of funds to finance sustainable development goals. SDGs are to me a bold and clear statement of intent towards an equitable world, irrespective of jurisdiction. The Capital Market Authority, Kenya, extends the warmest wishes for a successful and impactful event. We look forward to forming partnerships and create synergies to realize the SDGs within the Kenyan context as well as the global stage. May your discussion foster innovation and collaboration that aligns with ESG principles, promote transparency, and advances the adoption of sustainable blockchain solutions. Wishing you fruitful discussions and a successful event.
Hello, I'm Dr. Gemma Green and I'm co-founder and chairman at Powerledger. I'm a GBBC ambassador for Australia and I'm currently located in Switzerland. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals holds great importance as they perfectly align with Powerledger's mission of creating markets that eliminate obstacles for 24/7 renewable energy, upholding the fundamental right for energy for all. And we're committed to making energy cleaner and more affordable.
Hello, I'm Sumiran, a passionate GBBC ambassador for India, currently residing in San Francisco, US. The United Nations SDGs are highly meaningful to me as they provide roadmap for solving complex worldwide issues. I particularly resonate with Goal 11.4, which focuses on the preservation of cultural heritage. Our culture links to our origin, and I'm committed to protecting it for our future generations enabling them to find purpose in their lives. I'm excited to see the potential of integration of technology into this preservation effort, as it promises to be both impactful and intriguing. Thank you.
My name is Patricia Amobi. I am a GBBC ambassador for Nigeria. I am currently in Nigeria. The United Nations SDG matter to me because of the important role of SDG in government policy making all over the world, particularly in Nigeria. SDG has been a guide in policies that have impacted Nigeria's government.
Hi, I'm Advit Nav, and I'm a GBBC ambassador for Canada, located in Rome, Italy. The SDGs that resonate personally with me are SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and 5, Gender Equality. Because we need to live in a world where the almost 1 in 10 people on Earth who are hungry have access to a meal, and that half the world's population of women and girls have a right to live with dignity and the same opportunities to allow everyone to achieve their full potential. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Fatina Zajali from Banklufar. I'm the Global Business Blockchain Council representative here in Muscat, Oman. The SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, are very pertinent to our employees because it allows them to engage for a cause and a purpose, and it allows us as well to explore further markets in the world.
Hi, my name is Alex Hong. I'm a GBBC ambassador for Southeast Asia, and I'm currently in Singapore. The UN's SDGs matter to me because they are key for ASEAN sustainability ambition. They offer a comprehensive roadmap for addressing poverty, inequality, climate change, and more. With a shared vision among ASEAN member states, the SDGs encourage collaboration, inclusivity, and long-term thinking. By setting measurable targets, fostering multi-stakeholder engagement, the SDG guide ASEAN towards a more equitable, prosperous, and environmentally sustainable future. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Charlie Moore, and I'm a GBBC ambassador for climate finance and currently here in New York. Very much looking forward to the General Assembly and upcoming Climate Week. The UN SDGs matter to me because it provides a common framework and points of reference for engaging across industry sectors, roles, and borders. They facilitate solutions at the intersection of finance, policy, and technology, specifically providing the GBBC with a framework to deliver real solutions.
Greetings, my name is Christopher Light, and it's my honor to serve as the GBBC ambassador to Zimbabwe. I'm based in Washington, D.C. I'm co-founder at a startup called eLivestock Global, which focuses on digital and financial inclusion for smallholder farmers in Africa, 70% of whom are women. So obviously the SDGs are at the core of everything we do. Thank you.
My name is Jackie Cooper. I am the CEO of the Blockchain Legal Institute and also the talk show producer for Crypto Mom 2. I'm the media ambassador for GBBC, and I'm located in the United States. The United Nations Sustainability Development Goals are important to me because over 1.4 billion individuals are unbanked, and over 1 billion of those individuals live in climate vulnerable countries. We need to do something to support those that are unbanked, as well as those that are being impacted by climate change. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kefan Goiri, a GBBC ambassador to Kenya, and currently based in Nairobi. The United Nations SDGs matter to me because they speak to a set of shared problems all over the world and collaborative efforts through structured policies and clear targets in addressing the same. How do we create value for tomorrow through our actions today, cognizant of the fact that Earth is the only habitable planet in the universe. We do not inherit the Earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our grandchildren.
Hi, my name is Lynn Marler, and I am the Global Blockchain Business Council Ambassador for Financial Services within New York City in the United States. I am currently chair of Boston Blockchain Association and co-founder of Women in Digital Assets. The United Nations 17 sustainability goals resonate with me on multiple levels. They align seamlessly with my vision to create a more inclusive, equitable, and environmentally conscious world within digital assets and blockchain. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Good
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariana La Roche. I'm a GBBC ambassador for Colombia, and I'm based in Berlin, Germany. The SDGs are a critical global objective aiming to address pressing challenges, and they provide us with a roadmap for creating a sustainable and equitable world by 2030, and also allow us to align industry priorities and new technologies such as blockchain and AI to find solutions to address in a faster and efficient manner challenges that we have not been able to solve, such as poverty, inequality, and climate change. Hence, this is really important because it presents, for the first time after the Millennium Goals, a framework, a global framework to align actions across industries. I hope you have an enriching afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here.
Hi, my name is Ron Karchuk, serving as GBBC Ambassador for Green Economy in Ukraine and Singapore, and also the CEO of technology company Foraker Solutions. I deeply understand the crucial impact of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals on our global future. These goals reflect wisdom and timeless principles that resonate with values found deep in our shared human heritage, pushing us towards sustainable, fair, and harmonious future. Harnessing the power of blockchain technology, we can build the digital economic platforms that embody these principles, shaping a balanced world.
My name is Rosa Estela. I'm the GBBC Ambassador of Peru, currently located in Peru. And the United Nations SDGs matter to me because they perfectly align with the Silver Passport mission, which is to digitalize the wisdom of seniors in Latin America, create bonding across generations, and foster cultural heritage.
Hello, my name is Sim Kela, and I am proudly the Indonesian ambassador to the GBBC. And the United Nations SDGs are not just goals, they're a roadmap to a brighter future for our kids. They are solving the biggest issues that humanity is facing and allowing a global network of impact-driven individuals to work on that. And that is priceless.
Hi, my name is Yusuf Binsgran. I'm GBBC Ambassador for Casablanca, Morocco. United Nations SDG matter to me because it is important for social development. Thank you.
Is that okay? All right. I know people kind of mess around with that one, and you guys do it too. So I'll keep this. Thank you.
Can I grab the mic for 1 second to ask if the panelists come back?
Oh, okay.
Or do you know who
panelists?
Yeah.
Jackson or can we get Summer to help? Who's helping with panelists roundup? Go to Summer.
Someone like tracing me down on the.
We had someone drive in once, took the wrong exit. And we think about people getting home with that. Yeah. People just announced it. Like, it was what? But I think it's like, yeah. Don't go. I just did that this morning.
All right, is it 120? Think of it. Let me get my glasses out.
Yeah, it is.
Print is very tiny. Yeah.
And it's a live stream schedule.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. I'm Jane King. I'm taking over for the wonderful Emma. Great job this morning doing this, and welcome back to the 6th Annual Global Blockchain Business Council Central UNGA. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We have an exciting afternoon, lots of great topics, lots of interesting guests, and I'll be your host for the remainder of the day. So let's dive right in with our first panel, Lessons of Resiliency and Innovation from the oldest U.S. bank, Bank of New York, my first bank when I moved to New York, actually. So this features Caroline Butler, the CEO of Digital Assets at BNY Mellon, and Sandra Rowe, CEO of Global Blockchain Business Council. So welcome. Alrighty, I guess we got a couple chairs to pick from. Welcome, everyone. And I know everyone's just had lunch, so you might feel a little sleepy, but pay attention. It's gonna be a lot of important information shared in the next half an hour. Caroline, we've got up here the oldest bank, and what do we mean by that? BNY Mellon is going to be celebrating its 240th birthday next year in 2024. I think you know a little something about lasting through time and the test of time, resiliency and all that. So please tell us a bit about the journey of BNY Mellon and a bit of history for those who may not be as familiar in the room and online.
Sure, and I'm going to take a comment from the eyes that I saw expanding over there. So I obviously have not been with the firm for 240 years, but the bank is steeped in a lot of history, and it's a very humbling experience to work for the bank when you walk around the executive floors, or I don't know if anyone's been to the museum, and you actually see just the history live. It was founded by Alexander Hamilton, I believe. Everybody would know who he is. So a lot of history. In terms of relevance, particularly related to resiliency, so we touch 20% of the world's investable assets. So that's 20% across the suite of services that we offer in the bank. Nice. We are the world's largest global custodian. That's $47 trillion worth of assets. I do have to perfect my language on the trillions and billions often when I'm working there. We are also the #1 liquidity provider, about 1.3 trillion of cash in our ecosystem. And we are the sole clearing and settlement agent for US government securities. So to your point, Sandra, I think we know a thing or two about being resilient. Trust and resiliency really is at the epicenter of what we do. It's the core of how we operate, how we show up in our DNA. And that's very important to us. It's very important to our clients. We see resiliency and sustainability as interchanged, and obviously a very important topic for here. We look at 3 different goals on our sustainability side that resonate again back into our history and our experience, but really providing sustainable solutions for our clients, looking at helping to promote inclusive economies, and really leaning into that earned client trust, which is very, very important. By the way, it takes a number of years to earn it. It takes 2 seconds to lose it. And I think everyone can appreciate that.
Absolutely. You can lose trust in a heartbeat with the wrong move. And BNY Digital Assets, you are now the CEO head. Can you lay out for the audience what that looks like right now and some of your plans?
So I took a leap of faith somewhere around maybe 6 months ago or so. I can't remember when you and I talked about it. Yes. I came out of running custody, a nice big solid P&L, where we were innovating within the business to look across the entire firm and really launch our product offering across a full integrated suite. The way we look at digital assets is no different to how we look at other assets. So if I was sitting here, I don't know, a decade ago, I'd be talking about ETFs, decade prior, ADRs, you name it, right? The market continues to evolve product offerings, asset offerings. And we're right there with them, right? This is what we do. It's very important for us to continue to innovate, also take advantage of the new technologies that are available. So we look at it the exact same way. We apply all the same principles. So when we look at our digital asset platform, principle number one is an integrated offering front to back across all of the different assets, traditional assets, digital assets, within digital assets, the variety of digital asset types that are out there. Priority number two for us is designing it through that risk mindset. Again, that goes back to client trust.
Right.
The reason we're trusted is not just because we've been around for 240 years. We've been around for 240 years because we know good governance and we know how to do risk management. And we've proved that time and time again throughout all the various different market turmoils. And then very important, we are able to innovate in an agile way. And what I mean by that is, I think it's safe to say in digital assets, there's still quite a lot of experimentation. Sandra, you and I talk about the proof of concepts and the continued circular loop that we're in. And very important for us is to try as best we can to predict where our clients are going to experiment, try and drive them out of that just pure experimentation phase, but build the platform in a scalable way. And that is hard. It's hard to invest for the scaled future versus invest for the here and now. And I think that's a lesson of resiliency that the entire market is going through at the moment.
Absolutely. And to go deeper into the absolute challenges around scaling, I mean, you have scale. You are 20% the market. If you think about what components would help drive the scaling in digital assets, can you talk a little bit about how you look at talent and not only just talent acquisition, but talent management and how you evolve that?
Yeah. So like talent, honestly, if you ask me the question, what makes me most excited about this space, it's talent. Okay. And it's the fusion of the pure traditional talent and the digital talent. And I would say 3 years ago, when I started more dabbling in this space, never the twain should meet. They were like polar opposites. The language was completely different between the two worlds. Now you have a deepening appreciation and a fusion that's really started to cement from a place that I think is very genuine, pure collaboration and honesty of an appreciation of the experiences on both sides. So I think you're seeing that fusion really happen. It is still a 2-foot wide talent pool though, right? So it is very, very hard to attract and retain the right talent and build an inclusive environment where all the different perspectives can really be heard together. And I think that's something that's very exciting in this place. Where do you get a world where you can democratize talent? Most of the time in banking, it's I can either quote Swift codes or I have been in this industry for 35 years. Here, you can actually have, we had an intern class this year that taught me this firsthand. It was fresh, early career talent coming in with a passion that I have not seen before. Maybe I had it when I was younger, I'm not sure. But it was phenomenal to actually see the ideas that they were coming up with, driven from that pure sense of purpose and really going back to sustainability, really coming at digital assets from a place of how can it help in a sustainable future for the world's economy. And I think that was a really great lesson for us.
And that, I think, dovetailing that comment of the young people coming up and into your internship programs and into your talent pool, that sense of mission. And we are all here today. Obviously, UN General Assembly is in full swing. Many of us are working on problem sets that are connected to various SDGs. And in particular, when we look at SDG number 8 and 9, really about inclusion and access, particularly for those in other countries or places where the infrastructure just may not be as rock solid. Actually, some would argue in our previous panels that some of our infrastructure is so rock solid that it probably needs a bit of leaping forward. But going to SDG 8 and 9 in particular, how have you looked at in developing countries and where you guys are, because you are everywhere, providing different services? How do you look at that? Yeah. And what have you done?
So I'd say there's a couple of different areas. The first is really looking at the technology itself. So again, whatever the newest, latest, most innovative technology forms that are out there. So if we take technology underpinning digital assets, so whether it's DLT, smart contracts, which arguably one would say have the potential to grow economic growth globally. Also looking at really resilient markets. I mean, we are the backbone of market infrastructure. I think that's fair to say in terms of our relevance, our size, our scale. But what's really important is using that technology to provide and really fortify the existing infrastructure that's there. So very simple things, put a DLT as a parallel to a mainframe database. Right, mainframes are there. To your point, they're the core, right? Arguably, they're like the Clydesdale horse. They do their job really well, but they're not going to whip around the garden very fast. So you've got to find a way of integrating both and finding the resiliency in the marriage of the two. We also have, and we're very proud of this, we've always leaned into strategic partnerships with a community angle to them. We've just signed a strategic alliance with McAfee, which is a Black-owned digital company, really helping underserved communities here in the US to tap into wealth creation, which is really, really important. And when we look at tokenization, we look at illiquid markets and the potential to make them liquid. Carbon credits is a great example of that. So I think there's a number of different angles when you look at the players that we can partner with or the technology.
So really, I mean, for anyone who has been traditionally knowledgeable about BNY Mellon, they automatically go to custody. But you're actually delving into many different segments, particularly when you look at digital assets. We talk about tokenization. So let's talk about that a little bit more. We are both on, and you are the co-chair of the CFTC Global Markets, let me see if I can get this right, Advisory Committee. And within that, they're under Commissioner Caroline Pham. There is also the Digital Asset Markets Subcommittee, DAMS, and you are the co-chair alongside Sandy Call. And the work that is first going to be put out is really around taxonomy. I was wondering if you could just share a little bit about why that's important, why are definitions important in that work?
Yeah, so look, definitions are the foundation. They're where you start and where you build from. Just on the CFTC committee for a second, I'm so proud of the fact that the industry came together, the likes of yourself chairing one of our work streams. I think it's fair to say, and you'd probably echo this as well, there is a real resolve across that group to lean in and do our part and serve and come out of the cocoon of making our own company's bottom line work for us, but really looking at the betterment of the industry and the advocacy that we can all own. On the taxonomy side, when you look at tokenization, that's where we're very focused at Bank of New York, you start to get into this very simple 101 space where you go, well, what do we call things? Right. There's an entire infrastructure out there. Again, the bank's been doing it for 240 years. Financial services has been around for a very long time. So we have things that we can lean on. We don't have to keep reinventing the wheel as if this is a whole brand new ecosystem. It's a brand new technology that can lean on a lot of the rails, but we have to actually start with the definitions of what do we agree and not agree and see how can we leverage the wider ecosystem and do it in an efficient way. It's all about efficiencies. The day we start to make the world more inefficient, by leveraging the new technology, we all need to go home pretty fast. So taxonomy, number one, is the first area. Then I think it gets very interesting, particularly in the work stream you're working on, where we start looking at the market infrastructure layers, really starting to draw out true collaboration across the industry and seeing how can we not compete on the same technology doing the same thing, but drawing big barriers and walls across the different, call them companies that are bringing these technologies or solutions to bear. But how can we leverage the best of and actually compete on what we should be doing in terms of bringing real value to clients? So I think there's a maturing of the market that's starting to evolve much more in the last year as people really lean into tokenization in particular.
I really appreciate your positive view on this because I think sometimes there's almost kind of a doldrum view that none of the banks are working together, that they were never going to get there on the regulation side. And actually, I think we're seeing green shoots for sure. Still TBD on whether all of this is going to scale the way we would like to see it. Mm-hmm. But I think all the players and your peers included. Well, let me turn this and ask you this question, which is there's an increased level of partnership and collaboration to some extent.
100%. And look, you know, you've got to be resilient and have conviction in this space to keep doing it. It's not easy to reinvent market infrastructure. It's easy to just stick new technology on the same old thing and pretend that we've done a good job. And that's one thing I fear could happen. What's not easy to do is really step back from the traditional roles that we have. I call it the knowledge bias, right? We have to, I use run custody. The role of a custodian will change shape in the future. The who can provide certain capabilities will change shape. And what we're seeing with the collaboration outside of just decent people that have smarts getting together is we're starting to see people become less possessive of the thing that they do and more actually go back to the client, the end investors, what they
need. Yes, the client.
Remembering that's why we're
yes,
here, right? Because again, it's that bias. You know there's a role that's called transfer agency, that's called custody. You have to do it. And you don't actually sit back and go, okay, well, what are the problems that we're trying to solve or the opportunities we're trying to go after? And then how does technology enable that? And then who's best positioned to do that? And again, that's where I would go back and plug us in terms of asset safety, investor protection. It's what we've been doing for so many years. We feel like we have a real role to play in that now and in the future. And I think the collaboration is starting to speak more along those independent terms versus I Bank of New York or I Citi or I JP Morgan or whomever do something and have the scale and therefore should protect my moat. We're not talking like that anymore. And I do think that gives hope, not just naive hope, but factual hope.
Yeah. And I think the next question that I'll follow up with related to that is you are, by the sheer nature of your size and reputation and longevity, a standard bearer. What is the role of BNY? How do you look at education and policy advocacy and just getting people to understand better where you're going as an institution, but also where generally the industry may be going?
Yeah. So I see advocacy as an absolute responsibility for us. It is fundamental to what we do, and it has to be. We cannot just sit in the backbenches and fast follow in this space. We've got to navigate the world to get to the right place. And if I think about what we've done with our digital asset platform, in the absence of having a perfected rule set that was standardized across the world, would have been nice, we have developed and brought to bear our institutional grade standards that we apply to traditional assets, and we've just put them over onto digital assets. And we hope we can influence the industry to say, this is the bar. This is what our investors, our clients expect and should accept. And we need to make sure that we are driving that. Signing up to things like the CFTC committee is a good example of that, really doing our part to get out there and rally the industry, and doing it from a place of genuine desire to educate policymakers and the like.
Absolutely. And I do want to underscore that every single institution that is now sitting on this committee is putting in their own resources, their own people dedicated to run these work streams. And it's no small lift. It's going to be a lot of work, but I think people are genuinely motivated.
We've had, I think it was 20% of the committee members asked to be on more than one work stream. I've never been involved in anything before where people are voluntarily wanting to do work with.
You've all been on working groups. You know exactly what she's talking about. Absolutely. So I think the momentum is good. We will be, as I like to say, we will show by the output. And over the coming months, you will see output coming from the CFTC GMAC DAMS group. And I think please follow that because there will be some interesting reports, recommendations, and I'm sure lots of body of work that will be coming out of it. So in our last few minutes that we have together, and by the way, I want to thank you because we're so privileged to have time with you. We know that you're incredibly busy. When you think about, you've been in the traditional banking space for a long time, you understand the way custody has been done, and now you're translating it into what I would call the next decade or two of transformation and evolution. What advice do you have for those who see both sides of it? Like, how have you seen in your experience some of the opportunities and challenges?
How long do we have?
I know, sorry, I asked you a very long question.
So I think the first thing is, and we all know this lesson, but you forget, this topic drives a lot of enthusiasm. Innovation isn't just a linear line, right? You don't just make progress incrementally along the way. We all know this, but it's easy to forget it. So having that like absolute depth of resilience and pure hardcore grit, and we discussed this, only
a lot of people in this room will be shaking their heads. Yes.
Yeah. And it's important, to just keep that resolve going, make sure that we're not aiming for the art of pure perfection and like a real pretty finish here. It's about getting the right job done at the right time for the right people. I would also say, we talked about clients earlier on. We forget the clients, right? So keeping the client voice and client needs at the absolute heart of what we're doing, critical, right? And making sure we're solving real world problems, not creating new ones, and or trying to do the classic like hammer looking for a nail. And I think it's easy in these newer technologies to get carried away a little bit with that. So making sure that we have that conviction. I think for me, the other thing is, and I'm now kind of speaking to myself on this one, but this constant rethink, reimagining, second guessing is really important. I think when you've been in an industry that's very mature, arguably custody, one of the most matured industries, it's you don't flex that muscle enough, that rethink muscle. I don't know if anyone read Adam Grant's Think Again book. Phenomenal book, read it ages ago, need to read it again. Like I need to read it because I need to flex that muscle back of that constant like reskilling, rethinking, second guessing, because that's what you need to do when you innovate. And again, clients are buying innovation from us. They're buying innovation on a foundation of trust. That's why they come to Bank New York. Yes, it's all the capabilities that we offer, but that's what they're buying. And innovation is the cornerstone of resiliency. If you can't innovate, you can't have resilient markets. And then finally, that talent point, I would say, is really important. So finding the right people, always critical, but having the right inclusive environment for them, particularly because there will be so much passion related to this topic and so many different perspectives that it's really the art of trying to mine those perspectives in a way that is truly inclusive, and not just doing the buzz terms on this, but actually doing it in a real way. And I think we have an exciting opportunity with digital assets for our whole financial ecosystem to bring in talent that we haven't seen before. Like I think it was the CFA Institute had a survey out recently. Don't quote me on that, we have to check it.
Okay.
But it was quoting how the number one place that students want to go now is into financial services, not tech, not health, financial services. And I think that we should all be proud of that, right? And we should all lean into that and actually start to think about, okay, it's opportunities like digital assets, blockchain technology, et cetera, that's giving us that opportunity to bring in a whole different talent set. So really going out there and being conscious about that. Don't just find the person that has the tag that has done the role before. That role may not exist in the future.
Right, absolutely. And I will say that apparently banking is cool again. Financial services is cool again. All right.
100%. We actually did have custody cool stickers. So
custody. Hey, you guys heard it here. Custody is cool. Get in on it.
That was last year, Sandra. We made custody cool. It's already done. Now we're onto the whole financial ecosystem.
But in all seriousness, I think you are absolutely right that there are lessons to be learned from having established yourselves, especially BNY Mellon, with the longevity and the reputation that's got and the footprint that's got, and not necessarily second guessing yourself on that. There are things that have been built on solid foundation, but always saying, what can we do better? And well, how can we service our clients better?
Yep. Zero complacency all the time.
Well, may we follow BNY Mellon under Caroline Butler's leadership for the coming months and years to come. Thank you very much for your time. And guys, and online, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra and Caroline. So I love that innovation and resiliency, how you make them work together. We're going to take a couple minutes to set up some more chairs, and then we'll be right back with a new panel.
So turn it on. Oh, no, okay. Yeah.
I don't know why. Come and sit here. Okay, maybe I'll move over there. Go ahead.
Try not to fall.
Okay, we've got another great panel forming here. And all the panelists can come on up. I'll introduce you as well as the topic. Why do crypto and digital assets matter in humanitarian applications? So we're going to be exploring that with Nagina, also Matt Keller. Do I have him? Hello, Matt. George Fernandez, Anish Sethi, and Ari Yu. Take it over.
Check. All right. Great. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel, and a big thank you to GBBC and Sandra for bringing us all here together today. I think we've just been having so many great conversations, and really looking forward to this conversation. First, we're going to go through for each of the panelists and allow them to give an introduction of themselves, what they're working on in terms of their organization, and then what they are working on in terms of the humanitarian piece of this conversation. And we'll begin with Nagina. Turn the microphone on as you speak, please.
I use yours. Technology. Thank you. So happy to be here. I am Nagina Muntan. I'm a medical doctor. At the moment, I lead innovation at the United Nations Population Fund, which is also a United Nations Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency. So our agency is focusing on maternal health, access to family planning, and gender-based violence. And we work in 150 countries and territories, and we do work a lot in humanitarian settings. And I'm happy to be part of this panel because that's a lot to share. Thank you.
I'll use this, it's easier. Hi, my name is Matt Keller. I'm with the Algorand Foundation. And the Algorand Foundation is focused on investing and supporting entrepreneurs and companies who are building on the Algorand blockchain to develop our ecosystem. We were founded at MIT in 2017 by Silvio Macaulay, a Turing Award winner. And the belief is that blockchain technology can be used for social good, for social impact, for financial inclusion, for environmental sustainability. And one of our key focuses is that impact field. What is it that we can do as a foundation to support those entrepreneurs kind of daring enough to believe that they can build with technology to solve some of the world's most intractable problems? And so I lead the impact vertical, and I'm focused on those areas.
Thank you, Matt. My name is George Fernandez, and I am with United Nations World Food Program. We are the largest humanitarian agency in the world. And we basically do a couple of things. We distribute food to those that are mostly in need, but we also distribute cash. It's a big portion of what we do. And we work a lot with local governments and local partners to build capabilities, social protection networks, to adapt to climate change, to address the aftermath of conflicts, and many other reasons that are putting people at peril. I'm sure many of you know, but actually we're living the worst global food crisis since World War II. We have 783 million people that don't know where the next meal is coming from necessarily. 345 million people of those are actually suffering from acute food insecurity and marching towards starvation. And despite being in 120 countries and territories and having 23,000 people working on it on a daily basis, we still face tough choices on who can we help and who can we not. This year, we're targeting more than 150 million people that we can support, but that leaves a lot more that we cannot. But working in innovation, that also means that I'm an optimist, and I believe that science and technology can and should make a dent in alleviating these problems. And we have been playing with blockchain for several years, but also other technologies like AI, deploying innovative finance mechanisms and so on. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion to see how can we scale those further for the benefit of people that need it the most, with a leave no one behind mentality.
Thank you, George. Hi, I do want to thank everyone for joining us today. I'm sure promises to be a wonderful session. My name is Anish, and I am the Chief of Digital Solutions Center, which is housed in another UN agency called UNICC. UNICC is, for the last 52 years of our foundation, we were formed with a forward-looking mandate to support my fellow agencies. You see WFP here, UNFPA there, and as well as about all other UN agencies, with about 100 agencies that we support in the nonprofits in member state. Given our mandate, we seem to be able to work with every one of them. We be able to work with partnerships with many technology companies to understand, how technology can make an impact. Where should we take the UN system to fulfill their mandates? They drive the business. We work with them in creating their technical solutions, and more than that, I think common digital solutions is the way where we are able to contribute and build on the mezzanine view of innovation that each one of them in their pillars are doing. We get to learn, we get to be able to build. I do believe that, 52 years and running, we solidly are building the member state agenda with which they had formed our agency to say that, let us be able to commonly grow and build the infrastructure, build the capabilities, build the solutions that can serve the humanity better. I do believe that, given the UN's 2030 agenda, we are in the middle of the SDG. We do believe technology is the driver. Secretary General just released the UN 2.0 of reforms, and I do believe, a lot is happening in our space with digital technologies, and like as George mentioned, between AI and automation and data and behavioral sciences and blockchain, we see a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for being able to innovate and deliver at scale.
Thank you. So we're here today in the name of making progress for global peace and prosperity and economic growth and innovation using technologies like blockchain-based ones, but there's a lot of great emerging technologies that we're very well aware of, especially if you look at the media today. Innovation is a transformative force. So I'm going to break up the next question into two parts. First with Nagina, what are the greatest needs that need solving in the humanitarian work today? And then Anish, how are blockchain-based technologies being leveraged or being planned to be leveraged to solve those problems? And then, of course, Matt and George, anything else that you can provide in terms of perspectives? So first, Nagina.
Thank you. And I'm glad to hear how you formulated the question, what are the needs? Because this is exactly the way we address it. You don't start with the solution. You don't start, what's the greatest technology we can bring to that community? It will work. No, we start with the needs. And of course, our agency is focusing on women and girls. So our Innovation Fund Equalizer is delivering technology and innovations to advance women and girls' health, well-being, life altogether, prosperity. And in humanitarian settings, as many of you probably know, women and girls are the most vulnerable one. Children, of course, as well. They have less access to goods, to food, to medicines. They are always more subjected to the sexual, gender-based violence, domestic violence. Poverty hit them the first because then they are off to child marriage and exploitation and many other things which we do not like to see in this world any longer, but it does exist. So starting with the needs, how can we help them? Yes, they are already in humanitarian situation. Not always we have control fully on stopping it or reversing it quickly enough. So we have refugee camps, we have prolonged, protracted refugee crises, we have frozen crises, and still these women and girls are in great needs of assistance on how to make their lives better, safer, their delivery, they still get pregnant. 60% of the maternal mortality is happening in fragile and humanitarian settings. So how can we help them get access to contraception when they need it, medicines, healthcare services? And as I mentioned, sexual gender-based violence, how can we help those survivors of the gender-based violence to get assistance they need? Counseling, cash, goods, money, hygiene products. So these are the needs. These are the needs everywhere, but in humanitarian settings, they're just much bigger, and the people, women and girls especially, much more vulnerable. And this is what we are trying to address. Okay, these are the needs. How can we help them with that? And I'm sure we will be talking about the technology, because yeah, in many cases, technology can help to address those needs. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure all of us have a woman or girl in our lives that we love very dearly. So it's a very big, hairy problem globally. Anish, what are your thoughts on how we can use this technology to address this problem today or in the future?
So again,
that one's better.
Okay, so we heard Nagina with everything that she talked about from a women and the problems and the needs basically. And as I just said, as a centralized digital solution center, we work with almost all the UN agencies, not just one, to be able to create those common solutions. I think each one of the UN agencies, and as been described in the SDG agenda 10 years back, and now we are at the center stage, we've categorized those very clearly into the 17 goals that we need to achieve. And they will, if we are able to achieve to the largest extent, we are able to bring a world to a better place. Now, coming back to technology, and we've seen that some of the commonalities, which is the lens through which I work with the UN system, some of the commonalities with which we work, and also on the blockchain and DLT technology, we believe that it's inherently giving us the advantage for financial inclusion applications, whether it's cross-border payments, whether it's financial aid. We do believe there have been wonderful examples. George will talk about, I'm sure you will talk about the Syrian aid. This is there. We've just implemented aid to the Ukraine on the cross-border payments that was done during the Ukraine crisis with the UNHCR for the aid to the needy. And I can talk more about it. We are implementing the same solution now for UNFPA in being able to help their constituents, but we are using the same technology. So again, financial inclusion, trying to take to the unbanked, trying to take it securely to the people where it matters most is the number one use case I see. Almost every UN agency is doing something or the other. Second, and the big one that I see and that we're working with in many cases is climate. You know, the chain is, the DLT technology is really helping us being able to bring traceability in carbon tracking platform and in being able to be net zero by 2050, 2040, depending on how various countries are addressing that net zero issue. The third, obviously, we are seeing between the food agencies as well as many other agencies is traceability of supply chain. You know, again, traceability of supply chain is one of a very big agenda to make a world a better place. We've seen at least half a dozen examples that are happening under that. I can go on and on and on, but I would consider these and one more foundational that we are working with the UN system and the constituents, which is creating a digital public infrastructure for digital ID on the chain. That is something we are working with almost all the large UN agencies right now to be able to create a UN identity and a UN digital identity on the chain, on a private chain, and the UN wallet, which is the foundational with which we can actually start working with other agencies. So I pause here. I mean, I can take more questions, but I pause here at this time.
I have like 500 questions that came up during that. But first, George or Matt, do you have, I guess, you know, on the ground stories that you can share? It sounds like Syria and UK are some stories. And if you have any stories related to the crypto and digital asset part, that'd be great too.
No, absolutely, Harry. And let me start by connecting with what Nigina said before in terms of making our innovations human-centered. And that's very much how we approach it. Let's start with the needs of those people that are most vulnerable first, because there needs to be also readiness to adopt certain technologies, because there's a lot of promise, but we need to make it fit for purpose for those people and the local infrastructure as well. We do have use cases with blockchain. We have the largest use case in the humanitarian sector with our Building Blocks project. That's what Anish was referring to, which something that started with a pilot with 100 people in Pakistan 6 years ago is now serving 4 million people on a monthly basis with cash assistance in places like Jordan, Bangladesh for Syrian and Rohingya refugees respectively, but also in Ukraine for the coordination and duplication efforts between agencies so that we serve all the people that need and not twice the same person just because we're not coordinated between ourselves. It's a non-crypto based blockchain. It's a private blockchain that we're using, but is helping a lot to promote transparency, traceability, but also driving cost savings that then are plowed back into a system for the people that need it. And this is just an example on how we try to leverage technologies on one side for efficiency and effectiveness of our own operations, but definitely to promote more value to the people that need it the most. And Nigina talked about the importance of favoring women and girls in vulnerable circumstances because they are mostly affected. That is true in the case of conflict. That's true in the case of climate, thinking about smallholder farmers, and there are 800 million of them. But we still see that there are 1.7 billion people that are under or unbanked altogether, not benefiting from the innovation in the financial sector that we see coming through. But with these technologies, blockchain-based technologies, digital assets, there's an opportunity to leapfrog some of the existing systems, and we have started to experiment with that. And we have had a pilot where participants in, let's say, digital training that we were provided so that they would have employable skills and participate in the local market or even transnational market were being paid in digital assets. And that would facilitate a lot their digital financial inclusion, would give them in many ways even the payment history that would be a proxy for credit history. And we had cases of participants that would be accessing crypto loans at much lower rate than otherwise, just because they would have that history that they could demonstrate. But we're looking at digital assets in multiple forms to facilitate our cash assistance programs, trying to get much more transparency, traceability of the flow of funds all the way to the point of use, respecting data privacy, data protection cases. But we're also looking at digital assets as a resource mobilization opportunity. WFP has been kindly supported by traditional donors for many years. We're very thankful for those, but we also know that there are increasing number of crises. So we need to start looking at differentiating, diversifying our sources of funding beyond traditional donor countries. And as we are 100% voluntarily funded, we're looking at private sector and the blockchain Web3 ecosystem in particular as an opportunity to bring additional resources to what we do. And I think we just saw today the announcement of the Food for Crisis initiative that we have together with GBBC, which is aimed at exactly that, mobilizing additional resources, fostering innovation in the assistance space so that we can actually harness the collective capabilities of this community to promote, the inclusion of those that need it the most. And in that sense, we'll continue to be very determined in collaborating with everyone. We call upon everyone to join this, make it a movement, because I think the technology holds a lot of promises, but we need to make it fit for purpose and create the, let's say, readiness conditions so that we can actually deliver on the promise. But we see, some interesting use cases, but now it's about scaling them to have that impact at the necessary level.
Matt?
Yeah, there are a couple of examples where we've invested and supported companies, entrepreneurs who are focused in this space. And I work a little bit with George at WFP because we're really interested in the cash payment part of what they do, because getting that cash into the hands of beneficiaries in a way that's safe and traceable and transparent is really important. So we invested in a company in Afghanistan called Hisab Pay, which has built a payments platform that allows the movement of money from point A to point B, point A being the United Nations, whether it's WFP or UNDP or whomever, into the hands of a beneficiary in a way, again, that is safe and secure and transparent. And we began to fund that last year, and the London School of Economics did a randomized control study on the outcomes of what happens when Hisab Pay is used as a payment platform by these agencies. Turns out that women are more likely to be the recipients of aid. When they get that aid, as everybody on this panel knows, good things happen to their families, less violence happens, less corruption happens, and the ecosystem that is created is this kind of virtuous circle whereby everybody, including the UN agencies that take advantage of that platform, benefit because of the immutability of what is on the chain, which means that it is transparent, it can't be changed, it's traceable, and everybody knows what's happening. That's one example that I think is going to scale over time, and we're going to work with WFP and UNDP in Syria and Afghanistan and other places. You know, we've invested in a company out of Harare, Zimbabwe called Flex ID that is focused like a laser beam, Anish, as you talked about, on developing digital identification so that people who are traditionally outside of banking systems and financial services can prove who they are digitally on chain so that they can avail themselves of services and institutions. And finally, there's a company in Dar es Salaam called Y9, which is a mobile phone banking company that uses prescription-based models for mobile phones to introduce a tech stack that allows folks to access banking, access insurance, and whatever else comes on a phone. It could be literacy apps where children can teach themselves how to read, write, and do basic math, which is possible. I led something called the Global Learning X Prize, which proved irrefutably that children left on their own with the right technology, it's dynamic and intuitive, can teach themselves how to read, write, and do basic math. So how do you introduce these technologies into a population where there's demand and where adoption is possible at scale? And that's what we're focused on.
How about taking a step back? I come from the startup tech world. And so we have this concept of vitamin and Tylenol. And what I heard a lot about is a lot of problem areas that really need Tylenol. Like we just need to solve the pain and the suffering as quickly and as efficiently as possible. But how much of the work is actually like vitamin, things that, like another food for thought. I just read the book, The Mystery of Capitalism by Hernando de Soto, right? And so he talks about like here in the US, I have my house and my deed. You know, if anybody shows up with a gun or whatever, like, no, this is my house, right? Like everyone knows. But in other countries, we don't have like such a comprehensive and sophisticated legal system. And so it's not defensible. This is my deed. Oh, another guy shows up with a piece of paper that says it's their deed and so on and so forth. And so they live in a very extra legal system. And so like, to me, that's like a lot of like vitamin work that needs to get done. So how do you prioritize like vitamin versus Tylenol work in this space? And I'll leave it, whoever wants to jump in. Anish.
I'll take a stab at it and then please join. So, I mean, I'll go back to the Ukraine example, which is the Tylenol. We needed to give aid. We needed to be able to use stable coin and be able to get to the person of interest. We needed to reach out to the person of interest. We wanted to make sure that they are able to get through the network, get the stable coin into their wallet. We needed to educate them as well. And then also we needed to do something that you talked about, that we needed to be able to let them know that, you know, you are being displaced. You do not know where your destination is, but you can go to any MoneyGram office and do fiat out and get the cash. And that we needed to do overnight. So we patched all these systems together. It won the Paris Blockchain's Impact Award, because we were able to do cross-border payments to the people where it mattered more, in the currency where it mattered. We're implementing the same solution for UNFPA, for their constituents, women, in various locations at a much larger scale. But that's still a Tylenol because we've seen a success. We have a template defined. We have a few partnerships in place. We are leveraging that because policy and regulatory frameworks within our system takes time. They all take time. But when I go back to the vitamin, all of these people, when I talk to them, I said, look, we are building our open stack on digital ID. We have a UN wallet. We are expanding the use cases of that UN wallet for UN to be able to create the open system. We have a couple of building blocks already, private chains already in the system. We should be able to create. What is the constituent that is most important to us? The person of interest, whether it's a humanitarian, whether it's a woman, whether it's a child, we need to be able to reach to them. And if we are able to reach it to a tech stack that can be scalable, not just for UN system, but for other least developed countries, we are able to create what is now termed as a digital public infrastructure.
DPI.
DPI. You asked me not to start with DPI. UN is famous for all acronyms. So I set my way for the DPI. The digital public infrastructure is the way to create digital pathways for future. Think about it, the electricity way that came to our house. We take it for granted. That's how we are going. That's how we see the vitamin approach from a technology standpoint. I'll let others join on this.
No, if I may, WFP is both emergency response agency as well as a development agency. 80+% of our interventions are in the worst crisis environment. So it's all about helping the most pressing needs of the populations. And just, this week, there were these floods in Libya. We are among the first on the ground to respond to this crisis on top of all the other ones. And that is the, let's say, the giant portion of our resources and funding are oriented towards that. But we know that like that will never end hunger, which is our biggest aim. So how do we build development? How do we build resilience and self-reliance in the communities so that they themselves can resist to the next crisis, be that conflict, man-made, or climate, which is increasingly having an impact on all our lives and more so on people on developing countries. So we are trying to promote things like digital financial inclusion, women economic participation, and so on through a series of interventions, leveraging technology, but at the end, technology is only part of the solution so that we can actually equip the people with the capabilities, help the governments build the social protection networks that they themselves can support the next crisis, because we know that we are the largest, but we are 23,000 people, which is nothing in the world. But what we do is collaborate a lot. We have more than 1,100 partners across the globe. And we really call, especially on the private sector, that can lean forward a little bit more in terms of leveraging their competences, making their contributions, so that together we can actually make a bigger dent in these challenges. Otherwise, we will always stay in the Tylenol phase, and we know that that will never get us to where we need to be.
Very interesting. Nikina.
As a doctor, I love analogy of Tylenol and vitamin. As an innovator, for me, Tylenol is almost like a pilot, and vitamin is where we want to scale. And of course, a quick reaction, quick fix often works, and sometimes we even in a rush to implement it as quickly as possible. But again, let's go back to the needs and what's best for this community. Let's take Ukraine, and we're really grateful for this joint project of Stellar, UNICC, UNHCR, but we're really careful about not just bringing and dumping the great technology there. We still give an option of how you want to receive that cash assistance. And there might be an older woman in a rural village who is afraid of technology, digital wallets, and who is better off buying a bag of potato in the market without any digital currency. So she prefers an envelope of cash and less steps in that process. And she should have that choice. And there is a younger woman in the more urban settings whose perpetrator is still around somewhere, who can take that cash from her. And she doesn't want to reveal her bank account to anyone. And she wants a full protection. And she should have that choice too. And this is where the blockchain and digital wallets and stable coins work, and the MoneyGram system. But they should have a choice. And before we even introduce that technology solution, we should ask them, what do you want and how do you want it? If we talk about our collaboration with WFP on building blocks in Dhaka slums in Bangladesh, again, the young women and not young, any age basically, who's in need, go for menstrual products, let's say. So they don't get cash assistance, they get the hygiene products. But again, how you design it, that they are not ashamed, not afraid, feel comfortable to go to that particular location and get something which for some is sensitive. It's very personal, intimate hygiene, basically. So design with that woman in mind, with that girl in mind. And be it a Tylenol or when we scale it, and in Ukraine, actually what we're hearing from our country office colleagues, the government is very interested in the solution. So they're already thinking of how to adopt it and basically take over from the UN to run it at the governmental level, which is for us a vitamin, because then it's being introduced into something much more sustainable and not based on one-off grant. That will, of course, we all hope for the resolution of the war and conflict there as soon as possible, but that we're building that foundation, which will hopefully work longer and for the larger community. Thank you.
How far away are we actually from like using some of this technology to create the Tylenol and vitamin situations you just talked about? Is it like still one-off right now in Tylenol mode, or are we already working on scalability and vitamin and interoperability and guidelines and standards? Where are we?
I mean, I don't think Tylenol and vitamins are mutually exclusive. You know, I think that you can take both at the same time for short-term pain and long-term gain. And one example is disaster relief in the United States. We've invested in a company to develop something called the Care Wallet, whereby survivors can use their wallet and prove their identity digitally across multiple platforms and agencies to receive the aid they need immediately, but also long-term. As they begin to rebuild their lives, they interface with NGOs on the ground like St. Vincent de Paul and others who provide long-term assistance so that they can begin to put their houses back together. So they're not mutually exclusive, they're mutually beneficial. And those solutions are out there and they're beginning slowly to scale. And I think at some point you're going to hit that inflection point where all the stuff that we're talking about is going to be not worth talking about.
Where are we starting at scale? Like, is it in the most dire areas like a Ukraine or Syria, like where we're working on scale, or is it in more quiet countries where they have more peace where we're going in and working on scale first? Is that a good question? Is there anywhere that scale is now?
I think in places like Afghanistan, they're going to begin to scale on Assad Pay and other. I think in places where banking infrastructure is so debilitated, there is an absolute necessity for these kinds of solutions. You're going to see scale happen at a quicker pace.
All right, I know we're running out of time, and I also want to make sure we leave at least 5 minutes for questions at the end. So think of those questions. So it takes a lot of resources to get an organization to invest, not just in the technical stuff, but all the other stuff that's a significant part of the work, right? The procedures, the policies, the who, and all of that. How do you get an organization, whether it be government or a private institution inside any one of these countries, to commit, not just be incentivized? Yeah, I need to solve these problems, but how do you get them to actually follow through and commit to embracing these solutions, whether it be Tylenol or vitamin?
I can give it a try and maybe others can follow. We have a 60-year history of innovation, which is basically the same as saying we need to solve problems every day because we find roadblocks on how we deliver our systems on the field every day. And the organization has always tried to find the best of technology to do exactly that. But on the other side, we're sometimes too busy with emergency response to try new things. So how do you create a protective environment to experiment in a protective, responsible manner before you can bring something to colleagues that are very, very busy already? So we try to learn fast, and then scale even faster. And that's very much what we've been doing with the Innovation Accelerator for the last 8 years. And now we're happy to say that our portfolio, basically startups that we source from all over the world, but also internally developed projects, like in this case, building blocks, they benefit from the best that it's also used in the private sector. And myself, I have 20 years of private sector before joining the UN. How do we leverage the competencies that, human-centered design, lean startup, agile, and other methodologies to do exactly that? Experiment, learn fast, and then scale faster. And the reality is that you need then to operate at multiple levels. You need to operate at the technology level. You also need to work at the system level internally and also with the ecosystem around you. And just this morning, I was participating on our responsible AI task force, for example, because of course there's a big hype around Gen AI and other types of AI, machine learning. How can we benefit that for emergency response? We have a project, for example, with Google on how we leverage AI for building damage assessment, cutting to below 24 hours, what would take us 3 weeks or more to identify exactly where are the hotspots of the crisis. And we're now deploying that in Morocco earthquake and Libya, and we did it in Syria and Turkey before, Pakistan floods and so on. So how do you implement things that are ready to scale, but at the same time protect our colleagues on the ground that are very busy with emergency response? We're not to say, let's do another pilot. Pilot is becoming a charge word within WFP. It's more like, how do we start implementation in a protected environment so that we can then scale and reap the benefits later on? So that's very much how we've been trying to do it.
It's like a lot of art, it seems.
Art and science, I would say.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm going to take a little step back on the vitamin and this example as well. I mean, the fundamental change that everyone has to be involved is driven by the SDGs. Secretary General has been driving that change, that fundamentally how we need to work with member states and different countries to work on these 17 goals that are underpinning all the organization and the larger challenges that we're trying to pitch through every solution. I think we've come a long way, but there's a lot more to be done in the next 10 years. I also see digital cooperation and the future summit that is going to happen is going to address a lot of focus that is happening at the UN level individually and at a common level is to be able to look at digital enablers for future. Now, anything or everything that we do from one smart agency, which has been successful, how can we create an open, scalable, shared solution and then replicate to many similar situations in the UN system? So we've had so many networks and we have got so many internal networks where we collaborate, and in saying, raise your hand and then come forward and say, can I share this? Can I scale this to the next country? So all of those are good examples of how we are maturing in terms of, building scalable solutions using technology, because the pace at which every innovation is happening, whether it's under blockchain, whether it's under AI, whether it's under almost everything that we've seen in the last 3 years, it gives us an opportunity to address those larger challenges.
Can just quickly add, for me, scale is really a partnership. The key to scale is partnership. We as UN especially, we of course have a very strong normative and human rights aspect, the UN principles, which we always bring through an initial stage of any innovative project using the frontier technology as well. But we need to be able to let it graduate, so to say. When it's successful enough, proven to be impactful, we need to be able to let it go and graduate and walk by itself. And it's not possible if we don't think about who are the partners in that ecosystem who will be able to take it over and let it thrive. And it's a private sector, very much so. It's also public sector because they come from the legislative framework regulations. We just discussed with panelists before that it's really context related. You can't just easily take one successful initiative from one country to another because it comes with loads of regulations and adoption and other context related issues. So that's why I think we all here, coming from a very different background, working on that partnership element and really thinking. I also think we're not, as a UN, leveraging the power and ability of private sector enough. The technology, the innovation is driven by private sector, and we need to embrace different modalities of partnership with private sector to really leverage it to the maximum. And I know also that WFP is doing quite a lot of initiative. We're discussing what else we can do and experimenting even in a way of how we can form our partnership modality. But we need to do even more here. If we are talking about this quintet of change of UN 2.0, we really can't do it without like variety and diverse base of partners, especially private sector. Thank you.
Just quickly to agree, and it's got to be a multi kind of partner project. Our team in India is doing extraordinary work with private sector, Algorand, with government partnerships. We're having an impact summit in India at the end of November to bring these kind of diffuse elements together to show that these projects work and they mean something to people who are on the margins. So low-income women taking advantage of carbon credits in a way, again, that's non-corruptible and where money, economic benefit goes directly to the women involved. And so proving that over and over and over again, irrefutably, is going to lead to the change I think we all desire.
Amen. We have 5 minutes left, but I'd like to say, like, blockchain related technologies and Web3, it works best when we amplify network effects already in place. And so where we already have communities, wherever we can build those public-private partnerships and work together, the faster we can actually build and towards impact. And I love all that you are doing, and thank you so much for your time today. Let's take 5 minutes to take at least maybe 1 or 2 questions from the group here. Man with a hat, sir.
This whole Tylenol versus vitamin. I think it's it is a useful framing, but when you have regions with real problems, for example, let's track back to the Second World War in the US, or to the let's track back to the Second World War in the US or even other countries. Let's track back to the space program. Let's look at what happened in Africa with the payment systems that came along. All of this was when the backs of people were forced against a wall. They came up with innovation. When there is mature institutions that may not be working as efficiently, there's always a whole coterie of people whose lives and their livelihoods depend on it, and they will be resistant to this change. So, framing this in Tylenol versus, in one context, it may be Tylenol, but only that will produce change. That's what I've seen, but if you have anything more to add on that.
Yeah, the framing of vitamin versus Tylenol was very simplistic. And in the world of startups, like rule number 1 above everything is, yes, you want to be human centric and solve real problems, but that means really number 1, you want to be solving pain points, which is you want to be Tylenol to really affect and bring transformative change. It's very true. Thank you. And okay, more questions. Any questions? All right. Well, thank you to Nagina, Matt, George, and Anish. Thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here together. And I hope more good conversations come out from the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panel. Very interesting. I took some notes on that as well. So, okay, we've got the next panel. I'm actually moderating. So hopefully you're not sick of me yet. I'm going to leave this mic here.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
All right.
Take us.
Okay. We're going to be talking about technology and SDGs and how can technology be used for digital transformation. So with me, I've got these great guests on the panel, Catherine Stiller, Annie Newman, Mark Young, Marta Belcher, and great to have you guys here. And of course, technology can be a force for good. We've seen it happen in our lifetime. And of course, it can be propel us to SDGs and the achievements that many would like to see. But what exactly does that look like? And so I guess, and let's just kind of make this casual, like we're having coffee and everybody can jump in whenever you want, and we'll take questions, of course, as well. Now, there was a report earlier this year entitled Technology for a Secure, Sustainable, and Superior Future. It estimated that reaching the SDGs by 2030 could cost $195 trillion. Can technology reduce the cost of achieving SDGs? Anybody feel free to jump in.
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be a quick panel. Would you like to elaborate on that, please?
I obviously tongue in cheek, I just think that it can reduce it, but you've seen the arc with every technology that it's more expensive at the beginning. The more people who get in, the more iterations that we have, the more those costs will be driven down. And David Treat was saying earlier about the importance of use cases. I think that the more we see that, the more people will get into the development of the technologies, the more the costs will be driven down, and the more the technologies will proliferate and the benefits will be shared by more and more people.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think, it's not just the cost, it's also the efficiency and the efficacy. So just to give you one example, just today, as I'm sure has been talked about many times on this stage, there was the announcement that GBBC is working with the UN World Food Program, along with Falcon Foundation, Accenture, and Bayer, and others in this room, to really make sure that as we're addressing those SDGs, the money and the resources are being effectively tracked, and that really increasing the efficacy of this program in addition to reducing the cost.
And there's also a way, I think, when you're talking about SDGs, about keeping governments to account for what they've signed up to. So I think there's also that thing about accountability where technology can help with that. I also think that the SDGs, in terms of citizens understanding what this means in day-to-day life, and also at a more local level, I think there's something there too. So pass to Annie.
No, I would just add that I think those costs would be incredibly front-loaded. That's not to minimize kind of that backload, but especially from a government perspective, so much of that is actually in expanding the infrastructure we currently have to allow for people and resources that actually understand and are willing to implement that technology. Once that happens, I think there is a much easier case to be made to the taxpayers, to the folks in charge, whoever that might be, that's worth it, and that there's kind of really case studies to show.
Yeah. Which technologies do you think would be the most helpful? Would this be blockchain, AI, data, connectedness? I mean, so much of the world is still not connected. Is that where we have to start?
Well, I think yes, but I think that what's really interesting. I mean, we gathered a year ago, and we didn't talk at all last year about AI, and we're sitting here this year, and it's like AI is everywhere and everything, and we're seeing a law firm that's probably that is dealing with all of this. So I do think that how we approach this, what we think about, how we communicate. But I think AI, I mean, it was before when we were thinking about the SDGs, we're thinking about mobile technology and how that was affecting folks in remote areas that could never access that technology before. Now we're looking at, well, how can we create, certainly from a Creative Commons perspective, a new commons of knowledge and creativity unheard of when Creative Commons was created 22 years ago. I think that's the potential. The challenge is how are we going to look at this in terms of the risks and opportunities, the challenges and the opportunities, and how are we going to get that right when the technology is speeding ahead, but the regulatory pathway is really trying to catch up and think about what to do very practically. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I come at this from like a very AI-centered lens, but one issue that we really run into in government, but I don't think government is the only blocker here, is data centralization. Our data is currently right now totally unprepared for the technology that we now have available to us. There is so much front work and frankly very tedious work to be done by governments and by large corporations to really be able to use the technology to the fullest. So something I think about a lot is like, how can we both manage anxieties and manage risks around that technology while simultaneously straightening our own house out so that we can actually use it and not losing public interest and not losing public faith that we can employ these really well.
Yeah, I'll take your question from I'm going to focus on the term you said, benefit. So we've talked a lot today about trust. And so I'm going to kind of start at the end and say that there are various technologies that I think that could enhance that trust. And I start with IoT, for example, which will give us more data to manage. So now we've got data. AI can provide insights from that data, leading to blockchain, which can provide trust of that data. So I kind of see that in a linear progression, ultimately winding up with better trust in all of those systems with blockchain at the tail end. And I commend to you a 1996 book, Trust, written by Francis Fukuyama, if you want to get into the details of how that process can work.
So they all working together, kind of overlapping. All these technologies.
But I do think you should read that book. I actually went to hear Francis Fukuyama in 1996, and I've got a signed copy of that very book. So I'm so pleased you said that.
And it's called Trust.
Trust, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Catherine is ahead of the curve as always. Just like building on these points, I think one of the things that is a theme here is, the future involves a lot of centralization. For example, what Annie's talking about, right, is all of these data sets that are actually quite at risk because they're highly centralized. And one of the things Mark is talking about here is AI. If you think about AI and sort of what that future looks like, if you go down a path where the only people who are controlling this technology are the people with these massive amounts of GPUs, because of the compute power that it takes for AI, then you have a world that is highly, highly centralized, right? In which really people who have this immense power that comes from this technology are just a few people. But instead, if you can use decentralized technologies to instead, for example, similar to what the Filecoin network does for decentralized file storage, which is something that could address the problems Annie's talking about. If you can also do that for decentralized compute, right? Then you end up in a world where that technology is much more accessible broadly, and it's not just the people who can handle the massive amount of centralized computing power that it takes to run these models.
Yeah. More accessible and more resilient.
Yeah.
And since you're talking about these major data centers, I did see a story this week, Microsoft's use of water.
Yeah.
Since they acquired or made the $10 billion investment in OpenAI, is up 34%.
Yeah.
So that doesn't quite fit into the SDG mold. How do we square that all out?
Well, when it comes to things like, so this is very similar to the problem of sort of giant centralized compute and also giant centralized storage are very similar and related issues. And so right now you have this sort of version of the centralized web where all of this data is being stored really, if you go to a website, any website, that data is almost certainly being stored by either Google, or Microsoft. There really are only a couple of companies, and we're really kind of living our whole lives through those companies. And what we'll see is Amazon, AWS will go down and suddenly mass swaths of the web are down for hours. It really shows the problem of this, lack of resilience from having just a few centralized players. And you can actually build a much more efficient model if instead of doing that, you do what we do on the Filecoin network, which is much more efficient, which is that we actually combine the storage capacity of many people's computers all over the world. There are sort of extra storage capacity and combine that into almost like a supercomputer network. And we use that as an alternative to an AWS, this decentralized alternative. So similarly, you can do similar decentralized models that involve compute that I think can ultimately be more efficient.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing, that for the Ethereum network, you can find and see the data online that when Ethereum went from proof of work to proof of stake, 99.98% reduction in energy consumption for running of that protocol.
I also think, from a policy or like a public policy perspective, I think it's really incumbent on governments and organizations and the people in this room to be very thoughtful and deliberate about both internal communication and just essentially, for lack of a better word, the order of rollout here and what people see being affected first. I think that's a really hard ask. And in the context of your question, that the natural answer are some pretty unsexy things like agriculture, like sustainable infrastructure in cities, sustainable sewage even. That's not very fun, and no governor likes to talk about that. But there is a pretty massive responsibility, and I think it is incumbent on the organizations and the advocates in this room and here this week to continue to pressure there, because I don't think that's where government wants to go.
Yeah, and I think to the point about data, something that we're working on at Creative Commons is trying to make sure that climate data is open and accessible. And we've got a particular program at the moment that's really focused. We've got our Open Climate campaign, and then part of this is about open climate data. And so much, I think there's a statistic that 55% or 45% of climate research is hidden behind a paywall. And yet a lot of that is paid for by our taxpayers' money. So not only are we thinking about data storage and how we are looking at that, we're also thinking about how do we make that data open? I mean, you're talking about that, Annie, but how do we make that more open and accessible? Not just in the climate space, which is clearly a key part of what we're thinking about with sustainable development goals, but in a whole host of plethora of other things. We've got an open culture program. So much of our cultural heritage is also not accessible in our digital world today. How do we change mindsets? And frankly, a lot of it's around culture too, to make that accessible and open so we can solve the most pressing problems that we're facing as humanity. And that's something we're thinking a lot about at Creative Commons.
What do you think the resistance is to that? Is it lack of knowledge on the part of lawmakers, that just the mainstream doesn't totally understand all the applications of blockchain? I mean, what's behind this slowness? Because the technology is really pretty amazing.
Yeah, and it's there, and we see that today. And kind of, I think sometimes there's a real culture about how we share, and I think that's something that we've been trying to deal with and tackle with at Creative Commons, about our better sharing agenda. How can we share better, and how can we do that in a way that's inclusive and pro-social and makes a difference in our world? So there's a cultural aspect. I think some folks who are working in, say, the cultural heritage, which is museums, galleries, libraries, archives, some of it is just hesitancy and risk averseness and thinking about legality about sharing. And so how can we help and support to do things differently? So there's a whole host there. And cultural heritage is, I think I was speaking to somebody last night at the dinner who we were talking about Indian cultural heritage and preservation. So I think it's super important. And how can we do that together so that we can be a more enriched humanity? Because if we don't, the risk is we're going to be more closed, less culture will be shared, less knowledge is shared, and that's not a society or it's not good for humanity if that's a route that we end up going down.
Yeah. It seems like NFTs would be a good application for some of that as well. So go ahead.
So I just wanted to, I think I simplify this in a kind of a psychological way. I think there are really three reasons for the resistance. One is loss aversion. Does anybody know the psychological characteristic of loss aversion? We fear losing something more than we anticipate gaining something else. So I think there's a little bit of that. Then there's the inertia that we've talked about. It's not the way I've always done it, therefore I don't want to do it a new way now. And finally, there's cognitive dissonance. When you show me information that doesn't match with my values or my practices, I immediately reject it. And I think, present company excluded, it's amazing how many people do not recognize that in themselves and in their governmental institutions. It's hard to innovate. This stuff is hard work. We do it every day. So we're kind of used to that psychological anxiety when we don't know all the answers. I think there's an awful lot of people who have been very successful in their industries that there is no way they're going to adopt something new if it jeopardizes what they've already built.
Yeah, I think these culture points are absolutely right. I think partly because of this culture, government is fundamentally like not made to transition into new technologies at the scale. I mean, our administration has been in office for 7 months. I think we've made more progress on convergence tech, on AI specifically, than a lot of other states. And I credit that in large part because my boss, Governor Shapiro, is there every single day telling lawyers to get out of the way, telling procurement to get out of the way. And that's literally the governor, and not all of them are going to do that for all of the reasons that you just described. Government is not made to do these things. We talk about sharing at the most basic level of trying to open source technology. I mean, we've been in a battle for like 8 months. So it's just not right. And I think it's not often that we have someone at the top who both is willing to take that time to remove those blockers, but also doesn't struggle with these cultural effects of trying to listen to other people that know more than they do, that maybe is young enough to understand some of these things. I shouldn't say young enough, but you know what I mean? Reads the news enough to understand some of these things, and has an interest in it. And so I think I find some comfort in this space in that, like, so much of that is just so human. Like, it's just so human that someone just doesn't want to listen to someone that knows more than them because they don't.
So I'm going to challenge just one thing that you said. So let me just throw out 3 data points. She's absolutely right. And I associate myself with her remarks about how government finds it difficult to innovate. The supercomputing industry, the global supercomputing industry would not exist if it were not for the United States intelligence community.
Yeah.
Do you know where Siri got its start? It was a Navy project with DARPA. And of course, the Onion router, also a Navy project that was initiated by DARPA and then turned over to the private sector. So I completely agree, except when someone just gets curious and, like the governor, drives the change.
Yeah, I'd also add, I think that's a great point, and I'd also add emergency response to that. In that emergencies, I think, can really catapult the use of this new technology, and by nature eliminate some of the like horrific legal and procurement barriers that government finds in the way. I think with AI and a lot of convergence tech specifically, that becomes an additional ethical layer, because a lot of those emergencies where you might use this then comes into privacy, then comes into bias, and it becomes much harder to use it as an opportunity to try a new thing.
The emergency point is a really good one. One of the places where you really saw, for example, cryptocurrency really utilized to great effect was in the hours after the invasion of Ukraine. Suddenly, the government of Ukraine put up a wallet and was receiving millions and millions of dollars instantaneously across the world without having to wait for anything, right? It could all happen instantly, and so you really saw that government embracing it. And I would add, though, I think one of the main, in addition to what has been said, I think one of the main barriers is that a lot of people think of blockchain technologies as being purely financial.
Yeah.
And in reality, what this technology does is it enables you to program your money, it enables you to write programs that let you do things that are far beyond just finance. And that is something that is, I think, not well understood. So getting out the message that this is really about building a better version of the web more broadly, this isn't just a financial technology, is really important.
Yeah, and it's really got a lot of consumer benefits as well. I mean, tracking and tracing all kinds of products that they can know where they were sourced, or, maybe food recalls. I mean, all kinds of things. Now, I do hear a lot of talk about fear about digital assets and government knowing where I'm spending my money, and am I spending my money someplace that the government at that particular time doesn't agree with. Maybe that is something also. How do you balance the accountability and the use of technology, which is convenient, versus big brother-ish?
Yeah.
So I think that this is a thing that comes up a lot in the context of CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. And I think there is I think one thing is you can't really think of digital assets and blockchain technology as being sort of one thing or the other when it comes to privacy, because it can be both. It can be sort of on a huge spectrum in terms of how you implement these technologies, in terms of whether they're private. So on one side of the spectrum, what you have is privacy coins like Zcash, and those privacy coins enable you to make transactions in a way that is private, and that isn't publicly recorded on a blockchain. Then you have things in the middle like Bitcoin, where you have a public ledger, but it's pseudonymous. It's not anonymous, but pseudonymous. And then you have the far end, which is central bank digital currencies, which is where you actually do have governments implementing this. And, you know, I think reasonable minds can differ on that topic. And I think different central bank digital currencies can be implemented in different ways. But at their worst and at the far end of the spectrum would be central bank digital currencies where you actually, the government has the ability to surveil all of these transactions, and where the government also has the ability to censor those transactions, to take away money, right, instantaneously. So in other words, this technology really enables a giant spectrum when it comes to privacy. And it's really important that people understand that it's not one thing or the other, and that we have a choice in where we implement that level of privacy.
I think you're describing that, Marta, you're absolutely right. But Jane, I think you're talking about fear as in a broad sense as well. And if I think about AI just now and the fearfulness and the kind of moral panic that seems to be, and some of that's legitimate, some of the things around it, around accountability, responsibility, absolutely, and safety, yeah. But there's also the other side, which is if we are not careful with that balance, yes, there's fearfulness, but there's also such an incredible opportunity in terms of innovation. And if we don't get that balance right, there'll be rules that are created that are not going to allow for innovation in the way that we need to. That again, knowledge and creativity is going to be more walled, rather than being more open to be freely shared, built upon, because no knowledge comes out of nowhere. All knowledge is built on knowledge of the past. All creativity is built on previous creativity. So how do we get that balance right? And I think there's an education bit to this. I think there's also about practically showing how things work to the benefit of the individual as well as a community, both at a local, you're working that in the Pennsylvania state level, but you're also looking at a nation state, international level. So there's just how do you get that balance? And I think that's what everyone's trying to grapple with, both the accountability, responsibility piece, but also ensuring innovation happens.
I think one way to grapple with that, I completely agree, is that government can realize that not only is trust in government at like a crazy all-time low, but certainly if one was to pull like trust in government as technologists, I think that would be in the negatives, right? People don't want their government to pretend to be experts in this. And for the most part, they're not. Well, what government can do, I really think, is govern these technologies effectively and say that we are going to understand how we use them. We're going to set human-centered values. We're going to work with organized labor to do these things, but we are not going to put ourselves in the position of, you know, many of you guys in this room. I think by concentrating on governance and sticking to core values, there is a way for us right now to assuage some of those fears. That said, it's sort of like, you know, the solution for 61% of people in this country thinking that AI is going to destroy humanity. I mean, I would love a solution for that. Like, it's a really big one. So we can only really do step by step. Yeah.
For those people who you talk to who are fearful, particularly of blockchain and crypto, I always am able to stop those folks in their tracks when I ask them if they know how private their dollar is. Their fiat dollar, their credit card statements, their transactions on Amazon. Everybody thinks, oh, well, the government doesn't have access to that. Legal process, it gives them access to that. So I understand the fear, but I think it's born more out of a misunderstanding of the technology and the fact that you can be eminently creative with it. We talked about the programmable blockchains. You can be creative with it. So instead of telling people, oh, it does just this thing, when you tell folks it can do anything that you want it to do or design it to do, that's kind of a hard idea for non-technology folks to grasp, particularly when it comes to something as important as their money.
Yeah. And I think what they've seen with social media, all the data gathering, you know, that they've gone, okay, what all can somebody know about me? And do I want the government to know all this about me? And speaking of that, in regulations, I mean, where are we in the US with blockchain and regulations and technology? I feel like the SEC has just been so aggressive lately. And I mean, what needs to be done in order to allow this innovation to take place, but yet make sure that it's regulated in a way that we don't have some of the corruption?
Yeah.
I'll be a little contrarian and say, if any of us put ourselves in Gary Gensler's seat, would you make any different decisions? We might not be as aggressive as the SEC has been under our leadership, but you've got to understand his responsibility. So I'm sympathetic with him, but I wish he were more like the governor and leaned a little bit more forward to say, hey, look, if I see these problems with different technologies, I'm going to reach out to industry and say, look, if you want this to be more popular and to be regulated differently, show me.
Yeah.
Show me the use cases. Bring it to me. I'm happy to cooperate. Not that he is, but I think that's what they lack.
Well,
but I am sympathetic to the resistance from a regulator perspective.
He was a professor of blockchain at MIT. He knows this technology. So I'm kind of surprised at some of the moves he's made. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm obviously very biased, but I think states are totally underutilized and underrated as like test labs and case studies for pilots. States are in a position where they can work with vendors and technologists to give them literal funding, almost like their own private VC. Public VC, almost like their own VC organization, to see if these tools can help their goals, can help their accomplishments. So I would love to see more investment in states where things can both go quicker, where there's frankly less regulation, so there's a little bit more room to play, as opposed to the federal government where it just takes so long to do anything, and it's just hard.
And you've got an opportunity next year because it's the year of elections, not just in the US, but globally. I don't think there's ever been so many elections.
4 billion people will be voting next year, I just read, in 2024. It's not half the planet.
Yeah.
So it's a major direction of where the world's going to go next year.
Yeah, and it's been really heartening to see Congress really moving on this. We recently saw a very important bill get out of the House Financial Services Committee and go to the floor for a vote, which is really huge progress. And I think many members of Congress have been extremely thoughtful about these technologies for a long time. And finally, seeing actual movement has been very, very heartening. And I thought, what you said, Annie, about states and local government is actually a really great point. One of the things we've been doing at Filecoin Foundation is there are actually a lot of government data sets, including at the local level, that are stored on the Filecoin network. So using the Filecoin network to actually preserve government data to make sure that when you have things like one example, what Catherine was talking about earlier, with climate data sets being available to the public, when there was a regime change to a certain administration, EPA data sets just suddenly were wiped off of all the government websites, right? And those are actually backed up by the Internet Archive, and the Internet Archive has been partnering with us to create what we call Democracy's Library, where we're storing government data sets on the Filecoin network to preserve it into the future.
Marta's comment just sparked another thought. So just think back, if you can, to the birth of the internet and what policy and regulatory actions were taken to encourage the growth of the internet. Yeah. Now, we can have an argument about Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, but it might not be right now, but it was correct at the time. And that's the kind of regulation that I would like to see around blockchain and other technologies, something to really kickstart the development and the private sector engagement with it. And then maybe if we need to change in the future because something gets out of hand, well, then by all means, let's do it. But in order to maintain leadership, let's do some things that let the private sector brilliance really accelerate the development.
Yeah, and I guess the internet was created by the Department of Defense, right? Blockchain was created by Satoshi Nakamoto, so maybe that has something to do with kind of the support that went into it. And I do want to leave some time for questions, maybe about 10 minutes if we can. So we just got a few more minutes. So just, if you can give your best guess a timetable.
Oh God.
Like, when might we see blockchain becoming more mainstream and something that people interact with on a daily basis?
I mean, I think in like the next 8 years, which feels too long, but I think aggressive governments and aggressive orgs will find successful use cases within the next 8 years, within the next like 1 to 2 administrations that actually bring it to a consumer's desk. I also think there's a parallel here that like misinformation is such a threat to democracy, such a threat to all of our governments, that there's a real government imperative to use these technologies to better combat it. I think if it is able to speed past that timeline, it'll be because of like a citizen detective type of initiative.
Yeah. I really like the narrative that you used there, because I think that storytelling around that is going to be super important to cut that 8 years. And that's going to be interesting because often it's events, isn't it, that spark something that ends up in different ways. And I think that you could see something happening where the use case is so clear that the takeoff and the public backing is much stronger. Don't know when that's going to be, but you never know. So
I'm always shocked when there are polls about how many people actually hold cryptocurrency in the U.S. It's really surprising to see, and the numbers, and especially to see how it breaks down along a variety of different diversity metrics. It's super interesting stuff. So I would say, I think in a lot of ways it's already here. I would also say this technology is a little different from like the internet in that it's not something that it's much more of like a lower level in the technology stack kind of technology often. And so sometimes when you're buying and selling cryptocurrency, sure, you're directly interacting, with blockchain technology. But I think, again, a huge part of blockchain technology is that it really just enables you to program your money and to do cool things that enable you to make financial transactions in a really seamless way, in a way that you might not even realize has anything to do with blockchain. Yeah. And that's really, I think, where we can succeed when people are interacting with it on a day-to-day basis without really even realizing it.
So I'll give you a vague and ambiguous answer by saying just soon. But understand that going beyond blockchain, this example includes blockchain. But is anyone familiar with Bellingcat? Anyone follow the Bellingcat investigations? So what I love about Bellingcat is they're using these technologies now to do these private sector investigations, like the July 2014 shoot down of the airliner over Eastern Ukraine. Yeah. They were able to do remarkable work using AI and blockchain information. So one, it's already being used at a level that we probably don't even know. I'm very amused by headlines that contradict each other. No financial institution, no traditional financial institution will hold any kind of cryptocurrency. The next headline, oh my gosh, we've just taken a major stake in cryptocurrency. So when people say, oh, this is fraudulent, it's all illicit transactions, no one believes in this stuff, I say, well, major financial institutions are holding lots of digital assets right now. So I would say soon, because we're seeing, well, I personally believe that we're seeing lots of growing momentum because interest is growing and the problems are static. The problems that these technologies solve still exist. So people will always migrate towards solutions.
That killer app, that ChatGPT killer app, we still kind of need. I would love to get a few questions. I believe we have about 9 minutes left. Anybody have any questions for the panelists? Okay, so let's start with you and then we'll go to you. Go ahead. I just have one question, Martha. Oh, we've got a mic. I think, yeah, here we go.
Mara said that one of the challenges is, that people equate blockchain as Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. And I do have personally faced it. So how do we overcome the other challenges? How do you overcome this mindset block that people have?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it's really honestly one of the fundamental communication issues here is there are a lot of really great financial use cases of blockchain. And I don't want to, put those aside too much because those are also great use cases. But I think people don't even realize the extent to which this technology is being utilized, far beyond what they think about in the financial sector. So just the Filecoin network, if you're just looking at Filecoin, what we're doing is we're basically we're like Airbnb for file storage. And so we're using the ability to program your money for people to basically be able to rent their storage on other people's computers. So we create this decentralized file storage network. And we have a massive amount of data that's stored on the Filecoin network that I think a lot of people would be shocked to see. So things like government data sets. We're working with Lockheed Martin Space on demonstrating how the technology helps with long distance networking in space. We have all sorts of environmental use cases and just tons of data. So it's really a communications issue, really getting out there that this isn't theoretical. It's not something that's in the future. There is real use now of this technology, and Filecoin is obviously just one example, or many blockchain use cases that are not just purely financial, and it's a matter of communicating that out.
I'd also add, like in terms of communication to government specifically as well, I think so much of that comes through policy right now. It comes through like policymakers, it comes through policy in different agencies, all of which is totally great. But it is worth, I think, pushing it towards an information technology and a more action digital services focused lens as well. Those are the people with the immediate ability to like execute those technologies. And I think execution is what is able to bring in that executive buy-in. So I would just kind of throw that as, I think, as we think as organizations, like how do we embed policy fellows and all these really amazing things that we benefit from very much in the governor's office, can we put them in more action-focused executable roles?
Yeah, I had a question. So, I think a lot of times I get asked the question, about the technology, and I say, well, do you know how HTTPS works, right? I mean, I don't know, but I have my phone and I know that works. So that often, quiets people down. My question is similar. Here we are at a very large institution. We've had a lot of institutional players come today to talk about the technology. Everyone in this room, I'm sure, is, fairly advanced in their understanding. How do we get this down to the grassroots? How do we get communities, right, and people who are working and living in ethnic communities, and I know there are some demographics related to that, but how do we get people to really say, this is happening, understand the technology from a digital identity or whatever, come curious, right? How do we shift this paradigm and bring it really down to almost like a grassroots? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
We put together in the early days of our administration a group of just like really smart people, a lot of them in this room, who would just talk to us about AI and where things were. And one of the women on the panel was dead serious. We have like a very specific discussion, and like dead serious was like, you should make an AI mascot. And you should bring the mascot everywhere you go. And you should host listening sessions with the mascot. And the mascot should be like purple and pink, like a little blockhead, like a little Duolingo bird. And I actually thought that was an amazing idea, but and I loved it. But I think we need to kind of treat it like any other, PR or marketing campaign. Like, it is very, very complicated. It also affects people's lives in a day-to-day. And I think the first and foremost thing is just for them not to be scared of it. And if that's through, a mascot, if that's through a more conventional listening tour, if that's through celebrity engagement, all those things really matter. So I think thinking about it like that as if it was its own campaign is worth doing.
And focus on the function. I love your example about HTTP. So none of us knows how, well, some of us do, but not a lot of us know the difference between the people who use the internet and understand how it works is vastly different. The same thing I think is happening or should happen here. Let's just focus on the benefits that it gives you, how it works. Well, we'll explain it to you if you want to know, but it'll go right over your head, but you'll still keep using it. ATMs were the same way. The internet was the same way. Even mobile phones. Very, very steep adoption rate, but people cared about what it did, not how it did it.
Yeah. And Mark started by talking about trust, right? And so when we trust, if we go out for a meal, that the chef will make something for us and we will have our meal, and we don't go in and say, let's see each thing. We trust that system of food regulation and all of those things. And I think there's something there about how do we put our trust in some things that we don't understand. And it goes back to what we were saying about the moral panic, the fearfulness around some of those things. So there's ways to do, education's one of them, explainability, accountability. But I think it's also about time as well. As people see these use cases and see the benefits for themselves, then it becomes much easier to explain why this is important in our day-to-day lives. Sorry, Mark. Yeah. Mascots. Sorry, Annie. Mascots.
I would also say, one of the things that's really interesting, seems like my tech, there we go. One of the things that's really interesting about my, They're like, you know what? The panel's over. We're just going to turn off our mic. We've heard enough from Marta today. Okay, so one of the things that's really interesting when you talk to different groups is sometimes you're really surprised at the people who get it immediately. For example, I think we're in a really privileged position in the US to really be able to trust central intermediaries and never have had to have questioned that. But I met someone who told me a story about, not in the US, running through the grocery store, literally running because the prices would be different if you waited 5 minutes, right? Like literally running to the grocery store in a state of hyperinflation. So I think actually all over the world, a lot of people get this quite quickly. And we're in a place where we I think in the US really can trust centralized institutions and maybe don't understand it as fast.
I kind of thought, because my core business is local TV news that I do from the NASDAQ for TV stations around the country, even though I do a lot of crypto, blockchain, and things as well. But I know one thing that rates really high for local news is food recalls. Yeah. And like it just spikes up and people are very interested in it. And I thought if there was a way, because I know Walmart had implemented blockchain technology for food recalls. And I thought there's ever some spinach recall or something where we could say in the news, blockchain traced it right to that farm in 2 seconds. Yeah. Versus where it is now, like, well, we think it came from Santa Clara County and we're not sure where, and 2 months down the road, maybe we'll find out. Meanwhile, throw away all your spinach or something. So if we could get a killer use case like that the public could understand, I think would go a long way in advancing blockchain. So I think we're about done, or yeah, we're pretty much done. So thank you guys so much. So interesting. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Jean.
Okay. Okay, so we got another panel. Hold on, I've got too much paper here. Let's see. Okay. Whoops. Let me just. All right. I'm good. How are you? Good. Oh, you did? Okay, awesome. Okay, we have another panel. Let me sit down on my papers.
Thank you.
Okay, this is building transparent supply chains. Essential for sustainable development. We all got a lesson in supply chains and how important they were last year. So we have Dale Christie, Antoinette Marie, Wes Geisenberger. I hope I'm saying your name right. Is he here? Okay. Oh, he's talking. Okay. Karen Atoni and Etoy Rossetti. So we're going to look at how to use blockchain to build supply chains. By the way, there is a report involved with this, and there's a link to the report where you can access it with the QR code on your on the tables. So, and it should be very interesting, so you can check it out. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I know we're getting toward the end of the day, so grab a coffee so we can perk each other up. I'd love to have this be engaging, so please think of some questions. If you have them, we can do it at the end. But if you really have a burning question, I'll take it in the middle of the panel as well. I love making it an interactive conversation. So I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Karen Atoni. I'm with Hyperledger Foundation. We are a nonprofit, part of the Linux Foundation, that cultivates the communities that build open source technologies for many of the blockchain use cases that we've been talking about today. It was almost perfect that the last panel ended on the Walmart example, because it actually uses Hyperledger Fabric. It's the Walmart Food Trust use case where, and Walmart took a really innovative approach where they actually forced all their suppliers to get into this consortium. So really driving innovation in that sense, and we can talk about how organizations drive innovation, or we invite them to come. And so a lot of the applications of this technology are using open source, including some of the panelists that we have here today. there's a lot of the SDGs that touch on supply chain more than I think we realize. There's a few I think mentioned up there. But in the end, you know, everything needs to kind of get somewhere or get done with something, right? And so I think when we all went through the pandemic a few years ago, or the last few years, I mean, supply chain became a household name in a way that it never was before, where people were really thinking about and experiencing viscerally the effect of the vulnerabilities and weaknesses in supply chain. So that's something that I want to talk about here today as well. So let's get to our panelists. We've got Dale and Ettore and Wes. Please just briefly introduce yourself, but most importantly, tell us how your current role intersects with blockchain, to give us a sense and a background, because you all come from very different organizations, but supply chain touches everything, right?
Hi, I'm Dale Christie. I'm business fellow and blockchain strategist for FedEx. I bring you greetings from Memphis, and I lead the blockchain and Web3 efforts for FedEx.
Hi, I'm Ettore Rossetti from Save the Children. I've been there for 19 years. Save the Children has been around for 103 and counting. So I've been around for at least 17% of the organization's existence. We work in 120 countries, giving kids three things: health, education, and protection from harm, both natural disasters and man-made conflicts. I'm head of Web3 globally.
Hey everyone, my name is Wes Geisenberger. I help lead the HBAR Foundation's Sustainable Impact Fund, and in the GBBC world, I also help lead the Carbon Emissions Token Task Force as part of the Interwork Alliance. And the HBAR Foundation Sustainable Impact Fund is one of 4 funds, the HBAR Foundation, and we're part of the Hedera ecosystem. And our mission, the fund, is to bring the balance sheet of the planet to the public ledger. And we do that through open source digital public goods and grants to different applications building on Hedera. And from a supply chain perspective, a lot of those applications are looking to better quantify things like emissions calculations, decarbonize supply chains through carbon credits, and better enable sustainability across our ecosystem.
So I'd love to hear from each of your different perspectives. You know, how are you involved in bringing greater sustainability to supply chains using this technology? But also, you know, let's talk about how maybe what you're working on is addressing some of the weaknesses that we've witnessed in the last few years in supply chains.
From our point of view, again, we go to 220 countries and territories, so our view is truly global. As I would say, at that level, at the International Space Station level, there is no company, there is no industry, there are no borders. Data knows no geographic borders. We saw that, you know, I've been in supply chain and transportation my entire career, and none of you cared about it until the pandemic. And then we became kind of sexy at that point, which is what's going on? Why can't get up my paper towels and everything else from that point of view? And I would tell you that I led the first blockchain use case at FedEx in 2017. And during that period of time, kind of the aha moment for me was that truly global scenario where I buy something from you and supply and demand are separated by broker, forwarder, brother-in-law, I know some lady, all these people that sit between you and me from that point of view. And in a digitized world, in a truly paperless transaction world, it's a very different supply chain. Right now, we've got all these papers and requirements and ports of entry and various things like that that have to happen. But in a digitized world, in a truly paperless world, when I buy something from you, you can actually provide buyer, seller, country of origin, et cetera, directly to the customs agency of the import. And then that data can move at the speed of data, not at the physical speed. So certainly we see on the horizon a very different world, although it's not today and it's not tomorrow. But we're connected here just briefly. Our connection to GBBC is that I'm chairman of the BITA Standards Council, Blockchain and Transport Alliance Standards Council. We're focused on open source and royalty-free data standards globally. And we merged with GBBC a couple of months ago. FedEx, UPS, and others are on that board. And our focus is to be the global harmonizer for global standards. There's a lot of standards out there, but there's not a common language at this point. There are gaps, there are overlaps, and we're working our way through that as part of the GSMI 4.0 initiative.
I love Dale's visual analogy of the satellite view of Earth, and the borders disappear, the man-made borders, when you're that high. And if we all had that view, I think we'd have a different perspective on humanity and children. At Save the Children during the pandemic, I will use an example of supply chain disruption in a little bit of a different way. When the US educational system announced that schools would be closed, we knew that it would be a crisis for children who relied on school not only for education, but also for food. And so we scrambled into motion a campaign led by our ambassador, Jennifer Gardner, and her friend and colleague, Amy Adams. And we came up with a campaign called Save with Stories. And it was storytelling on social media, Instagram, where grandparents can read to their children who were displaced when we all were sheltering from home. So that's an example of a different kind of supply chain disruption of education, but also for food insecurity. And what we did was, and it's analogous to the decentralized trend of the blockchain, we decentralized the services we provided. So instead of every child centrally going to a school that was now closed, we had our staff and volunteer deliver essentials both for food and for education to homes across America. So that's how we adapted to the supply chain disruption.
So in the HBAR Foundation and the Hedera ecosystem, we spend a lot of time in supply chains at a couple different levels. We spend supply chain focus and time through our grant resources and open source infrastructure that enables that. So one of the tools we have is called The Guardian. It's an open source digital public good that allows you to define methodologies for things like accounting or things like processes. And that process workflow engine enables you to define exactly how you're supposed to collect data from who and attribute to which party is saying what. Sometimes it could be an attestation about something maybe being organic, or sometimes it could be an attestation around, say, carbon emissions. But a lot of times it's simple things like digital product passports. And so we have users as part of not just the Hedera Governing Council, but our ecosystem, like Avery Dennison. And Avery Dennison both tracks digital product passports on Hedera to understand which specific good, the attributes about that good, go to which specific party tied to their different digital identifiers. And of course, they've enabled different layers of data on top of that, like carbon emissions tracking, where they've enabled even things like carbon emissions tokenization, followed by what they call carbon reduction tokens to enable that offset for their customers. And that process allows for better transparency in supply chains, where in a future we can have a fully digital view of not just the good, but the direct relation to the impact of that good from a carbon perspective, a carbon accounting perspective, and ultimately, the reduction of that through things like offsets when we can't further reduce.
Thank you all. Dale, could you touch a little bit more on BITA and what exactly that is, the reason for it coming under the GBBC, and why standards are important, why open standards are important?
Yeah, our first journey in 2017, 2018, we did a lot of deep diving, and we really felt, let's just go out and build a global supply chain blockchain. And we did, and it worked, and it was just fine. The only problem was it wouldn't scale. And everything in our world pretty much is based on standards, whether that's the traffic lights out here at the intersection or many, many other examples, the electrical grid, lots and lots of things. And we take it all for granted from that point of view. And again, global commerce is such that while we go to 220 countries and territories, the global supply chain also includes everything to a bicycle delivery company. And we didn't ultimately feel we could create this and then put a FedEx logo on it and charge our competitors to use it, or vice versa, whatever the case may be. So we realized early on that really standards were going to be important. And we were founding members of the BITA Standards Council in 2017. And we did work through standards. We started creating things. But again, with that, not to have a contradictory view of that, if I'm in the International Space Station and I've now taken all of you with me to that view, and in a conference setting, that's my very first slide, by the way, which is here's this view from space. So I need you to go up with me for just a few minutes, and this is our perspective. At that point, we had to do something about that, and we think it's going to take global standards. So UPS is also a founding member of BIDA, and we've worked with DHL in other regards as well. And so that's what I refer to as co-opetition. It's not about where we compete, it's about where we can agree. And that was one of the questions on the previous panel. I wanted to your question, wanted to raise my hand from the back. It's co-opetition. It'll take all of us. Where can we agree? We can agree that reducing friction across borders is huge to us, to our customers, to global commerce. But it's going to take a common data language to do that. And that's where the standards come into play. The connection to GBBC is that we truly felt at a global level, there's a lot of standards out there and a lot of good people working on these standards, but we didn't see a role that had been identified yet as a global harmonizer of those standards. So, a lot of musicians walking around, if you will, we think it needs an orchestra conductor. And that's the role we want to play. We aren't trying to dominate that. We are happy to lead and work with other like-minded entities. But it's going to take all of us to do that. So part of the early efforts here are around GSMI 4.0. There's a supply chain work stream of that. And I, along with my colleague from UPS, are co-chairs of that. We're working with Diana. And that's essentially becomes the research branch of BIDA. So now that we've identified kind of a backbone of what we're trying to accomplish with movement, it could start with raw materials. It could move all the way from your purchase all the way to delivery. And there's a whole series of steps there that I'm not going to bore you with. And then we use that and then start aligning up. What does UN say? What does World Customs say? What does ISO say? What do these other standards entities say? And now let's push those all together and say, have we solved this? Do we all agree, for example, on country code? That's probably not very controversial, but there's a lot of stuff out there that there are different people that describe it different ways. And if we can identify and then map it and then identify overlaps and gaps, that gives us the roadmap to work with these other like-minded entities for open source and royalty-free data standards. And when, not if, but when we get to that point from a global commerce point of view, it will be a very different global supply chain. Now that data can move again at the speed of data. Now you can send something that's being shipped through customs and you are a trusted shipper. They know exactly who you are. Don't slow that down. That's the happy path. They don't know Dale, but they do know you. So that would give different experience. And they can use the same technology we've been talking about all day long. Artificial intelligence, they can analyze it, they can optimize it, they can get to predictive models and prescriptive models, just like the enterprises and many other people are using as well. So we think it's a very different global supply chain. We think foundationally, it starts with standards.
You mentioned that you really have to bring part of the goal there is bringing everyone together, but how do you get to that critical mass where you can really make an impact? What are the barriers? Because not everybody wants to necessarily cooperate or compete. I can't say it. So what are the barriers and how do you foresee overcoming them?
We don't think it'll scale without that. And we think there are key kind of global thinkers as are represented in this room that understand that we have to work together to embrace, to lean into this new technology. And so we have those conversations with World Customs and with others. And again, the UPSs and DHLs of the world. And we think we can get it to a tipping point. We think it's going to take essentially adults at the table. We're not trying to own this. We don't think we can slap a FedEx logo on this and do this. We think it is foundational for all. Of course, we're in business to be in business. And no different than my Android phone that has an open platform, you and I could build a proprietary app that sits on top of that. That's fine. But most people are simply trying to jump to the proprietary part without building the interstate highway system needs to be built before you can put a fast food restaurant on the interstate highway system. And so we just keep having the same conversations on this broad kind of global thought leadership level. And we think there's enough people out there that we think we can get to that tipping point.
Yeah. Thank you. Ettore, can you tell us a little bit more about Save the Children's, how the innovation and how you're rethinking the model of humanitarian assistance and how you distribute your resources?
Yeah, sure, Karen. So Save the Children, as far as SDGs goes, we mapped a lot of them, but the one that includes innovation is SDG 9. And innovation is in the culture and in the DNA of Save the Children ever since our founding by Eglantine Jebb. who asserted that all children have human rights. And at the time, that was a revolutionary idea. It was an innovative idea. Ever since then, Save the Children has been a leader in innovation. So for example, in the United States, when we were founded in 1932, we came up with the hot lunch program in schools, which is now adopted, right? So this public-private partnerships oftentimes create or in a catalyst for innovation and change, right? Innovation simply means doing something different. And if you're doing something different, either in a disruptive way or an incremental way, it's still innovation. So regarding how we're thinking about the blockchain, how we're thinking about Web3 technologies, and how might that change Save the Children, how might we adapt to it and use it to disrupt ourselves? We imagine a future where we would build a non-governmental, a nonprofit organization on the blockchain. What would that mean? What would that mean in terms of transparency? So the cost to run a nonprofit, the overhead cost, what is the tolerance for mining fees or gas fees? That would be the equivalent analogy. What would the donor be willing to pay for that? And let's make sure that that is transparent and can be audited and inspected on a blockchain. Last year, on average, 86% of all of our expenditures went to program delivery. So if you had this efficient organization built on a blockchain, then in theory, in smart contracts, those kinds of percentages can be built in. But one thing I will say is transparency is inspiring, but also frightening for many organizations. And so I think it behooves us as nonprofit leaders to communicate our value proposition and to be proud of what we do with the resources that we have. If you're familiar with Dan Pallotta's TED Talk that went viral and his film now, documentary called Uncharitable, where nonprofits are held to a double standard with for-profits. Folks scrutinize things like overhead and CEO income, yet they don't compare that to the for-profit world. And I think the pursuits of nonprofits aren't about not-for-profit, but rather for impact. And it's really important that we are transparent, but also that we're proud of where our resources go.
Do you think that that's something that Save the Children would explore shifting more towards?
So absolutely, we're right now piloting some supply chain products. So let's first of all, earlier today we heard about World Food Program's building blocks. So we're looking at that in Kenya. And that's an example, a great example of an open source technology that talk about competition. In our space, we don't even call them competitors, we call them peers, because we're all in it together to solve these humanitarian problems. So if organizations can come together and use blockchain technology like building blocks to make sure that beneficiaries aren't left behind, they're not duplicated, then that creates more efficiency in the system. And I think that's one of the knocks on rather large NGOs is perhaps they're not efficient. That's not necessarily true. It is that we are big in scale in terms of big in impact. So we are looking at this concept in the blockchain, and was also discussed earlier, is this notion of the metaphor of a wallet, of an application that sits on a phone, that mobile phones are very ubiquitous, no matter where you are. So imagine a future where every child had access to a mobile app through which Save the Children could deliver its services. And so, for example, the first use case we're looking at is our cash and voucher assistance programs. We're delivering digital goods on the blockchain and then tokenizing our services in the form of vouchers. So what if we gave you a token for food or a token for education?
and those tokens will be non-transferable. And you can identify who the recipient is. I think that would bring a lot of transparency and speed and effectiveness to our sector.
Yeah, and that brings up, the impact and challenges of getting to the last mile, which I want to talk about later and get all your perspectives on that. But before that, I want to come to Wes, and if you could tell a little bit more about how supply chains can support ESG initiatives, some of the examples that you've seen with carbon equity and the emissions task force as well.
Yeah, so I think there's some really interesting opportunities on how we think about value and different value chains, right? So we've talked a lot about carbon emissions related to supply chains, and we have the task force, but there's also the carbon credit side of the market. We heard from some folks earlier on the digitization of that process. And we have digitization of data, but there's also the digitization of value, right? Like stable coins to community wallets. And as we announced today from the Voluntary Ecological Markets Task Force, the digital measurement reporting and verification spec updates, there's ways to map value into those accounts to measure things like financial equity. And as we think about, bringing data into this digital format from specific parties, from specific data wallets to attest that this is this verifier or auditor, this is this local community. If we can map value back to those different parties, we can actually form new types of data relationships where we can uncover forms of value like financial equity into local communities and carbon credit projects. And we hear from carbon market registries, that a certain percent goes back to the community. But in recent news stories, we found in some cases after investigation, it may not be the same amount has gotten back to that community. And we can prove in the value chains, in that data supply chain, if you will, of what impact is happening. We can prove both the data and the financial value that could go back to funds. Maybe it's access to clean water. Maybe it's access to certain community impact initiatives that every dollar is being spent properly, which, doesn't just serve for NGOs, but it serves for local communities and better community governance. On the carbon emission side of that, though, we can better align the rules so that in our supply chains, we can see if something's really emitting a metric ton. We can reference, across multiple companies in their value chain and better see what that impact looks like. And as part of the carbon emission task force, what we're doing is we're better representing that in the standard and the specification. And so we're expecting to release that specification later this year. And today we're also, talking about the relevancy of where that spec may apply. And so as part of our updates, we'll be releasing a paper that I think actually just came out 20 minutes ago or so on the relevance of that for emissions trading systems. And so these emissions trading systems are all based on budgets or allowances, and a lot of the large companies around the world are subject to these budgets. And of course, if we are over emitting, we need to be able to either pay a penalty or buy specific emissions allowances under that. And we can better see the relevance of these standards in those supply chains as folks look to buy either further permits or look to go settle as they go into regulated markets. And we can actually see their carbon impact.
So, it seems a big part of that seems to be, greater transparency, standardization, access to the data is going to help drive a lot of what we can see in terms of impact and ESG initiatives.
Yeah, I think there's a couple different layers you can look at it from. You can look at it in the emissions accounting, but you can also take that emissions accounting data where we have rules for scopes 1, 2, and 3, or even product lifecycle standards. And those can be used in ESG reporting. One of the things one of our goals at the HBAR Foundation is when it comes to ESG reporting is to make ESG reporting credible. And the way that we see, that happening is by laying out all those rule sets digitally using digital measurement reporting and verification against a specific scope 1, 2, or 3 rule set. And then take that same exact data in your reporting and align that to your specific ESG reporting tools, whether it's TCFD, CDP, where you're collecting that data. And we eventually actually see an automation capability where you can go from one emissions accounting rule set into your ESG reporting, and you actually know the granular information, exactly who attested it, who audited it, what's the rule set. And that's something that we see as a really big opportunity. And when folks go to report, we can say, is this rule set the right rule set, or should you be doing something that's a little more robust? And we see that as a big opportunity, both in the task force setting, as well as in our own goals for a foundation and enabling folks through different grants that, our ecosystem makes available to companies applying.
There's a lot of granularity there, right? So what about privacy? Could you tell us a little bit about the Hedera Guardian ecosystem and, the importance of privacy, obviously, in all this as well?
Right. So the Guardian, think of it as a tool that allows you not just to map the rule set, but an operating system. And that operating system allows you to lay out all the roles, the actors who fulfill those roles, and then eventually it's the data that they produce using tools like decentralized identifiers that issue verifiable credentials. But one of the things that we've enabled as part of our releases earlier this year is a capability called selective disclosure. In kind of more blockchain or crypto native speak, you may hear zero knowledge proofs as kind of the more niche phrase. But the selective disclosure capability allows companies or different parties to decide what's private, what's confidential. Maybe you don't want a specific business process to be known, but you want someone like an auditor to say, this is true, they've collected data in the right way, or it goes into a calculation that's known, that's public. And so with the Guardian, when you're mapping those public rules and you're collecting this data, selective disclosure allows you to disclose it to the parties you want to see, and maybe not the rest of the world, while still maintaining the cryptographic trust where you get the encrypted data on a public ledger. And that's what we've enabled. And it's something that we're really excited as part of not just an open source tool in the Guardian, but open source decentralized identifier and verifiable credential wallets that fit into that workflow of multiple parties.
So coming back to what we talked earlier about the last mile, how can we effectively implement these supply chain solutions where there's maybe poor limited enforcement or poor quality data, or just, you getting to the door, something to the door of someone far off, somewhere in the world, or you getting to someone, right, that needs that resource. How do each of you, from your perspectives, think about what are the barriers there to the last mile, and how are you overcoming all of those?
Well, ours is we think of FedEx in both the physical world and the digital world. We think we're kind of at the intersection of those two. So the physical world, if I ask you, what do you know about FedEx? Most of you, or most people that work for FedEx are going to say, well, I ordered something and they picked it up and delivered it to me, right? So you're going to think of the physical example of that. We also think we're at the intersection of the digital world. And if you think of essentially a digital twin of that, a digitized version of that package, that's the next 50 years of FedEx is some combination of both of those. So the physical world, we're still going to get it to you. We still figured out a way to do that. We're going to take a picture of it at the doorstep. We're going to continue to add value to that experience from that point of view. The digitization of that also speeds this up. It streamlines it. It makes it much more seamless. It reduces a lot of friction in those processes. And so we think these kinds of emerging technologies are going to help us with that. Again, we think kind of the trifecta of moving forward is blockchain, sensors, IoT sensors, and AI. And we think increasingly the last panel kind of contemplated, I'll just go there for a second, contemplated what's next, where does this go? I think of AI as being a really good blender. It's a better way of preparing something than what we've had, but it still relies on the same source. If you still put the same vegetables that you've been cutting on the table and you put it into a blender, it's going to puree it, it's going to do other things to it. But the source data of that is critical. And that's where we think these opportunities take us to a new place. So when we can use the exhaust of blockchain, we can use the exhaust of sensors, temperature, humidity, and various other things like that. And then you can put them into the large models, the AI and the machine learning and those kinds of things. Now you're off to races and doing some very different things. And that ties back to final mile as well.
From a Save the Children perspective, that last mile problem is one that's a challenge for us in the sector. We don't have all the answers, but we have some of the questions. And they include, one solution is, can you, if you're digitizing your cash delivery, if you're digitizing your token delivery, then can you create a closed loop ecosystem where you bring merchants in so that families in need, when they receive cash, they can actually use, let's say, the digital currency in their local market. That's one possible solution. Another possible solution is, if it's not a closed loop system and you have a digital token, but you have no place to redeem it, then working with an off-ramp provider or an exchange to convert that to local fiat, or in the case of Bitcoin, you probably have seen a Bitcoin ATM machine. You even see them now in supermarkets across the US, are also available in other parts of Africa and around the world. So imagine if you could then cash out your Bitcoin right from a crypto ATM machine. That's another possible solution to last mile. And if you didn't have a mobile phone, in theory, you could print out a QR code and then use that at a point of redemption. So as technology becomes more pervasive and more ubiquitous, we think there's going to be a leveling up of humanity potentially, and that could help us reach the most difficult to reach populations.
For the last mile for us, we see a few different angles to it. We see both supply chain last mile. We also see the local communities. And one of the key things is enabling folks to have their voice heard in a digital format. In the carbon credit market or the biodiversity market, that's not always as straightforward as it may seem. Making sure we get attestations from every single party involved in the data supply chain today is nearly impossible. There's no registry, verifier, project developer who's able to take all that information in digitally and have it represented to that specific identity of who made that attestation, whether it's multiple satellites who are providing satellite data to a project, every member of the community who's supplying data, or contributing to that supply of data, right? Because it could come from an AI model on top of the satellite. It could come from an average of data from local communities, or measuring the width of trees, and community members are doing that. And so in our view, we try to get to that last mile by providing wallets that can allow attestations of specific information, and we get more granular information in that process. In the future, what I think that means is value is going to be attributed back to those specific data providers, and that value is actually going to be considered financial equity in things like carbon credit projects. And that's where we can ultimately build a better correlation of who's providing information to what value they get in the overall value of the project.
And can you just quickly clarify what you mean by financial equity?
When we talk about that, it's mostly in the sense of communities own projects. You may have a project developer working with that community, but that value, when you say buy a $20 credit, what percentage goes back to the community versus every other contractor, registry, verifier, satellite data provider, project developer, financier, any other role? And there could sometimes be a half dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen parties involved. And if we could have specific attestations, specific wallets that don't just provide value in the sense of tokens, but they can provide data and receive value in return, we can get a better attribution of where the value is coming from, what impact's being driven by those communities, by folks working on specific projects, rather than just seeing financiers, verifiers, and registries that are working with project developers.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, thank you so much. Before we wrap it up, I want to open the floor, see if there are any questions for the panel. And if not, I'll ask a final question. Do you want to run up?
This is more a question for Wes. I guess, how do you see kind of the granularity of data and some of the tools that you're suggesting impact the ETS market, so the European emissions market for carbon credits, or for cap and trade?
So with the CET, I see a great opportunity to improve the credibility of systems beyond what they already are. I think having the ETS markets in general, and there's many around the world besides the EU, in addition to the the leadership steps they've taken, we can go on this continuum of improving the cap and trade model when best available technologies come to market. And so we see things like the Guardian, we see other different technologies that better enable MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification, improve the credibility of not just the data that goes against the rules. Today, most of that data is collected in Excel spreadsheets. You can click on a tab that says calculate or direct measurement approach or an alternate approach. We see a world that if we can lay out those rules, understand every single data point in measurement, reporting, and verification, that's a much better outcome than, say, the calculated model. And if we can get to a point where we actually know every single party that's contributing that data while still protecting that information that's considered proprietary, that's an improved model from where we are today. And by better providing granularity to get to that calculated approach, we can have a more accurate and less estimates driven model. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to get rid of things like emission factors. Emission factors will continue to exist, but having a clear balance sheet for your scope 1 emissions, which are, the majority of the traded balances, that's the ideal. And just to be very clear, the cap and trade system isn't trading carbon emissions tokens, it's trading the allocations around them. And so if we have a better initial accounting for them, those allocations just become that much more precise and that much more credible.
Thank you, Wes. Any other questions? I don't think so. So I just wanted to ask some final thoughts. What is sort of the next frontier? And a lot of the things that we've been talking about today are not the same things we were talking about at this event last year. And so what do you see ahead for you in terms of how we can achieve the SDGs, make impact on sustainability via blockchain solutions for supply chain? Anybody, go ahead.
So I think this year, we're a full year into the carbon emissions token task force. So that's a pretty exciting thing. We're that much closer to a draft 1 of a specification, which allows people to build with standards, right? I know Dale talked a little about standards from a logistics perspective, but having clear definitions makes life a lot easier. Now, for us on the voluntary side of the market, we're 2 years into the voluntary ecological markets task force. And now we got a DMRV spec. I can tell you today, with our Guardian ecosystem for the carbon credit side of the market, from the release today of the DMRV spec, it'll probably be a month or two till the Guardian has fully conformant DMRV standards. But that's pretty quick in iteration. We have a fully open source tool. We can work that in so we can index every single registry's asset, every single property in that specification. So a year from now, I hope to be able to see every single asset indexed against those properties. In carbon emissions, I think that's even in some ways more exciting because every single company on the planet, if we have an MRV spec in a year, having a clear way to compare every company's scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, is something, maybe it's not a year, maybe it's a little bit longer. That's pretty exciting because, comparing FedEx to UPS, for example, may actually change a consumer's thought about which company, somebody goes to work with because one may be more transparent than the other. When we think about things like scope 3, the indirect emissions, where there's 15 categories, imagine being able to take those specifications, look at them on a public ledger and say, I'm more likely to work with this company because they're doing a really good job in being rigorous in their accounting, and I trust them to be more environmentally friendly. Personally, I make brand decisions that way when I go buy from Patagonia. I get excited about their work in the environment, and so I buy from them. But maybe that's going to be something, in a more similar, vein for supply chain tracking and carbon footprints, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
For Save the Children, I think if our founder, Eglantine Jebb, were alive today, she would add to her Declaration of the Rights of the Child, which was adopted by the UN, and she would add connectivity to it. And what do I mean by that? I think internet connectivity, but also being connected and included in the economy is really important, especially for children. Think a children's universal basic income. I think about the openness of the blockchain, the fact that it's agnostic, that it's inclusive, it's portable, and it's like a universal serial bus. The USB, in theory, can be connected to multiple kinds of devices, doesn't matter the brand of the device. And I think that's what we need to strive for. I think it's a human right, and it's natural. In the time of the pandemic, we saw when we were all disconnected, but technology can connect us. And if technology can connect humanity, I think we can solve most of humanity's problems, especially those facing children.
I wasn't here last year, so I can't speak to what was covered there, but I'll just bet you weren't talking about ChatGPT. So certainly AI has been added to this. I'm one person that thinks that could be the killer app for blockchain. It certainly is a better tool and a completely different tool, but one of the first things you hear about it is, well, be careful, you're not sure where that source is. And I think blockchain can be that source. We'll see. I might be completely wrong on that one, but that's a possible, it may get swept along with some of those kinds of things. As to the sustainability piece, again, I've said it a couple of times, I'll say it one final time, 220 countries and territories. It's a big world, right? There's a lot, and we're doing a lot in all those spaces. It certainly behooves us, and it behooves our competitors, and it behooves global commerce for us to figure out how to do this better and to make it more seamless and to reduce friction and to increase, you know, the Walmart food issues were referenced and various things like that. It makes sense for all of us. Digital product passports, a good example of that in the EU is battery passports that they're experimenting with right now and talking about, creates a circular economy. That circular economy is what we're really talking about here, where you know a battery was created, you know that I bought it, then you bought the car from me, and then it was recycled or reclaimed. That's going to be more and more typical. That we're going to see more and more of those things. That helps all of us. Again, I don't need to see all of your private information to move your product. That's just those are just additional kind of logistics data points. You'll all be working through what's the source and who's all those things and all that, but it all comes together at that International Space Station, at that view that we're talking about. All of what we're talking about in here all starts coming together. So the more we can have these conversations, the more we can go across our typical, I don't spend much time with Save the Children, but I've learned a lot about that. The more we can do these things, it's a win-win-win.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you to GBBC for bringing us all together as well. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. I look forward to seeing what we're talking about next year and what we can see more transparently to make the world more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So interesting. And I'll just mention Wes talked about a report that is available on the QR code if you would like to check that out. We're going to take a little break, about 5 minutes. Stretch your legs, get a little water if you want, and just come back and don't go too far. Just come back in 5 minutes and we'll get started with our next panel on crypto enforcement.
Thank you.
I'm not. So I just wanted, no, I'm not gonna get
This is Greg,
lost.
he just joined the team.
Hi, congrats.
This is Amanda.
Nice to meet you. You based here?
Very good to meet you. Yep.
Very cool.
You?
Normally DC.
Sanjeev, we have a microphone for you.
Thank you. Test.
You're funny.
It's geotagged.
Leave it to you.
So it is.
We're using,
mic'd up.
yeah, handhelds.
Have notes. I'm using that for them.
He's a good guy.
And I can just speak into the grill. Liz, I'm gonna be sitting up front.
I think we should sit under ourselves.
Well, that's the I'll go do it if you want. Do a little video.
So did you, were you together with
the reception. You're pretty well.
Okay.
You're gonna stick around.
What a great group. I met Amanda in Singapore, right?
At least I gave you.
I think that's where I met her. Amanda, did I meet you in Singapore? Is that where we met?
Yeah. Was that the first time? Yeah.
I think so.
All right. That was a quick break.
Test.
Well, she told me to.
We're with Caroline and
Are we now was there too? Who else was? Somebody else was. Oh, yeah. Karen. Hard to believe that was a year. Okay, we'll give everybody just a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Let everyone out. That's all right. Hey, so you're gonna chat. Settle in, just on a train or whatever. Yeah, it's like, you know, when you make everybody do Simon Says or something, so like make sure their blood is flowing. We'll skip the house, but other than that.
When I'm done, I'm gonna.
There's a reception tonight and a dinner. Sure, obviously,
Oh,
we'll
okay. I wanted to.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I came in yesterday.
Okay.
From the museum.
Okay.
I'm leaving tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, right, okay.
So are you
So
live?
I think that works. I can go 5 to 6 and then come back and meet. I just had a meeting that I had to go to. It worked out. It's all
busy.
apparently it is busy, but it's all good. Yeah. You think you'll come back here? I'm just thinking about your.
I'm flying to North Carolina tomorrow to do a couple trainings the rest of the week
Oh,
in
you
Raleigh
are?
and Charlotte.
Okay. Oh, that's great.
I enjoy the work and I found it very rewarding to have engagements like this. This is sort of why I do it.
Things that you're gonna go over this, are they close? Like, are you saying it's fun and if I needed to call later, would that be possible? Yes.
That's right.
What you're doing,
Right.
just so important.
And this is a good group too. I really enjoyed it. Because we, you know, so like,
All right, so you I made it with like the reception here.
what was ago, oh, sorry. Thank you.
That's great.
Yeah, we took a break for us. So we're good.
Yeah. So should I just?
If not, I'll tell you, there's a couple more sessions afterwards. Of course, yeah. Which you don't just break it.
There are some things that I'm like, this is the most Jewish thing I've heard. Something comes along that's like, no, this is. Okay.
And then at 6, there's 6:30.
Oh, okay.
All right. We'll get started with our next panel. Crypto enforcement, the rule of law, and SDGs, the importance of a strong legal system. So we welcome Sanjeev Bhaskar, also Sarah Hammer, Amanda Wick, and Liz Boyson to the stage. We're already here. And talk about the robust legal system and a discussion about that. So take it away.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think I'll just start by giving the panelists a chance to say a little bit about themselves. So Sanjeev, can we go with you?
Thank you. Thank you first off to GBBC for having us. It's an honor to be here. It's great to hear our colleagues discuss and teach and learn, and great to be part of the discussion. My name is Sanjeev Bhaskar. I serve as our United States Digital Currency Counsel in our money laundering and asset recovery section with the U.S. Department of Justice. That's a mouthful. It's a pleasure to be here. I will give you our standard disclaimer that I am speaking in my personal capacity, not officially on behalf of the Department of Justice. And again, great to share the stage with our colleagues.
It's great to be here today. I'm Sarah Hammer, and I want to thank Sandra Rowe and Liz and Hogan Lovells and the GBBC for hosting today. And it's great to be here with friends like Amanda, who I've known for a little while, and new friends like Sanjeev. And wonderful to see all of you. I'm especially excited to talk about this topic today. I lead financial technology initiatives at the Wharton School and our corporate accelerator focused on financial technology, and was previously at US Treasury, the Pennsylvania Department of Banking and Securities, and was a trader and portfolio manager. So I'm excited about the topic today.
Hi, I'm Amanda Wick. I know Liz and Sanjeev because we all used to be federal prosecutors at the Department of Justice. I left there and went to FinCEN to be a policy advisor, went to Chainalysis where I was the chief of legal affairs, went back to the government to work on the Hill, and then founded the Association for Women in Cryptocurrency. And then I also am a principal with a consulting company called Insight Consulting.
Wonderful. And I'm so glad that everyone gave a little bit about their history, because based on their current titles, it may not be manifest to everyone why this group is pulled together to talk about crypto enforcement and the importance of a strong rule of law. So, shouldn't come as any surprise. Spoiler alert, the consensus of this group is probably going to be that strong regulation and rule of law are needed in order to pursue and achieve the SDGs. So without stealing anyone's thunder, thinking about what are the components of a strong legal system, because
It's, it may just not be enforce all the time. Looking for things like predictability, fairness, understanding how different players are going to be treated in the ecosystem, international cooperation, good government, so that no one is caught off guard by, lack of fair notice or any surprises. I think those are some of the hallmarks that I think of, but I want to turn it over to our panelists to sort of get a sense of, what they think about when they hear the words, a strong legal system, because I know that we're pursuing that certainly in the US, but also uniformly globally in order to achieve the objectives. So Sarah, I wonder if we could start with you. What are the hallmarks that you think of with a strong legal system?
Sure. Thank you so much, Liz. And I want to thank Sandra again. I'm really excited about this topic and what GBBC is doing here this week in advance of the UN Summit next week, because when I think about rule of law, I harken back to my days at Oxford, where I had the privilege of studying international human rights law. And so taking kind of a big picture approach to what we're thinking about today, and then we'll all boil it down to what we're talking about with crypto and enforcement. I feel that rule of law is so essential to all of the topics that we will discuss this week and next week with regard to the SDGs and some of the challenges that we have faced in achieving those goals. Things like the war in Ukraine, for example, or the pandemic and the economic devastation that's taken place as a result. Rule of law is one of the many important concepts that has been essential to the founding of the UN, and that's why we're all here this week and next week. And there were really three things that that were in consideration when we founded the UN. It was human rights law, development, and peace and security. And to have that, you need to have adherence to rule of law, you need equitable enforcement, transparency, collaboration, and certainty. And those are really just a few of the things that I think about when I think about rule of law. And then taking that into the SDGs, which we'll talk about in more detail today, and whether or not we've made progress towards some of those really important objectives. So I'm going to toss it to my fellow panelists from there, but those are just a few of the high level things that I think about.
Great. Amanda, any thoughts on that?
I think one of the interesting things is, having come from a law enforcement agency, I feel like all of us came from the perspective of course, you need rule of law. I think one of the reasons why what GBBC does that's so incredible is that with the invention of disintermediated finance, that was like the last piece that was missing from true globalization. When you think about the movement of data, when you think about the movement of people, what was missing was the ability to instantly move money. And so now you have this true globalization happening, which creates some issues, because now the question of some jurisdictions that previously didn't necessarily have rule of law, that maybe didn't matter, now matter a lot, because we see, especially in our past lives, things like jurisdictional arbitrage and things where if you don't have sufficient rule of law in a country, but now you're able to have massive amount of financial flows through it, and they're not observing FATF rules, or they're not playing ball, what is the solution? Because you can't have giant black holes of illicit finance when there's something like disintermediated finance, and attacking it country by country isn't a feasible solution if it's truly globalized, which is why entities like GBBC are so important, because if you just think that the US is going to solve this problem, the last 3 years proved you dead wrong, didn't it? So if you're looking at what other countries are doing and a discussion of rule of law globally and how are we going to handle this globally, I think we are now looking at the globalization of rule of law in a way that we never have, which I think is great.
Well, thank you. And Sanjeev, turning now to the American system and how the US government has approached this. We've heard things like a whole of government approach. Obviously, there are robust parts of the administrative state as well as law enforcement. Coming from the law enforcement side, can you explain what the digital currency initiative is at DOJ, what the National Crypto Enforcement Team is, and a little bit about your portfolio?
Yeah, I appreciate that. First off, we're making efforts. And we realize this is a team approach, working together, government, private sector, industry together. So one of the questions I often get asked is, Sanjeev, what's the Department of Justice doing? And fortunately, we've had great leadership at the head of our department, including our criminal division specifically when it comes to establishing initiatives, task force teams to address cryptocurrency issues, educate the public regarding these matters, and make sure we have a sustainable digital asset economy. Our digital currency initiative, which is housed in MLRs and our money laundering asset recovery section, has four prongs to our portfolio. One, we prosecute cases. We're federal prosecutors. As Amanda mentioned beforehand, I was an assistant U.S. attorney for almost a decade throughout the United States, and now most recently in Washington with the digital currency initiative. Myself and my colleague Paul Hemeseth, we serve as counsels of the department regarding these matters, taking duty calls from the field, being able to be responsive, really to both victims and law enforcement alike when it comes to educating, discussing, and prosecuting cases. Two, we do a lot of training. And the reality is, often many of us have had and we're still having our aha moments when it comes to cryptocurrency. We didn't wake up one day and understand what Bitcoin was, or zero knowledge proofs, or liquid staking. And there's a reality we need to teach these fundamentals and make sure we can educate our colleagues across the board regarding these matters. So we're doing that. Also, we're doing a lot of policy work on the Hill and internationally with the FATF, with the MiCA. Amanda mentioned the reality of a need for uniform regulation to avoid judicial arbitrage. We recognize that, and that's something we're making efforts to do as well. And finally, one of the reasons that I'm here today is the importance, again, thank you to Sandra and GBBC, for private sector engagement, to engage with industry, to say, one, we're here to help, we're here to root out crime and to address illicit causes of instances of crime involving digital assets, but also two, to say, help us learn with you. We want to understand how the technology works. We want to make sure we can give good counsel when it comes to people consulting us on policy, things of the like. And that comes from speaking with you, the developers, those involved in the blockchain ecosystem. So prosecuting cases, training, policy work, and finally private sector engagement are all part of our portfolio. I also have colleagues of mine that work together as a team in our national cryptocurrency enforcement team. Liz is an alum, I should say, of our great task force, which is now housed in our computer crime intellectual property section. And this task force and this team exists to prosecute the most sophisticated cases and crimes involving digital assets, mixers, tumblers, the like. Through these two initiatives, the digital currency initiative, the NSET, we've been able to address writ large a huge portfolio of crime involving digital asset, but more importantly, to partner with others, train others, and make sure we are having good, consistent law in the United States. And again, thank you to our leadership for supporting it. Part of the reason we are here today.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Sanjeev. So looking at the SDGs and, just glancing down the list at which ones could be really well served by a well-regulated blockchain or crypto economy. The ones that kind of jumped off for me are learning and education, gender equality, clean energy, industry and innovation, peace, justice, and strong institutions. We've talked a lot in our various panels today about the potential that blockchain technologies have for monitoring and recording data, keeping everyone true to the books on climate and carbon credit tracking. And there are a number of other areas where this, could be very effective if done in the context of a strong legal system. So I wonder, Sarah, if I could turn it over to you first, are there any of the SDGs or other goals of the UN more generally that you see as being well served, by strong legal systems where they exist?
Yeah, thank you, Liz. And I appreciate what you said about some of the SDGs that you mentioned as areas where we can make progress. And as we've all talked about here today, and we'll be talking about next week as well, unfortunately, a lot of progress remains to be made towards the SDGs. And I'll actually be here on Sunday for SDG Day at the start of next week. If other folks are here, I'd love to chat with you because cross collaboration is one of the key concepts that's been flagged by the UN and the Secretariat as essential to catching up, really. We have a lot of progress to make. So I appreciate what you said, Liz, especially about the economic related SDGs. I think SDG number 1, which is elimination of poverty, is a key goal, which we have not made progress towards. And I think we owe it to ourselves to be brutally honest about that. And everything from rule of law, which we've talked about earlier, and transparency and fair adjudication, to sustainable finance and some of the issues that Amanda mentioned that's certainly one area where those concepts and the role of blockchain and financial inclusion is essential. And as we increasingly live in a technologized world, I think there's a couple of things I think about. So one is the important work that GBBC is doing towards moving us towards advancement of goals like elimination of poverty, economic development goals, and the other is the digital divide. And I think we need to be clear about what's happening with that as well, just access to broadband, access to cellular, connectivity. That, I think, harkens to another goal that you mentioned, Liz, which is gender equality. And I think that, again, financial inclusion, crypto, blockchain are essential financial infrastructures that we need to think about carefully and responsibly, because that's another goal which sadly we have a lot of progress to make on. And when I think of women's equality, I also think about children, for example, and the repercussions of that in terms of economic development. So those are just two areas. And I think the broader concept that we can apply really to all the SDGs is financial infrastructure, the role of blockchain, the potential role of blockchain across the board towards achieving many of these objectives, and then the importance of rule of law as we apply some of these concepts.
Great. And Amanda, for you, as you have been traveling around the world in your role with women in cryptocurrency or otherwise, are there any cross-cultural comparisons or regimes other than the United States that are, meeting the various SDG objectives or goals, either through good government or otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on something that Sarah said, obviously, like the gender equality one is super important to me. That I got militant when I left in U.S. government. You have to understand, for some reason, I think it was because it was uncharted territory back in 2013. Initially, when nobody knew what crypto was, and to Sanjeev's point, we were all going to YouTube University because that's all there was. And we were learning, somebody came in and said, "Do you know what a Bitcoin was?" And that's how I learned about crypto money laundering. And back then, most of the people in the government, for some reason, a lot of the prosecutors, the analysts, the agents, we were all women. Like a lot of USG crypto was women. And then I went out into the private sector and saw how women in tech were treated and was like, oh, good Lord, we had no idea how great we had it when we were in Gov. And so I started the association just because crypto and blockchain is a really interesting space where you have a lot of people, and granted, coming from different backgrounds, and I'm going to put aside the whole cypherpunk, libertarian, anarchist originations of the movement. So I'm just going to carve that out in a little corner. But a lot of the folks who are in the space now are a lot of people who are from TradFi, who came from government, who are from other spaces, who recognize that our traditional financial system, if it wasn't broken, it sure needed a lot of fixing. And there was a lot of room for improvement, and there really wasn't any competition, and there was no need to improve. So frankly, if we were being honest, most of the banks weren't. Like, not from an unbanked, underbanked, poverty, not any of the things, frankly, SDGs that mattered, right? Because they didn't have to. And then when there was competition and there was disintermediated finance and they could theoretically get cut out of the equation, well, now all of a sudden improvement is necessary, and now there's competition. And so you have a community in crypto and blockchain that is building something different. And so convincing them to build better and to build in inclusion, I find a little bit easier, because these are people who are saying, if we're going to build a whole new neighborhood and we're going to build new houses, why don't we build it good from the ground up, as opposed to TradFi, which is a little harder, where you're trying to bolt on equality to something that was built hundreds of years ago, and equality and including women and people of color wasn't really the culture. And so trying to bolt that on after the fact is harder. So I think that there's a place here in the entire conversation of crypto blockchain where gender equality, racial equality, financial inclusion, and just inclusion in the discussion of a broader range of voices, I think the crypto blockchain community, at least in my experience, has been more amenable to. To your question about the international space, I left the US in, I think, October with no intention of ever coming back. And my mom begged me to come back. And it was really hard because I had just spent a year investigating everything that is broken and wrong with our country on many levels. And I was really depressed. And then I went to foreign countries and talked with folks about what they were doing in crypto and blockchain. And I bumped into Sandra quite a bit on the road. And I won't speak for her, but I imagine she was hearing some of the same things I was, which was like, this is an amazing opportunity because now you have competition. Now you have the possibility for countries who are more nimble to advance in a way that they didn't before when they were being strangled and held hostage by the US dollar. And nearly every country that I talked to could pinpoint the moment of US policy history where they wanted off the US dollar, whether it was the Iraq War, whether it was sanctions, whatever it was. You can ask most of them, what was the thing that made you loathe being tied to US policy? And all of them could point to something. Now, in the past, 30 small kids on a playground could not overtake a big fat lazy bully who had gotten out of shape. But as it turns out, 30 small kids who have one thing in common, which is a unified desire to get off the US dollar, can actually get a lot done. And the lack of focus on that and the kind of like single-minded blindness that the US government is putting towards that, I think is terrifying for a lot of us. And so I think if I learned anything while I was outside of the country looking in, it was, how does everybody in the United States not see what's happening in the rest of the world? Or they're just and I mean in the U.S. government, to be clear, not Sanjeev because I love him, but above Sanjeev. But that's I think the most terrifying thing as an American is the complete lack of any functional discussion about the real possibility of de-dollarization, the concept of BRICS, a bunch of countries that should not have anything in common but have one thing in common, and the complete kind of lack of discussion around that is scary.
Great, well, thank you. If you were at our international trade conference happening right now at the Hogan Lovells office in DC, we are doing a discussion of de-dollarization and specifically the threat that the Chinese yuan and other currencies can play in dealing with BRIC countries. And, you know, are they trying to become, for political or economic reasons, the de facto dollar? I think of what Amanda was referring to in the sort of, you know, collapse of the United States that she was investigating.
Yes, sorry, I should make that clear. Apologies, that sounded really weird. I was an investigator on the January 6th committee. I was the lead financial investigator, and so it was a dark year.
Dark year investigating a pretty clear coup attempt involving, you know, factions within the United States that, you know, were funded somehow, and involving a lot of elements. We think of having such a strong legal system in the United States that's obviously being tested, but you see prosecutors leading cases and, you know, judges now handing down things like 22-year-long sentences for that kind of conduct. So, you know, thankfully those are, you know, reinforcements of our legal system in that way in particular. But when you look elsewhere across the US government, I think a lot of the industry in crypto and blockchain, you know, sees it as obstructionist, slow, waffling, led by a few strong personalities who can't make up their mind. And I'm not sure that it has the hallmarks actually of a strong legal system or where we need to be headed. Now, a lot of that can be in the regulatory space in terms of setting out clear rules and predictability, but we are currently, you know, facing, looking at cases like exchanges being sued by the SEC for failing to register as an exchange when only months before its S1 was approved by the SEC. Of course, I'm referring to Coinbase, and, you know, the government saying, well, we can review your disclosure documents and then sue you a few months later for engaging in that very same conduct. And that's okay for the reasons that they're now making that case in front of SDNY. But so is that really fair notice? Is that a meaningful opportunity to engage? Are those the hallmarks that we want to have as, you know, one of the more developed legal systems? Or are there alternatives that can be getting us, you know, to the SDG and other goals that industry has a little bit sooner? I don't know, anyone have any thoughts on that? Sarah, can I turn it to you?
You know, would it be okay, Liz? I just want to touch on what Amanda said about it's like, well, it's first of all, I'm glad you're back.
Yeah.
And we're all glad that you're here today. And I personally am also glad that all the DOJ and former DOJ people are including me in the panel today. But I just want to touch on what Amanda said about the finance system. I think it goes to your question too, Liz. at a higher level with the dollar. Because I think issues around financial infrastructure and microfinance and what not only blockchain, but other financial technologies can bring to the SDGs and to some of the issues that Amanda talked about, issues like transparency and provenance and security. Those are things that technology has the potential or is already advancing us towards. And I think that some of the other issues that relate to what Amanda mentioned, things like the US dollar and tackling the high cost of debt. And the reality is, one of the key issues and complications that relates to the SDGs and some of the economic goals that we've talked about today is the high cost of debt, high interest rates, where we are currently, things like, what were the repercussions of the pandemic, and then what can we do to shore up that system, reworking debt, reworking business models. That is an important high-level concept that we need to think about, and for which blockchain and other financial technologies must play an integral role. So I hope you don't mind it. Just wanted to add my 2 cents there, because I think it's one of the overarching issues that is important to all the SDGs. And I think that, again, going back to cross collaboration, which the UN has mentioned is really important in achieving progress towards the SDGs, I think that's something we need to have cross collaboration on.
Sanjeev, you want to add anything to Liz's question, or?
No, but I do want to say I'm glad Amanda's back.
Well, glad you're
Not
back.
that he's biased. I will say to your question about, because I think it was about US government and like the different levels. And I will say, I think one of the, and I don't want to speak for anyone else who's ever been at DOJ or is currently at DOJ, but I think one of the things that was, and I don't know if the right word is frustrating, is that enforcement always comes after activity. Right? Regulation tries to prevent bad activity from happening. And there are areas in the United States where it was very frustrating, because most of us would say back in 2007 when Bitcoin was invented, but certainly as of 2007, I can't, 8, there we go. Certainly as of 2013, when FinCEN issued its first guidance, it was very clear what constituted a money service business. So there was a clarity in a certain area that enforcement in that area would have been very fair. But you've actually seen very little enforcement in the area that was the clearest. And what you've seen is enforcement in the area that was the least clear. And I think that's really problematic when you think about the rule of law and how innovation works. And also when people say like, oh, well, we didn't have it for the internet. The internet was the invention of widgets. It was not financial services. Financial services is very different, and you need clarity. You need clarity when money is moving instantly globally for pennies on the dollar, and people want to build things that constitute financial services that have financial in the name, like decentralized finance, but they want to pretend that it doesn't have finance in it, or they want to pretend that it's not financial services. And so you have this like very weird thing where you need a system, a rule of law that is innovative, because you need just enough guardrails for financial services to be able to innovate. But you don't want so much that it squashes innovation. The problem is that requires an F-16. That requires a government that's nimble. That requires something like fit for purpose regulation. What it's really hard for is an aircraft carrier that rarely moves, that moves in response to crisis. We've had the BSA since 1970, and it really wasn't functional until 9/11, and we got the Patriot Act. And a lot of us are worried that it'll take a crisis event in crypto before the US government gets to the point where it moves and does something and provides that clarity, because otherwise it's just going to sit like an aircraft carrier. And I think that's the problem that we're seeing globally, is you need something that puts up little guardrails so that people can innovate in financial services, which you can't have, or giant walls or nothing, because otherwise innovation will move abroad.
Thanks for that, Amanda. And, I think in thinking about the different components of the US government, certainly we've got Congress and the need for new legislation as the aircraft carrier. That is just, that has very clearly been the slow point in any legislative fixes that we've needed. We've had the administrative state, and specifically the regulatory apparatus, coming in, a distant second for, I would say, second to last place for the slowest. They are the part of government that is trying to see around corners, trying to engage with industry in the form of various consultation processes, notice and comment rulemaking, it takes a long time. And so I'm a little bit, my sort of pet issue, and I want to get to Sanjeev to talk about some of the robust enforcement activity that's happened that has been well noticed and on a fair notice basis. But this notion that it's exclusively regulation by enforcement, I don't buy it. So regulation is slow, but the enforcement that has been done has been based on some well-founded notice and comment rulemaking, a lot of it done by FinCEN, as far back as 2019 that Amanda was referring to. And along those lines, Sanjeev, I want to turn to you to talk about a great summary article that you recently released discussing a lot of those cases. So the money services business, the need for licensing in various areas, prevention of money laundering, that is one of the more well-developed areas of US law. So if you come away with nothing today, please just remember, that on your 330 panel or your 350 panel, you heard that it's not all regulation by enforcement and that there are some very well-developed areas of the US regulatory body, which are then enforced by Sanjeev and his colleagues.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you again to my colleagues. Excellent. You can tell everyone is educated, opinionated, and we come from a variety of backgrounds. Specifically, Liz and Amanda are my colleagues, and we all came, I still am there, with the Department of Justice and our money laundering asset recovery section. The American Bar Association approached the DOJ, and they asked us this past summer, and actually this past year, to write an article discussing white-collar crime, crypto enforcement involving anti-money laundering, regulation, the like involving digital asset economies. So myself and a couple of my great colleagues at the money laundering asset recovery section, we wrote an article. It's a public article, it's shareable, and if I haven't shared it with Sandra, I'm glad to. You can publish it on the GBBC's website or share it with your colleagues as appropriate. I guess we have to ask the ABA.
Send it to Wharton too.
I have to check with the American Bar Association first to be clear, but it is public and it's definitely been approved and blessed by our front office. We wanted to write the article for general practitioners, discussing and explaining some of the guardrails, anti-money laundering, what that looks like, know your customer, KYC, what does that look like, regulation, what does that look like? Because we've seen that in our legacy traditional financial systems. But what does it look like when applied to digital asset economies? So we wrote an article, a survey article that explains what is the Bank Secrecy Act? How does one register a money service business? To give you the guidance on the front end. And that's provide case study examples of enforcement where there's been prosecutions, when fraud happened, when corruption happened, when people have abused digital asset economies. Additionally, we dive into some of the risk involved with emerging technologies. Being cognizant not to say that all DeFi is bad, because it's not. That would be incorrect. But there are challenges with chain hopping, with mixers, with tumblers, with abusing these technologies, such as using them to support nation state terrorism, similar to challenges we have with traditional finance, right? So what does this look like? And how can we educate each other as a society? That's why we're writing to general practitioners, because we need to educate each other as a society. And let's give you real life examples, published, documented examples, and explain to you, hopefully in understandable terms, and please feel free to come back and tell us if not, because with humility, we're still learning too. It's new, how this operates, how this works. And then finally to say, compliance, registration, regulation is important. It's important, just like it is in traditional finance, to protect digital asset economies, to protect the rule of law, to make sure we have a strong financial system, both in the US and abroad. And by doing this and by partnering with industry and encouraging others to register, to be compliant, to make sure you're educating your customer base of how the technology works, instead of just throwing out a contract that's not been audited and having it abused, have victims being your customers being affected, we can have more mainstream adoption. And the reality is we have seen this progress in traditional financial markets, in traditional financial systems over time. But now we're making progress, we're making efforts as a department, working with our sister components, with the SEC, with Treasury, I can't name everyone, there's too many to name, both domestically and abroad, to have progress in these areas. So these are things that the Department of Justice has done. These are things that we're going to continue to do, but we're doing it with a positive attitude, not to operate out of fear, but instead of saying there's hope. And if you see these challenges, let's work them out together. And I think we're going to come back to this if we have any time left, and on the role of the private sector. And we've been very public about, we have a partnership with the private sector, the government and the private sector working together. You are the first line of defense to root out and really observe challenges that arise in crime and fraud that you're seeing on your platforms. And being able to have a strong AML program and a strong KYC program will do a lot, not only to help advance, your own system and make sure that you're regulated and in compliance, but also for crypto writ large and digital asset economies. So that's a recent article that was published this summer. Another example of the great effort by our leadership to say, we're going to be in front of this. We're doing a lot in the department, and we're going to continue to work together, whole of government, domestic and abroad, to advance strong rule of law, but for the benefit of digital asset economies.
Excellent. Amanda, do you have something to add to that?
Well, I was just going to say, Sanjeev said something that was, I think for a lot of us that have done the transition from government to private sector and back again, one of the frustrations is that the industry's partnership, I'm not saying government's been great and perfect, but the industry partnership for the last decade, I think could have been a lot better. And I think that's frustrating for some people because now the entire house is on fire, and you have trade associations sometimes that are kind of arguing over the furniture, and you're like, this isn't really necessarily the most productive conversation. And I'm not saying that the trade associations aren't helpful, but the industry as a whole has been let me say the loudest voices of the industry were sometimes the least helpful, which was super difficult, right? Because for the first few years, and this is back when I was in government, the messaging, even as late as 2017, was don't regulate us at all. We shouldn't be regulated, don't regulate us, which then made it super problematic because there was no functional discussion of, well, if regulation is coming, what should that look like? And there still sometimes I feel like is a gap there. But I think one of the things when Sanjeev said, that public-private partnership, everybody wants that. I think, and I don't want to speak for people in the government, but I keep in touch with a lot of people in the government. And I think one of the frustrating things is what's felt like the lack of any kind of self-regulation from the industry. At this point, over a decade in, I'm not saying we necessarily should have had an SRO, it probably would be nice, but the lack of any kind of good actors calling out bad actors, the sifting that should happen kind of in the industry to say, this is what got us here won't get us there. And I think that's when you look at a strong legal system, part of what has to happen is a discussion of the industry of what does the mature model of this look like and who's not there and who is there. And I think if we don't get to that point, even if we did have a government that, everybody loves to think that, well, if Gary Gensler gets out, this whole problem is going to solve itself. No, I think most of us are really cognizant that's not the case. It might help, but if there's nothing on the other side in terms of the industry being ready to have the adult conversation of because you're going to be regulated. If there's nobody on the other side to have the adult conversation to make that public-private partnership a two-way street as opposed to a one-way street, I think a lot of us feel that's been part of the problem for too long, and we need to fix that.
Liz, I want to go back to your original question. And I want to thank Sanjeev and the Department of Justice for the work that you are doing, because I think in all these conversations, one of the common themes is leadership. And because we do not have regulatory clarity in the United States, we see regulation by enforcement. And when I look at the US and then I look at the rest of the world, I think it's a theme in many emerging technologies. So one of the other areas we're working on at Wharton is artificial intelligence. And I think that is another example where we don't have regulatory clarity yet. Maybe we will at some point, but the rest of the world is moving towards hopefully regulatory clarity, whether it's principles-based or it's more prescriptive. But without that, we are forced to adjudicate. And in adjudication, which is expensive and time consuming, there's also the risk of lack of clarity. So in the US, we have 3 banking regulators, we have 2 markets regulators, we have policymakers, we have states as well. And I think without that leadership, this is the system that we are left with. But with leadership, business can better work together. I just want to return quickly to rule of law and the SDGs and what we're all talking about this week and next week, which is one of the fundamental concepts behind international law and rule of law is peremptory norms. And what's common between entities, what's common between us as people, what's common between us as countries, what was common between us as countries when we agreed to treaties in the UN. And that is one of the concepts behind rule of law. And I think it's fundamental to these cross-border financial issues that we're talking about. And I think going back to what Amanda said earlier, we have examples of success in international cooperation. And I'm sitting next to people on the stage who have been part of some of that success. So I would urge us to continue to move forward with that type of leadership, and we'll muddle through on some of it. But the other issue, I think, is technological expertise. And for that, having industry involved and engaged in the conversation and contributing to their own standard setting as well, I think is essential.
Great, thank you. And to end on a sort of note of hope, some of the elements that we have come up with today, talking about self-regulatory organizations, and I know it is very much part of the mission and thinking of GBBC and other organizations like the Crypto Market Integrity Coalition. This is a model that we've done in the United States. And, our Securities Exchange Commission, when it was set up in the 1930s, it didn't just do it all on its own. It relied on SROs like FINRA to be able to oversee various components of the market where those SROs had specific expertise, where they had relationships, the ability to license, regulate. So I strongly think and suggest everyone in this room kind of follow that as the tack, as we kind of, internationalize both the need for the rule of law and the strong legal system that we've got modeled in the US. If we count the states, we're looking much more at 55 different bank regulators in the United States. So if we can do it, at some point in the US with our dual banking system, we've already got a model for potential international cooperation there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have to wrap up.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, our next panel, scaling global innovation from Africa to the world. So our next session will explore global innovation with a special focus on Africa's contributions to the world. So welcome our speakers, Jude Chidi Ogene, Lacey Milton, Carol Biao, Mark Tracy, and Paul Rapino to the stage. By the way, there is a news release on digital measurement, reporting, and verification on the QR code, and you are able to access it there.
Everybody have a mic? You've got 3. Oh, you got orange. The 4th mic. All right. Pardon? Okay, well, thank you for staying. And I'm Paul Rapino with GBBC. And I want to thank my guests for coming out. We're going to tell a story today about something we've been thinking about and hearing about for 3 or 4 years. And that's what's actually happening in Africa and how that is actually transitioning across the world, but also continuing to drive sustainable solutions into Africa. So first of all, I want to thank everyone for staying. We're going to have a party upstairs in about an hour or so. So please stand by for that. It's clear outside. There's no rain right now. And we're going to have a nice, they've got a beautiful view upstairs on the patio. So stay tuned for that. It'll be right upstairs. We'll tell you more about that in a little bit. All right. So I've been at GBBC for 2 years and working in sustainable projects for about 4. And about 3 years ago, we started hearing about what is blockchain or what is technology actually going to do to
drive sustainable solutions. And so at GBBC, especially the last year, we've really driven to make blockchain real. Look for use cases, for experiences, for stories of what is happening in the marketplace with our members and non-members that is actually making a difference. And how is that story more than just PR? So today we've attempted to do that. And I'm going to ask my guests. We'll start with Jude to introduce themselves, tell a quick little story about your experience in the African market, and then we'll get into the questions.
Sure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Jude Chidi Ogene, and I am actually here wearing two hats. The first is as the General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer of a company called OpenNode, which is a Bitcoin payments infrastructure company. But the second, and perhaps more pertinent to the question of Africa, is as the founder of a company called Charles Winsborough. Charles Winsborough is not a person. Everybody always asks me, who is Charles Winsborough? Charles is a street that I grew up on in Enugu, Nigeria. And Winsborough is the street that I lived on before I moved to Nigeria and grew up in Fort Washington, Maryland. And so it's a way of paying homage to both places where I grew up. And the company is very much predicated on the notion of bridging Africa and the West. And what Charles Winsborough does is we work with US universities to provide training to young Africans so that they can reskill and upskill and thereby plug into, I think, what the consulting class would call global value chains. Essentially, they get jobs. And they get jobs working remotely where they can be paid in foreign currency or preferably, increasingly, Bitcoin or some other form of digital currency. And so that's what we do.
Carol.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to our friends at GBBC. My name is Carol Bio. I'm a director for global market development at the Milken Institute. And it's actually in terms of market experience, I don't know if it counts as market experience, but I grew up for 17 years in Kenya and have been working on African markets and Africa policy, economic and financial policy my whole career. So it was my honor to be invited by the Milken Institute about 7.5 years ago to come and launch their global financial scholars programs. And these are programs that are run in partnership with the International Finance Corporation and the World Bank to train the next generation of leaders in financial policy around the world, but especially in developing and emerging economies, and mostly in Africa. So we have, for the past 7 years, we've trained about 220 scholars so far from ministries of finance, central banks, financial regulatory bodies who come to the US and now also the UK, where we have a sister program for 8 months, including 4 months of applied internship in the financial industry and 4 months of accredited business school training that we designed specifically for them. So the idea for these sorts of programs are to create a community of practice of policy leaders who can go back and shape and strengthen financial markets in their home countries, because we realize that financial markets are really the underpinning of job creation and employment opportunities and growth around the world, but especially in Africa, which has such a huge demographic potential and such a need for job creation. So I'll maybe stop there, but just to say the connection with GBBC and the world of digital assets, of course, is that this is an increasing area of focus for all of our scholars who need to keep up with everything that's going on here. We heard the last panel, even, if the regulators in the US are trying to keep up, you can only imagine, how hard it is for regulators in Africa to also keep up with all these opportunities as well as challenges. And the other area of growing focus is green and sustainable finance. So this panel ties both of those topics together very well. So look forward to sharing.
Thank you. We've got a lot more to talk about in a little bit around GBBC and the work we're doing with you guys as well. Mark.
Thanks, Paul. I'm Mark Tracy. I'm co-founder and chair of Earthacre. Thank you to our hosts today. Pleasure to be here. Earthacre is a company that's been around for about 2 years. I have 3 Kenyan co-founders who unfortunately couldn't be here today, so you get me. We had African Climate Week last week, which was very busy, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. But really, Earthacre was founded looking at climate change from a view that we believe is more holistically, and working directly with indigenous and local communities to measure biodiversity and start to pioneer biodiversity assets and credits around that for companies and others who want to demonstrate a nature positive impact, but also while at the same time empowering those communities and making a large share of those payments directly to individuals on the ground that will be trackable and traceable as well.
Lacey.
Hi, Lacey Milton. I work for Citizens, a top 10 US bank and a member of the GBBC. I am responsible for our ESG liquidity products at Citizens. These are products that we offer our corporate clients. We have a sustainable deposit account. We were one of the first banks, US banks, to offer this product, and one of the only ones to have a carbon offset deposit account, which we launched last year. And so that's where I spend most of my time, is in the carbon market space. This is something that we're offering, providing to our clients where they don't have the ability to put a big staff together to navigate the carbon markets, because it is such an opaque space right now. And there's definitely a ton of opportunity worldwide to make this something that's more accessible to everybody.
All right, thank you. One of the great things about working at GBBC is the community we have. And about, 3 months ago, we said, UNGA is coming up and we need to put a program together. And so we started brainstorming and we put themes together, and then we reached out to our community. And it's so great. And I'm sure you all know this, but the ability to network, build community, and then help tell a story. And these guests all came together over the last month or so to come in and really start telling a real story of what's happening in Africa. So, Jude, can you talk about some of the investments that need to be made moving forward to continue to sustain and drive the value of the business of the African market?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and it's a question of how much time do you really have, because there's lots of work to be done on the continent. But I would say this: let me just think about purely from the digital assets perspective. I think it's education. A lot of the work, frankly, that I hear your organization doing. And from my perspective, I've had a number of interactions with African regulators, and I've said to them that precisely because the state of regulation here in the United States is such a muddle. I mean, I listened to Gary Gensler just today before the Senate hearing, and he seems, uncowed. So, there's that. But the point being, regulation by enforcement, relying on decades-old legal structures that were not purpose-built for digital assets, is, increasingly going to run into a brick wall, as I think he's finding out in some of these more recent court decisions. The advantage for African nations is that they are not bedeviled by some of these antiquated regulatory structures. And so they can and should move with all deliberate haste, I would argue, to implement a nimble, more adaptive regulatory scheme. So for example, you do not have in most African countries' laws a definition of securities that includes the term investment contract. You just don't. And that has been the sort of thing that has mucked things up from a regulatory perspective here. And so encouraging them to drink from the bowl of courage and say, hey, you have permission here to do something and be innovative and actually steal a march on the West is something that I think that we should encourage them to do. Also bear in mind that per capita, the uptake in terms of digital assets on the continent far exceeds, I think, anything that you see in any other part of the world in terms of what people are looking for as a way to hedge the volatility and the depreciation in the local currency. And so it's incredibly important to convey to the policymakers just how well positioned they and their countries are for this kind of thing. So let me take off my digital assets hat for a second and just talk about what we do on the ground with Charles Winsborough and why, again, it's so critical. I'll take Nigeria as an example because it's the country that I'm the most familiar with on the continent. But Nigeria, just like every other African country, has a huge balance of payments problem. You know, we export primary goods and we import secondary goods, right? So it's an upside down trade from the very beginning. All right. And so as a result, we're constantly financing using fiat our consumption. The PwC came out with an estimate and they said, you know, Nigeria gets in about 20 billion US from remittances, which you would say, oh, yay for remittances, yay for the diasporan community. But the fact is, they said, if you could train people in Nigeria, they could stay in Nigeria and plug into these global value chains, that the revenue from that would be about 40 billion a year instead of 20 billion. So you add that 20 to 40, pretty soon you're talking about real money, right? All of a sudden, the balance of payments ceases to be an issue. You're in a net surplus from the balance of payments perspective. I don't think people on the ground necessarily understand that. I think the people, I think the locals, the young, vibrant, working professionals and students in Africa get that at an intuitive level. I think there's still a gap with the policymakers. And so that is what I've been spending a lot of time talking to them about.
Carol, you're nodding your head because I know you have an answer or kind of a follow-up on that. Talk about the investments you're making and some of the progress you're seeing in the market, and also kind of what you've seen with your scholars that have worked with GBBC.
Thank you very much. And yes, I was nodding as well because Nigeria in particular has, I think, 33% of the population actually use digital assets. That uptake rate is actually the highest in the world. And one of our alum, not a GBBC intern, but one of our other alum from Nigeria, SEC, recently worked on the Nigeria blockchain policy that came out earlier this year, where they tried to capitalize on that and understand how they can use that to their advantage as a means of creating jobs in manufacturing, not just in the financial sector, as well as a means to advance education. So definitely it's being seen as a big opportunity. Other topics that our alum are working on, so we do have another alum who works with GBBC in SEC Nigeria, who's working on getting the central bank and the SEC to see more eye to eye on these topics, because so far the central bank has had much more of a risk averse, it's unsurprisingly, attitude, which means that the e-Naira, which is a central bank, was envisaged as a central bank digital currency, ended up being more or less stillborn because it was created and there was some fanfare and then nothing has happened since. And so the SEC is trying to keep the conversation going and not give up on that area of growth. And so that's what some of our scholars are doing, is actually just advancing those conversations, not just between different countries, but even within each country. That policy harmonization that the previous panel was talking about is really important, so that everyone sort of understands and is rowing in the same direction. Another alum from Kenya, Kevin Gori, who was also supposed to come for the panel, is a GBBC ambassador, and he's working on, actually next week, he's holding the first of a series of workshops with different stakeholders around the use of blockchain in the Kenyan market for similar reasons, to try to get everyone on the same page. And he's also overseeing the fintech regulatory sandbox in Kenya. So they have several interesting fintech applications there. And we have several alumni across different countries who are also working on sandboxes. So there's a lot going on specifically with our alumni in the fintech space. And then we have others working on green bonds, blue bonds. So as I said, sustainable finance is a big area of focus too. But I was nodding in terms of getting those policymakers to understand the potential and to have a sense of mission. That's really what our scholars have, is they have a sense of mission and they realize that they can make a huge impact to their countries. And because they don't have the legacy infrastructures, they can really leapfrog in some cases and make much more of an impact.
Thank you. Mark, tell some of your story about coming from Cargill and kind of getting the aha and seeing what's happening and why you decided to make that move into what you're doing now. And tell a little bit more about how you're making it very real at the micro level and how you plan on doing that moving forward.
Sure. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, from my background, it wasn't planned, but my career just kept intersecting with climate change, and that kind of started with regenerative agriculture and the movement around that, and then eventually working with Indigo and trying to work with Vera to establish some new methodologies there. But as I said in my introduction, a lot of our work at Earthacre is informed by some of the mistakes that we view the carbon market has made. And specifically how we can address that, sometimes using blockchain technology as well. So as I mentioned before, in Kenya and throughout Africa, some of the carbon sequestration programs we've seen so far have had significant problems. Sometimes through unintended consequences. A solitary focus on carbon can lead to things like planting eucalyptus as an invasive species in a place where it doesn't belong and creating a green desert. We've also seen that many of these projects are not getting the benefits all the way down to the community. And so at Earthacre, that's really what we're trying to address from origin rather than after the fact. And so doing that in a wide variety of ways, but really our trial site that we're working on with our biodiversity assets is Maasai owned land where there's individual title. We have thousands of tribe members there. It's one of the areas that the community conservancy model was pioneered in Kenya, which is now more land than total acreage than national park in Kenya. So it's very impactful. It's very important to wildlife. We talk about charismatic wildlife in our trial site. In our case, our trial site hadn't seen an elephant in over 30 years. The tribe came together and started instituting managed grazing, actually laid a trail of elephant dung from Amboseli National Park back to the Conservancy, and the elephants followed it back. And now it's one of the preferred grazing grounds for 200 to 300 of the largest tuskers in East Africa. So there's a tremendous amount of impact that can be had with this type of approach. And so it is difficult to live alongside this wildlife. And it is also land that is absolutely at risk. A story that you've all seen in different areas, but we have significant expansion of the cities like Nairobi. And we have a migratory corridor that goes all the way up to Nairobi National Park that is very much under threat from development. And the Maasai have individual title for their land, so they are able to sell it. But those outcomes have not been good, but either for the individuals or for the wildlife, because typically the new buyer of that land, the first thing they do is fence it. And with these migratory species, that's a huge problem. So I know that was a lot, but that's kind of how we come to the issue.
Got it. So part of the story is what's happening in Africa, but we want to talk about how that's going to scale. And then we want to come back and say, how do we keep it from being just a PR stunt? Because one of the things some of the group brought up is sometimes Africa is used as a use case, and then it's like, look what we've done, and then they move on, and there's no follow-up. So let's stop for a second there, and let's go on to the financial marketplace, because that's what's going to make everything work. Is how does the finance make an impact in these markets? Lacey runs ESG, as she said, at Citizens. Tell us a little bit about that story and how you got Citizens, or how you got involved in Citizens actually thinking about it, and then talk about how you see scaling that business for Citizens.
Yeah, so our sustainability products that we're offering to our clients right now, that came about through innovation forum that we have internally in the bank to bring up new ideas. And so both of our liquidity products had gone through that process. We'd gone out to the marketplace and done research, and specifically focusing on the carbon markets. It was clear that there's opportunity there to make a difference for our clients and help connect them to that market, because it has a tremendous amount of opportunity. But as Mark pointed out, there's definitely a lot of things broken, a lot of mistakes have been made, and I think the example of bringing the detail around the actual impacts of what's happening on the ground, ensuring the money flows to those people is such an important part of that story. And we're in like very early stage pilot in terms of our offering of this carbon offset offering. But I think that there's a lot of work for the markets to do for this to be something that we can rely on. So like one of the things that's happened over the last couple of years is that we've seen the market shrink. There hasn't been as much purchases because people are concerned about integrity. Go figure. There are companies that are backing off of some of their carbon neutral claims. And this is not a thing that we want to see. We want to see this expand. We want to see more people go out and purchase offsets while they're still doing their reductions on their own carbon footprint. So that's always I think the caveat around that is that you need to be doing that work as well. But we need to be funding this space. And so from a banking perspective, you've got a lot of very large banks that have a ton of capital to deploy. And that's one of, a very kind of clear space where you can make some difference here. There's, biodiversity and carbon and actually looking to implement some of those blockchain technologies and, push some of that capital toward the places where we've got people that can actually do the work, like what you guys are working on in terms of building that education. And the other thing from it's also not just capital, I think it's influence in terms of banks. A lot of financed emissions out there, and there's the responsibility for banks to take a look at that. And it's pretty simple. Climate risk is financial risk. So every bank has a real legitimate need to go out and do something around this and kind of harness the capital as well as resources and influences to make a difference there.
Follow up on that. What do you or your peers at other institutions need in the real world use cases to tell that story to your upper leadership teams?
I think that there's a need to demonstrate integrity. It's hard to say, let's put all this money towards this when you can't trust what's actually happening. It's really difficult to kind of get underneath what's actually happening with these projects. And I think that's like the key piece is transparency of information.
And Mark, I know you've thought a lot about that. Can you talk about where you think you can add value or companies similar to yours to answer that question?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lacey's right. And it's one of our primary concerns as we look at product design and what are we going to deliver to potential customers, and having full transparency, I think is really key. So transparency of those payments down to the individuals. Like in our case, we're committed to moving over 2/3 of the credit value back to the community. But being able to actually show those payment rails to someone and show those transactions so that there is the integrity and rigor. Similarly, on the design and measurement of biodiversity, we're working with a lab at Harvard University and Andrew Davies, who's a South African who specializes in measuring biodiversity and savanna ecosystems, so that we can, and who's published his methodology in a paper that was done. Some of the trial work was done actually at our trial site. So again, being able to show that there's academic rigor behind the measurement and the claims that we're making. And then I'd add a third point too, which one of our early buyers expressed, is being able to show that something that I took for granted, because having been in the community and on the ground there, that this land is at risk. You can see it, and both from climate change, but also from development. But buyers need to be able to have a quick proxy to show that that's the case. So being able to use, for example, satellite imaging to see the encroachment of development onto these trial sites, and also to demonstrate, again, the encroachment of fences that have cut off migratory species, and be able to demonstrate land sales, again, making sure that that's all available public data to back up these claims, I think is really important.
Yeah, got it. Carol, can you talk about bringing that back into keeping it in the market so it is more than a PR stunt? What kind of things do you look for, or how do you try to educate the marketplace and talk to your students or the ecosystem about what's real and what's not?
Yeah, so it's true that there's a lot of, especially looking at it from outside, from in different emerging markets, you hear all this flashy terminology, and suddenly everyone is interested in something if it's green or if it's got, a blockchain component or a fintech component. So it's difficult to not be just always chasing after that to try and attract the investment. So there is a little bit, in terms of how we structure our program, the core of the program is very much fundamentals of capital markets. And then we layer on important pieces like sustainable finance and digital assets and the like. And then the other piece of our program, which is tremendously important, is, like I mentioned, the internship, where people put theory and practice together. And so GBBC and a number of other partners, any firms actually here that are interested in hosting interns, should definitely consider it, because that's a way of distinguishing from the noise and actually seeing, when it comes to working with an investment firm, what do they actually look at? How do they make the decisions? What's real and what isn't? So that's less in terms of the PR, but just in general, how do investors make their decisions? And then when you come, when you're on the other side of the table and you're a regulator, put yourself in the investor's shoes. If you really want to attract investment to your country, what are the different considerations you need to keep in mind? So that's a little bit what we try to emphasize. The other piece around not so much PR but noise is where we're talking about the number of pilots you mentioned, that everyone talks about leapfrogging. We had a quick discussion about leapfrogging in Africa, but it means that Africa in a way ends up being a testing ground for a lot of different things, and it's convenient and it looks great. But at one point, a sort of apocryphal story was Uganda in 2012 had so many. It started, smartphone, and so it had so many global health tech applications and tests in its hospitals that it couldn't run its public health system normally. I mean, some hospitals had 4 different pilots going on at the same time, all from well-meaning charities, mostly from the north. But that's sort of an extreme example. But to say it's great to have all these pilots. But what we're trying to create is a community of practice where you can actually create scale. And sometimes innovation, instead of just doing something flashy and new, is just taking something that worked in one place and doing it in another sector or in another country. And so that's really what we try to do, is create that ecosystem of learning, so you move beyond, the shiny new thing.
And Jude, can you build on that too? Because I know you've got a lot of experience, real world.
Yeah, sure. For me, there are a couple of components. The first is, and I think this tracks from the last segment in terms of standards. I think the development of standards is very critical, and so thanks to GBBC for all the work that you guys are doing in this area. One of the things that I am always looking out for is the extent to which African countries are at the table as these standards are being devised, or simply the recipients out of the largesse of everybody else of these standards that have been devised. And so I think it's very critical for African countries to be at the table for a host of reasons, but chief among them is, you go where the money is. That's where the adoption is taking place. So if anything, they should be the ones helping to set the standards. And so that's very critical. The second thing is, as somebody who grew up in Nigeria, I think I have a little bit of a jaundiced view about some of the work being done by multilateral agencies. I've seen those things actually, they sound very nice, in the halls and the salons in Georgetown, but when they translate into action on the ground in Nigeria and elsewhere, they have very deleterious impacts. And so that is actually why a lot of us from Africa are in this space, specifically of decentralization, is because we're not exactly keen on the government playing a central role. And so thinking about how we decentralize, we are all in the decentralized asset space. How do we decentralize solutions is, I think, something that I think we've got to be, very mindful of. As it pertains to the work that Charles Winsborough does, we've taken a very specific approach to, for example, curriculum development. And so, for example, with our cybersecurity course, which we do in conjunction with an HBCU, we expose the students not just to US laws or GDPR, but we also focus on local systems and regulations. We do a survey across African nations, including Kenya, Nigeria, and one or two other countries. And we specifically ask them, because in virtually every instance, the local African laws are clones of GDPR. And they are, in many cases, ill-fitting clones. And so we ask them to write a paper on what they would do if they were coming up with bespoke legal systems themselves. And I think that leads to some insight and some capacity development that as they begin to make their way in their careers, they will be able to affect change that is specifically targeted to conditions on the ground.
I want to bring this to closure, and then we're going to turn it over to the next panel. Two reports were mentioned this morning or this afternoon that I want to call to your attention again. They're on the QR code. One is the carbon emission tokens, kind of a brief white paper. There's another one coming out soon, but take a look at that, because to Charles's point, to your point about standards being critical, the way that this group does it is not forcing that into the marketplace, but it's gathering feedback, getting some consensus, and then pushing that out as a crowdsource to continue to get more feedback. So Wes mentioned in his session that from HBAR that we're in our second version then of what we're calling our measurement, reporting, and verification standard. And that's available as well. But the key is getting market feedback and continuing to adopt that feedback into potential solutions in two ways. One, providing that framework, and then two, it's all open source. So companies can take it, run with it, and it is not only thought leadership, but it's actual software code that can then be used in some of these solutions. So take a look at those. I appreciate all of you coming and telling your part of the story and being part of GBBC. I hope you're all going to be able to stay for a little bit and join us tonight to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And don't go away, we've got a few more really exciting, interesting things coming up. By the way, access to the news release that Paul was referring to about digital measurement, reporting, and verification, you can access that on the QR code. So next, ensuring a resilient financial system. Of course, we're getting close to the end, but we do have another great panel. Wee Ki To, Anthony Morrow, Heidi Pease, Jared Gdansky, and Lynn Marlowe will discuss strategies for a resilient financial system.
Just waiting for the screens.
Right.
Good.
Just as we're supposed to.
Everybody knows their place, right?
Thank you all for coming in. Thank you, Sandra, for inviting me, certainly, and thank you for having us on this panel. And thank you, Hogan Lovells, for what a terrific day. I think we all learned a lot. And, you know, there was a lot of talk about trust. There was a lot of talk about sort of regulatory environments. I think that you'll learn more today about resilient financial systems and maybe reinventing them or inventing them in a new way. So I'm going to let each of you panelists, if you don't mind, just introducing yourselves quickly. And maybe Jay, I start with you.
Microphone. Hi, Jay Gdansky, founder and CEO of Evertas. We are the first Web3 blockchain and crypto insurance company in the world. We are a Lloyd's cover holder, and we also have a fairly robust security team dealing with asset recovery, incident response analysis, and all that jazz. And we'll be doing some exciting things over the next year that I'm sure you'll be hearing about.
Hi, I'm Heidi Peace. I'm head of investments for Wave Digital Assets. That sounds really loud. So I guess I'm trying to wake you up before we get to the cocktail hour. Thank you so much, GBBC, and all of the sponsors for this annual amazing event where we really bring in such brilliant minds to talk about blockchain and how it can improve the world. That's the reason why I got into blockchain, was really the promise of an improved society. And then I ended up in crypto. And I mentioned that because I am really excited to be a part of this panel. I do believe, you know, crypto has a bad reputation, but I do believe that there's a lot of opportunity, especially as it relates to SDG number 8, which is economic growth and decent work. So I'm really looking forward to speaking. So just really quickly, Wave Digital Assets, we are one of the few post-FTX 100% crypto and digital asset investment advisor, also registered with the SEC. It hasn't been an easy journey, but it has been a longer lasting journey. And I just do have to quickly say that whatever I say here is not necessarily investment advice. It is my personal opinion. But anyway, thank you so much for having me.
Hi, Vicky over here. So I'm the I look at business architecture for Onyx Coin Systems from JP Morgan. So Onyx Coin Systems, what we have is actually a blockchain-based payment systems that is 24/7 around the clock. We allow for real-time payments to take place. Previously, I was at the Monetary Authority of Singapore, so have always been looking at digital currencies, CBDCs for the past 7 years or so. Yeah, thank you.
And last but not least, I'm Anthony Morrow, CEO of Providence Blockchain Foundation. We are at Providence rebuilding the operating system for regulated financial services with a layer 1 sovereign blockchain. It's a public blockchain that is properly permissioned for financial services. Its really only purpose is financial services. You would never try to do anything crypto on the Providence blockchain, but you would be you could do a lot worse if you built some financial services on the Providence blockchain. Before that, like Lynn, a long-time Bank of New Yorker, so 20 years at BNY Mellon, crossing paths with Lynn. After that, I ran a REIT and got into blockchain, about a year and a half ago after I met Mike Cagney, who's the founder of Figure, who's done some really incredible things on the Providence blockchain that we'll talk about in a bit.
And so I think, having shared that BNY Mellon stage, we are all very curious about how this resiliency and these new infrastructures will work, since we come from a very regulated industry. And the good news is we don't have to say that all the opinions are my own, right, anymore, right? So many of us know, traditional financial systems are really marked by layers and layers and layers of intermediaries. There's also limited visibility on flow of funds and the activities and transactions behind those flows of funds. And of course, we all know, we've talked a lot about the opportunity or lack thereof for, unbanked, underbanked, or unrepresented populations, right, in financial services. So I think there is really a huge opportunity to rebuild, reinvent, whatever word we want to use, some infrastructures that are very, very resilient and really do address some of the SDG goals, which we're talking about today. last but not least is the one about, the consumable amounts of energy. Traditional banking also does consume a lot of energy. So, everybody thinks about blockchain as being such a energy hog, if you will. Think about traditional markets where you've got so much paper. I know Anthony and I were talking about that earlier. In event, so we are going to talk about a couple of the sustainable development goals. Number 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and number 12, which is responsible consumption and production. And I think those are the best examples, I would say, of how we can align infrastructure innovation to achieve these sustainable benchmarks. The other two, I think, seem like they're already being addressed. One is no poverty. I think we talked about that, or one of the panels talked about that earlier, and decent work and economic growth. So we know that resilient financial structures can really improve or accelerate economic growth. And, we can really hope, I think the promise, as you said, Heidi, of blockchain is really to bring financial inclusion to everyone and improvements in the traditional financial system so better meet all the global challenges. As we reinvest these foundations so that they accomplish some of these SDG goals, let's talk about financial infrastructure. We could probably talk for days about this, but let's start out with Heidi. I'm going to ask you, and then I'll go through the panelists. What aspects have seen the most innovative solutions as a result of blockchain technology? And maybe while you're at that, if you have a use case, I think that's really where we all learn. So Heidi, I'm going to start with you.
Yes. And actually, I'll just take a really quick step back. I used to work for AIG for about 15 years. I was there during 2008. And right before the financial crisis, I left 2 weeks right before the entire financial fall of AIG at that time. My big takeaway from working with that company, I remember in general in financial services, is that we made huge financial assumptions based on data that wasn't necessarily correct. It was outdated. It was incomplete. And that's part of the reason why I got into blockchain, because I thought, wow, blockchain could have solved and prevented the 2008 recession. And what an amazing technology. I'm still yet to see the tools, and hopefully maybe Wiki, you've got some tools that will help address those. But I am seeing some very unique, exciting innovation that does allow for the democratization of financial access. And I think the very first thing that we forget to mention is just cryptocurrency itself. Bitcoin, ETH, stable coins, and the ability to transmit that cryptocurrency. There's no area code, it's international, there's no market closing. It's near immediate, and there are very, very low transaction fees. That alone is such a remarkable new asset class. And I guess one example that just comes to my mind immediately is some of us in the room, I'm pointing to Sandra, were deeply involved with helping get women out of Afghanistan during the Afghan crisis. And at that time, the banking system pretty much shut down, especially if you were a woman, your bank account was closed. And a lot of these women were the actual breadwinners of their household. They had no money to buy food, to seek medical attention, nothing. And what really became the lifeblood was crypto, was Bitcoin and ETH. So just that alone, in my mind, is such a huge, tremendous innovation. Not to mention how funds were raised for Ukraine and went directly to the Ukrainian government and so forth. And then just really quickly, I wanted to tag on there the exchanges that have been built around that, whether they're centralized or decentralized, the ability to quickly move these assets around the world, and also to participate in the building of the network, otherwise known as staking. That is something new that is available to all people, pretty much. You don't have to be a qualified investor to participate in the building of a network. And I know we're going to talk a bit more about DeFi, but DeFi is, I think we're only at about 30 to 40 billion total value locked in the DeFi ecosystem. So we're really in its infancy. But DeFi is, if it's regulated, can be a tremendous tool that allows access to people that are unaccredited investors to participate in the liquidity and the development of an ecosystem, to participate in lending, to participate in building insurance products, to participate in micro lending. So I'm really excited to learn more about DeFi. And then of course, there's a whole bunch of other tools. Maybe we could talk about future stuff like NFTs and DAOs and so forth.
Great. Anthony, I'd love to hear your perspective on that question, financial infrastructure.
Yeah, thanks. So Heidi, you mentioned AIG and the financial crisis, and I fully agree that it could have been mitigated if information flow was better. And one of the things that is happening on the Provenance blockchain is around mortgages and home equity lines of credit, which were among the largest culprits of the global financial crisis. Figure Technologies, who founded the Provenance blockchain, has built a really revolutionary home equity line of credit and mortgage system. And I think they've already, changed how that market operates, for the better to do societal good. And I'll give you an example. So right now, 8 of the top 10 mortgage originators and home equity line of credit originators, Home Point, Movement Mortgage, Guaranteed Rate, and others are using blockchain infrastructure to originate mortgages and home equity lines of credit. Most of the people who are using their systems have no idea, which is great, right? Most of the interface is going to be a Web 2 interface sold by regular salespeople. Maybe they sit in a bank, maybe they sit in an office. But once it's originated, it needs to be ledgered on a blockchain. Once it's ledgered on the blockchain, you can do lots of interesting things with it. Particularly, you can securitize those assets down the road, i.e. sell them to a bank or a third party where it's much more efficient use of capital. And you can take significant time out of the equation. You can build efficiencies and you can take time out of it. When you do that, you disintermediate intermediaries. And so the Figure use case has taken, before interest rates rose the way they were, about 117 basis points out of a typical transaction where you originate a loan and then you sell it through an asset-backed ABS security. In the higher interest rate environment, they're taking over 200 basis points out of that. And they've actually done now 3 ABSs, asset-backed securities, led by Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and Jefferies, taking about 200, as I said, 200 basis points out of the equation. And you can use those 200 basis points or 2% for those of you who aren't super financial, and you can give that back to borrowers. And that's where we start to do societal good. So you have real-time information, which would help mitigate the financial crisis, and you have significantly cheaper assets that are being sold to institutions and lower rates to homeowners. So I like to say cheaper, faster, and safer is the new operating system for financial services. And it's going to be market by market, case by case, asset by asset. And a couple of them have been done right now, a lot more to go.
So you've given us some really great ideas on the use cases that have been so positive. I'm going to start with you, Anthony. What is probably the least likely to be transformed by blockchain?
So I'd love to see public equities transformed by blockchain, but there's a lot of hindrance in the way because people like their experience. I like my Charles Schwab broker. I don't really care that 7 parties touch my transaction before I settle in 2 days. I mean, I should hate that experience because it really is not 2 days settlement. Nothing settles in 2 days anymore, except for when I buy 100 shares of Amazon, it settles in 2 days. But I could trade with on the blockchain. I could trade with Heidi. We could self-settle, self-clear. I could send her the equivalent amount of money. She could send me her 100 Amazon shares, and we could settle instantly. So DTC goes away. Charles Schwab and Merrill Lynch go away. All the clearing brokers go away. All the reconciliation that we spend so much time with at Bank of New York goes away. And when now you're talking about societal good because it's still the same transaction, but you are removing several intermediaries from the process. Unfortunately, there's a lot of vested interests. Bank of New York makes, I don't work there anymore, so I could say they make $4 billion a year in annual security servicing revenue. There's a lot of vested interests to keep that. So it's going to be a little while before we see that market disrupted.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't even cover some of the foreign exchange. You look at foreign exchange transactions, days, weeks, months, some longer than that, and the multiple layers, as well as the cha-ching, as I call it, that the opportunistic cost of that or the opportunity of that. So Heidi, what do you think might be the least likely to be transformed in this?
Well, I work for SEC registered investment advisor. That just carries a lot of, which I laugh, but we're very thankful to the SEC register. We're very proud of it. But it's an interesting space to be in because in blockchain, it's sort of our DNA to be anonymous. It's sort of our DNA to be government back off, stay away. This is purely peer-to-peer. And that was what we grew up in the blockchain space. Is we're going to entirely reinvent the financial system. We're going to entirely work outside of government infrastructure. And now that I'm sitting at a registered investment advisor and I see that there are regulations for a reason, there is AML KYC for a reason, there's onboarding processes for a reason. I just think it's going to take a long time before, I mean, I love what you're building, and I look forward to the day that we're able to remove a lot of these middlemen. But from my perspective, it's going to take a long time. I just don't see that there's going to be a lot of regulatory streamlining in the future, and I don't think there should be.
Right. Well, someone said earlier, 8 years. They gave a timeline, 8 years. I would probably agree with that timeline. And I am happy to see that, Sanjeev recently mentioned the article that he wrote, which I think is super helpful. I come from an industry where I covered money service businesses. Can be challenging from the inside, as you know, working at a heavily regulated financial institution. But those are good starting points, right? We do have to adopt them, and they do need to be reinvented, but they're great starting points. So we're going to get onto regulatory a little bit more. What's needed from a regulatory perspective for blockchain to be realized in the financial sector? Jay, I'm going to hand it over to you.
I think in a lot of ways, it's not necessarily the regulations as they exist. I cut my teeth in enterprise blockchain. I also was a Boney alum. And I know. How you manage to find 3 blockchain people from Boney and put them on the same stage is beyond me.
We're everywhere.
Yeah. We're the hand behind the hand, the force behind the force, the face behind the mask. Which actually, if you work in financial services, you get the joke. And if you don't work in financial services, be glad. But a lot of this is decisions, right? So people want to keep on their business. People want to continue to get their cha-ching, right? I remember someone once came in and said, we can cut the cost of wires by blah, blah, blah. And someone said, well, that's great. We can just drop the cost by 90%. We'll still make money. Like it's not a technology issue. The reason why settlement, right, was T3 for so long was that, all the brokers wanted to be able to naked short things and have the ability to kind of go play games without having to have the capital. And I think another part of this is that because everyone's afraid of the regulators, no one wants to change anything, right? So I'll give an example. When I was working at the bank, I was going for some routine medical tests, just normal stuff. They said, one of the benefits, of course, working in a big corporation, trust me, this is going somewhere. It's not weird. Too weird. Anyway, they have physicians and they have a lab down there. So I said, can you please send my lab orders so I can go and just go downstairs. I don't have to spend, an hour going to Quest, wait in the waiting room, give my insurance information, leave and come back and lose half a day of work. I can just spend 15 minutes. They said, wow, that's great. What's your fax number? I said, sorry? They said, well, what's your fax number? I'm like, I don't have a fax. I said, oh, but you said you work in an office. So what's the office fax number? I said, I work for a bank. I'm not having the OCC go through, 7 years of records and seeing my medical tests. That's wrong. It's like, well, I guess we can mail them to you. And so about 2 weeks later, I got them because, of course, I had to go through the hospital's mailing system before it got into the USPS and got to my mailbox. Okay. Well, why did this happen? Well, it happened because of this thing called HIPAA, and people decided that faxing stuff was HIPAA compliant. And so for decades, that's what it was. All right. If you go into the insurance industry, which I'm in, most brokers think that a PDF and WebEx are the state of the art. It's ridiculous. And so people are sitting there and part of it is there are vested financial interests. Part of it is that people are wedded to not change anything. Instead of the regulators doing what they should be doing, which is proactively encouraging innovation in many cases, a lot of times they're blocking it because they say, oh, we don't know you, or we don't like you, or, we're not sure of your reputation. What you have is the same kind of old boys and girls network doing the same old things, collecting the same amount of monies. Some of the things you're talking about were things that I worked on 8 years ago, 9 years ago, and could have been in production probably 8 years ago, and haven't been because everyone's just terrified and scared. And so, we often look at things as technology problems. And really, these are people problems, these are process problems, these are bureaucratic problems. And until people say, hey, we actually want to make a really efficient system, and we're going to go and we're going to deliberately try to get rid of this unnecessary inertia, and we're going to quite frankly start rewarding people for doing things better and punishing people for being the same. Okay, when you say no one gets fired from IBM, and you're like, well, guys, guess what? OS2 is done. Other than Model M keyboards, no reason for that. And if you keep on doing it, you're out of a job. Until that attitude changes and you're actually encouraging and pushing innovation, we're doomed. And anyone who's a founder, and there's a bunch of us on the stage here, and there's a bunch of you in the audience, knows the first thing you think about every single day is, how am I going out of business? And how do I get there first so I still have a company? And that is not what happens with these captured interests. And until we change that, nothing will change. And it's not really a technology problem. The technology can unlock certain things. We can talk about the cypherpunk movement, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, for core financial infrastructure in particular, that's a decision that has to come from the regulators, from the industry, from lawmakers, and ultimately from the people that elect them.
Thank goodness we had some regulators here today, right? Wiki, I'm going to move to you. What role do standards and regulation play in the development of financial infrastructure using blockchain?
Well, maybe I'll start with the standards part first. I think first is we don't actually have very specific standards in terms of applying blockchain to financial services today. But from a bank's perspective, we are very practical in what we do. Wherever possible, we try to use existing standards wherever possible. And there's a good reason for it, because that's how we can be interoperable in the future when, there are different services provided by different banks, different digital asset company. How do we make it such that we are all able to talk to each other seamlessly? So from a bank's perspective, we look at, when it comes to payments information, we use like ISO 20022 MX, for example. That's how we communicate with each other. From a token standard perspective, if it's like a digital token, deposit tokens, or if it's a stablecoin kind of asset, we look at it as using ERC20. But of course, there is still some set of incompatibilities between them. So for example, if you are using ISO 20022 for sending payment messages, typically what you do is you debit one account, credit another account. But what if the underlying tokens itself is recorded in a UTXO or in the token form? How do you actually communicate those set of information? I do think that there are certain gaps in standards today, and there is a role that we have to come together to look at how we can improve the standards so that we can do much better in terms of interoperability in the future. From a regulation perspective, it's very similar as well. As a bank, we try to push the boundary of what we are doing within existing regulatory constraints. So I give you a very good example. So back at JP Morgan, we started with the same blockchain technology, shared ledger technology, of allowing for payments to take place. For a start, we built it as entirely within the JP Morgan environment, because that is what we are able to do. That was 2-3 years ago. That's what regulators are comfortable with. We are slowly pushing it further. What we have today as well is what we call Patio, is essentially a multi-bank, multilateral platform where essentially multiple banks, JP Morgan, DBS Bank, Standard Chartered, are able to come together and record our liability on this shared ledger. That actually allows for participants, banks, people who are transacting on Patio to be able to gain access to different currencies directly and to be able to transact directly with each other. So we talked just now about some of the complexities with cross-border payments today. We are able to actually simplify that by kind of flattening the ledger so that everyone is able to transact directly with each other. We are also looking at what we are called deposit tokens. You can think of it as essentially recording our liability on an external platform. Again, from a regulatory perspective, what are regulators comfortable with? It's always a stepwise measure where we push it a little further, show people that, hey, what we are doing is safe, it's within regulatory, what we are able to do today. Prove that everything that we are doing is safe, people are comfortable with it. Then we again try to then push it a little further. So, sometimes looking outside in, looking at what banks are doing on blockchain, there's a feeling that, the industry is moving very slowly. But there is always, I guess, in a way, a cost to pay, because we want to make sure that whatever we are doing is within what is allowed by regulations today. Some people may think that, hey, why not just not care about regulations? we can bring about much more efficiency in certain things that we do. But if you are just looking at a business case that is based on regulatory arbitrage, the regulatory arbitrage, the loopholes will be closed very shortly, and you won't have a business case anymore. So I guess that is the bank's approach, where let's look at what we are able to do today. Let's push it a little further. Let's eventually get towards that vision. It may take some time to get there, but we are always progressing towards that.
Anthony, I don't know if you have anything to add or.
Yeah, I think from an institutional and enterprise perspective, JP Morgan is clearly leading the way. Full, hand on heart, JP Morgan is showing every other large bank how to interact with blockchain. JP Coin is revolutionary, I think, internally. And some of the things they're doing with Mass, with what they did with the Project Guardian was also, revolutionary. And I think for the other banks or the other fintechs or the other businesses, they're going to wake up one day and they're going to be disrupted. And they're going to say, why wasn't I involved with blockchain all along? I was resistant to it. I thought my margins were going to decrease. I thought my staff was going to decrease. I wasn't going to have my cushy job. You're going to wake up one day and you're going to be a dinosaur. And I know that for a fact. And in the mortgage business, you're not opening up a mortgage that uses wet ink signatures. I promise you, because no one's going to invest in that business. And what JP is doing across its company is leading the way.
Sorry, this just touches on something that always drove me nuts when I was in the banks, which was you talk to people and say, oh, yeah, we're keeping an eye on that blockchain stuff, and we're going to be a fast follower. And I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works. Fast follower means you're losing, right? That's what it means. I don't want to kind of beat this dead horse here, but like, institutions actually need to actively disrupt themselves. I always describe my time of like, get around and people would say, we have a problem. There's all this new technology. We got to do something. They say, oh, what should we do? What should we do? I imagine them as as horse and buggy executives, right? And Model T just came out and they're like, wow, that Henry Ford man, he's got that fancy automobile thing. What are we going to do? And they're like, we got the solution. Everyone comes together and they look there and like, it's kind of dark and dramatic and a big kind of silk sheet comes off, there's smoke and it kind of airs. And they say, we now have a powered whip for the carriage. That's kind of the mindset. And it does not work.
It comes down to cheaper, faster, and safer will always win the day in financial services. Eventually, it's not going to be tomorrow. It might not be next week, but it has to win. Full stop.
Right. And, I was on a panel with an asset manager who actually developed a product on chain. And I think the idea, which I want to talk about here, is the blockchain industry supporting regulators. What is the right process? This particular asset manager worked with the SEC for 2 years to develop a product. Is that what it takes? And maybe Heidi, I'll start with you. How can blockchain companies in the industry support regulators in the rulemaking process?
We are very motivated and excited to help support government agencies and regulators in the US and around the world by providing our lens of education on what is happening within the digital asset space. It's not good for any of us when there are Ponzi schemes, when there's an FTX, when there's all sorts of criminal elements in crypto. It's just not good. From our own experience, it has not been, I mentioned this before, we are SEC registered, and that has not been an easy road. Whereas a lot of other firms in this space were kind of moving against regulation, we leaned into regulation. And at a time that was almost painful for us when we were not able to work with counterparties that were generating these insane returns. And some of our clients, crypto whales, would say to us, why are you not working with Celsius or Three Arrows or, you name it. And we said, because we're SEC registered, we have guidelines, we have due diligence, we have risk management. And we lost some clients because of that. And obviously now we're thankful because we're post FTX, we're one of the few stronger standing entities in this space. But because of that, we really are motivated to help government agencies. And so we're actually also talking to government agencies that hold digital assets on, now that you've seized those assets, what do you do with them? Are you aware of those assets? Like, what's the difference between a DeFi governance token and an NFT, and what happens if there's an airdrop, and how do you dispose of those assets? Can you dispose of them in the US? Do you have to go back? I mean, there's a lot that we want to help support government agencies. So that's number one. And number two, we are also offering education. And I encourage anyone that is in the ecosystem to knock on the door of your local senator, mayor's office, whatever, to say, let me educate you on how we interact with digital assets so that you have a better understanding of, okay, this is where we're seeing governance tokens being used in DeFi. What are governance tokens? And really help them to understand. We want them to get the bad guy. And one last thing that I'm just going to say about this, I did get into this space because I thought blockchain would help save and improve the world and democratize access to financial services and so forth. It breaks my heart to see how much crypto is used in the criminal world. Any criminal activity you can think of, human trafficking, arms dealing, terrorism, you name it, and the underlying asset is crypto. And it's devastating to see that. So I actually do support our regulators, our law enforcement. I think that they need to have strong guidance and tools to go after the bad guys. And it's our responsibility to help them. And I'm sorry, one other thing, I'm just gonna keep going. The other thing that really angers me is, yeah, that we have a bad reputation because our industry has allowed for certain bad actors to exist. It's our fault that we haven't been monitoring. We haven't been using the tools that allow for transparency. And so now we're getting the backlash from that. So it's an onus on us to really help government agencies to better understand what is happening within the ecosystem.
Anthony, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I mean, you have to separate blockchain, financial services, blockchain from crypto. What I do on a day-to-day basis, I think what they do at JP Morgan on a day-to-day basis has almost nothing to do with what a Genesis trader or an FTX trader or I don't even know the terminology. I've never invested in crypto in my life, despite being the CEO of a blockchain foundation. It's not my thing. I understand it as an asset class, but I think it's more of an investment in a startup company than it is a currency. I don't like the term currency. So, when people say I'm in crypto, I correct them very quickly. I'm in blockchain financial services, not crypto. And in blockchain financial services, with the exception of how layer ones are regulated, which is a whole nother story, we have the 33 Act, the 34 Act, the 40 Act, we have Reg CF, Reg A+, S1s. We have plenty of regulation to get assets, financial services assets on chain. And many of, Apollo has issued assets on chain. Hamilton Lane has issued assets under the 40 Act, Neuberger Berman under Reg D. I mean, you can get assets on blockchain pretty easily using the existing SEC infrastructure. It's where you try to do things that are not contemplated by the SEC, like have a layer one blockchain with a token that isn't understood by the SEC, and they need to do some work on that, because even if they deemed a blockchain like Provenance as an SEC or required us to register, Ks and Qs, we wouldn't be able to, for reasons that I could take an hour explaining, but won't. They need to tweak those rules a little bit to bring in crypto as an asset class.
We're going to switch a little bit and talk about the sustainable infrastructure. How can blockchain be leveraged to create more sustainable financial infrastructure in the long term? Heidi?
Sure. Well, the first thing that comes to mind, and if you've never been involved with crypto, you might automatically think no, but is regulated DeFi. You were working on a project. Regulated DeFi is decentralized finance that follows regulation within a certain geographic area or whatnot. But they bring in things like AML, KYC that maybe the old school DeFi rebuted against. But the reason why that comes to mind is we're working on a project right now that is regulated DeFi micro lending to help an individual that might want to, maybe they're already a farmer and they need to invest in some more farm animals or farm tools. This is an ecosystem in which anybody from around the world can provide their crypto, whether it's ETH or whatever, into a liquidity pool. And then that liquidity pool, you're matched up with somebody on the other end that is maybe looking for a loan. And you set your oftentimes you can set your terms on your agreement, but you're supporting the development of a local ecosystem. You can also extrapolate that to, it doesn't have to be micro lending, but it could be startups that are using DeFi. And then also just as far as down the road, it could be things like peer-to-peer mortgage-backed securities. It could be communal insurance plans. There's a lot of opportunity. As I mentioned before, we're only about 30 billion total value locked. And so we're really in our infancy, but there's a tremendous opportunity. You do not have to be an accredited investor. You don't necessarily have to have a credit score. You just have to have collateral. It's anybody from around the world can utilize this. So you're now, as an individual, a non-accredited investor or accredited investor, given an opportunity to participate in a development of an ecosystem.
Jay, did you want to say something?
I think there remains this tension between the regulations that exist in the financial system and what the UN Human Rights Charter, the US Constitution, the social development goals have, right? You're not going to have a KYC AML regimen that also is financially inclusive, because there are large numbers of people who just cannot pass it. You are not going to have privacy and all the things that are underpinned by privacy, whether it's freedom of movement, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, freedom of the press, etc. When you have a financial panopticon, which not only can be abused, but quite frankly, can't even be kept secured in many cases. So if you want to talk about SDGs, there is kind of a breaking point, right? We have a regime, a regulatory regime, particularly around KYC ML, which encompasses what I described as the 1950s view of the world, right? Like a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with today, we're like, this doesn't work. It's like, well, it made a lot of sense in the 1950s and 60s, but like times they are changing. And people need to think about what it is that we're trying to accomplish with our various financial systems. And the US dollar blows crypto out of the water for every single bad thing that happens in the world. And whether it's human trafficking, arms trafficking, drug stealing, we have a lot of former government people, we have active law enforcement people who work with us. We are absolutely trying to build a more responsible ecosystem. There are a lot of bad people in this ecosystem. There's a lot of bad behavior that happened because of decisions within the ecosystem. Some of it was happened because regulators were too slow on their foot to kind of stop things, and people say, "Oh, I can make billions of dollars and maybe get a civil fine and be a billionaire." As a lawyer friend of mine joked, said, "Well, people who are good and smart and ethical would go and they'd say, 'Oh, lawyer, should I do this?' They said, 'Well, there's risks, you shouldn't do it.' And people who didn't care became billionaires." And so that's kind of a perverse incentive. But ultimately, people get stuck in their administrative and bureaucratic ruts, and they kind of look at if you ever saw the movie Soul, right? The auditor who's sitting there like there's a soul missing. You have to go and sit at what you're trying to achieve, and then you have to prioritize those things. So if you're going to prioritize financial inclusion, if you're going to prioritize privacy, that has implications about regulations. And I can go through dozens of examples, but Sandra will come up here and give me the hook if I don't stop talking.
And I think those are some of the, actual SDG goals that need to be addressed as we move forward. And obviously, we all know it's going to take a while. I want to thank our panelists, Anthony, Wiki, Heidi, and Jay. Thank you very much. Very informative. And thank you, Sandra, GBBC, and Hogan.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank all of you. What a bunch of valuable information we got today. And it is now my pleasure to introduce the CEO of the Global Blockchain Business Council, Sandra Rowe.
I promise it's going to be quick because I'm going to usher you guys upstairs. First of all, last night at the speakers dinner, I said everyone was a winner who made it into the room because there were so many travel snafus and people on tarmacs and the rain. Today, you guys are winners because you've lasted through an entire day of very dense content. I hope everyone learned something. I hope you've been provoked into thinking a little bit differently than maybe the way you did when you walked in the door today. I also hope you're
been given a bit of inspiration because people are building, people are problem solving, there are real things happening. And frankly, the world, though it looks very bleak sometimes, collectively as a community, they're pretty amazing people here. So with that, and a commitment that GBBC has made not only to diversity of gender, backgrounds, all walks of life, we have young people tonight speaking up at the cocktail. So please come upstairs and hear what they have to say, because at the end of the day, I'm going to just refer to them as Gen Z because they fall into that bucket. Gen Z is going to have a huge impact on what happens, and we should start listening to Gen Z. And they, by the way, should listen to us as well. We can both learn from each other. And I think what we really are committed to doing at GBC is making sure that all age groups, all kinds of demographics are included in conversations. So again, thank you. You're all winners. Let's go upstairs and have a drink, but also let's listen to the young people tonight and hear what they have to say and their concerns. Thank you.